Danfo offers unparalleled, curated and bespoke tours across Africa for travelers seeking genuine cultural experiences, enriched with magnificent sights, sounds and flavors found on the continent. Each trip is reliably curated to ensure visitors are gifted with an immersive and authentic adventure. Whether you find yourself strolling along the charming white sand beaches of Sierra Leone, feasting on the mouth-watering delicious foods in Senegal, observing or partaking in various aspects of the Isheshe traditional system Ifa native to Yoruba land, Nigeria, with Danfo, you will rediscover a fulfilling sense of kinship to the true heart of the motherland, her communities. Our core values focus on integrity, quality, safety, and sustainability. We are uniquely committed to assisting with the advancement of African infrastructure and promoting African businesses, so both travelers and the communities they visit receive beneficial exchanges. At Danfo, we understand the importance of connectivity, and we have created a model which provides bespoke experiences based on your passions or hobbies. With us, expect a long-lasting spiritual bond between you and your destinations. Live, love, Danfo Africa. To learn more, visit danfo.africa.
History isn't just what happened, it's who we are. And now you can explore Africa's incredible past like never before. Introducing the new and engaging course catalog from aelearning.net, a world-class provider of interactive e-learning focused on Africa's rich and diverse history. From the rise of ancient Nubia and the power of the Mali Empire, to the architectural wonders of Egypt and the development of astrological knowledge by the Dogon people, each self-paced course brings history to life through stunning visuals, immersive video lessons, and interactive assessments. Designed for students, educators, and lifelong learners around the world, AE Learning's courses make discovering Africa's story easier, deeper, and more engaging than ever. With AE Learning, education meets flexibility. Whether you're a student, teacher, or lifelong learner, our platform gives you access to credible knowledge, rich multimedia lessons, and tools that make learning African history engaging and unforgettable. Join thousands of learners already rediscovering Africa's past and shaping its future. Visit www.aelearning.net today. Start your journey through Africa's past today, because the story of Africa is the story of us all. AE Learning, inspiration through high-quality education.
Peace, family. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Hit that like button, and please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I got a couple of announcements. We are rolling to, where are we going? We're going to Senegal in a month. Today is April 9th already. Wow. So yeah, we are rolling to Senegal in a month. If you're interested in joining us, please visit Danfo, that's DANFO .Africa. Again, please visit Danfo, that's DANFO .Africa to learn more. We will love to host you and show you some Teranga in Senegal and eat some good Senegalese food, the best Jollof rice in the world. We're going to have it. So if you'd like to join us, please visit Danfo.Africa. Also, we are rolling to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival, Zanzibar in September for Safari Blue. Oh, thank you. Here we go. Gustavo, thank you for $2 holla. Ghana is the most important country in Africa. In the words of, oh man, I didn't forgot his name. College football commentator. He says, not so fast, my friend. No. The most important country is Nigeria. Even with all the issues going on in Nigeria, if Nigeria fails, all of Africa fails. If Africa fails, the black race is finished. Hard stop. I don't care if you consider yourself FBA, ADOS, Solan. No, 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 no. The best Jollof rice, the best Jollof rice is in Senegal. You go Senegal, then you have Liberia, Sierra Leone, Liberia. It could go either way. Then you got like Cameroon, some other countries. Like Ghana and Nigeria are kind of at the bottom when it comes to jollof rice. So yeah, definitely definitely not. No, 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 not the best jollof rice. And yes, Nigeria is the most poor country. Now, when it comes to jollof rice between Nigeria and Ghana, it could go either way. Again, it could go either way when it comes to jollof rice and yeah, exactly. Put way too many tomatoes and way too much spicy tomato paste or whatever in the Ghana and Nigeria. Just way too many tomatoes in the sauce. Nigeria has already failed. No, it hasn't. I'm gonna say this: the Southwest and the South, but really the Southwest is saving Nigeria. That's what's saving Nigeria right now. The Southwest. Oh man, Bethune Cookman's baseball team just beat LSU. LSU's baseball team is one of the best historically in college. So yeah, that's interesting. So yeah, but yeah, so hit that like button, visit Danfo Africa. Shout out, let me give a special shout out to Gustafer. Gustafer, he's been supporting a lot, you know. Gustafer, we appreciate you. Even though you're delusional with Ghana has the best jollof rice. You're a little delusional, but that's okay. That's okay. We all have delusions of grandeur at times. Again, at times we all have delusion of grandeur. And guess what? Go dogs, y'all. Go Georgia Bulldogs. We're gonna win a national championship this year. We are going to win the national championship this year in college football. Watch what we do. It's gonna happen. We win the national championship this year in college football. So yeah, let's jump into today's topic. There's a lot going on in the Middle East, and especially when it comes to oil. And guess what? That is prime. Oh, oops, hold up. Okay, here we go. Okay, never mind. That is prime opportunity for Nigeria to exploit this, for Dangote to fill in the gaps and exploit what's going on right now in the Middle East when it comes to oil and gas. Let's watch this news segment.
When I used to think about taxes, I would just cringe.
Fair use.
I used to use
Nigeria's Dangote petroleum refinery has stepped up exports across Africa amid supply disruptions due to Iran war. Data from tanker tracking firm Kepler shows Nigeria's exports of clean petroleum products, including petrol, diesel, kerosene, and jet fuel, have risen to about 214,000 barrels per day in March so far, where shipments to other African countries have climbed to about 90,000 barrels per day. This is a significant uptick from previous levels. The sales mark Dangote's first exports of petrol since the plant reached full capacity in February. Shipments have been delivered to countries like Ivory Coast, Cameroon, Tanzania, Ghana, and Togo. The escalating West Asia conflict has pushed up global crude prices, raising refining costs worldwide. Meanwhile, shipping disruptions and tighter Europe Gulf supplies cut cheap fuel flows into West Africa, opening doors for short-distance suppliers. For more on this, our correspondent Louisa Olani has sent us this report from Lagos. Take a look.
For decades, West Africa relied on expensive imported fuel from overseas, but as conflict in the Middle East disrupts global supply lines, Nigeria's Dangote refinery is stepping in to fill the gap, pumping over 200,000 barrels of fuel a day to keep African markets moving. Now, but this energy shift goes beyond the continent. President Zelensky recently confirmed talks are underway for African nations like Mozambique to supply gas directly to Ukraine. Now, from local pumps to the front lines of Europe, Africa is no longer just a consumer. It is rapidly becoming the indispensable backbone of global energy security and saving the region from logistical delays. From Lagos, Nigeria, Louisa Olani, we on All This One.
Hey, somebody need to turn their. Go ahead, Em.
Yeah. That's all you're gonna play?
No, go ahead.
I was gonna be I ain't gonna say negative and a downer. You see what I'm saying? But I was anticipating more video or more of a monologue. But I would say what I'm gonna say. I think we need to really analyze and do an analysis or an audit as far as what type of value that we actually get from Nigeria or any type of African country. I mean, they're going to make money off oil, gas, natural resources. They're going to keep coming to America, not building, but taking advantage of our schools and our resources. But what exactly do we get out of it? You know, what have we really gained from Africa in the last 150 years since we've been emancipated? I mean, we have Liberia. That was an epic failure. And now I remember in the early 2000s, we used to see Liberians as our own people. But now Liberia is acting like they're a whole separate African country. But I'm just saying, I don't think we should concern ourselves with African politics or African people as much, because it's like a one-way street. And we really, as a people in America, we really don't benefit from people from other countries. They benefit, of course, they upgrade and make us immense wealth, but I don't see ourselves really gaining anything from Africa. They don't share the resources. They don't offer us any type of autonomy. I mean, they talk about the land that Ghana's given, but, they build houses. But I done seen what Ghana done tore down some people's houses out of, I guess, jealousy, but I don't see a real relationship of equality with Africa other than exploitation of us, of our resources, our intellectual capacity, the status that we have built in America that they just benefit from just for having black skin or having a similar genetic predisposition. They just automatically gets the resources and the wealth that's offered to us that we actually had to go through centuries of suffering and struggling, partially due to their own actions of course, participating in the slave trade. But the results of that, they could just come in and just benefit without having to suffer anything. And now we see they're talking to African Union, talking about reparations, somehow benefiting off of our struggle again. And they also, this guy that's named CD, I heard he's an accountant. I think he should use his expertise to do an audit and let the people know exactly what did we as Americans benefit from Africans. And that's about it.
All right, go ahead, say James.
Hi, Dennis. Thanks for having me. Shout out to the panelists. Man, listen, I did not want it to start after this guy, man. I don't even know what he's talking about. I don't know if he's really addressing the topic or he's just talking out of his whatever, man. You know, that's what those are the kind of problems that we have in the diaspora. When we have topics like that and we want to address Africa, we get these lunatics come on here telling us that Africa benefit from their resources. What kind of resources are you talking about, sir? Are you serious that you don't benefit? Are you serious that you don't benefit from
affirmative
Africa's
action.
resources? Can
What
you
does
let
that
me
have to
finish?
do?
Are
How
you
we
serious?
benefit?
Oh God, let me finish, man.
Tell me how do we benefit?
Okay, I'm not gonna respond to you. If you don't, that's fine. You are benefiting from me being here with you talking about Africa. So, Donis, I know this is a great topic when we discuss Nigeria, right? I'm not gonna spend much of my time here discussing that, but I do believe the leaders right now, the leadership role should go to Ghana right now. You know, Nigeria has shown us years in and years out that they don't care about taking the leadership role in Africa, in West Africa, beginning in West Africa. They don't want it. Maybe the diaspora is inclined to believe because of the country size, Nigeria is going to pull this off. Over the last 30 years, you can see what Nigeria's been doing. Nothing. 30 years. You can ask every West African, about that or about the leadership role. Nigeria is not there to be found. So for me, I feel like what Ghana has done a couple of weeks ago, and with the new leadership they have in Ghana, I believe if we push that a little bit, we can get somewhere with Ghana to bringing us together. The fact that they're united with the AES and they're trying to expand all the way to East Africa, I see a great movement, being started by Ghana. So for me, I give the leadership to Ghana right now because I can't even bring Nigeria. Tinubu is not even talking to his neighbor. How can he be a leader? How can he be a leader if you're even trying to bring West Africa? Let's begin with West Africa. How can he be a leader if he can't even bring West Africa together? So let's not be delusional. Because of the country size, we can't give the leadership to them. And also, I like the personal accomplishment of Nigerians. I respect that. I'm not talking about that. As a country, as a unit, I don't see them accomplishing those goals. I don't. And for the time being, I yield my mic, man.
All right, go ahead, Africa.
Yeah, greetings to everyone. And chats on the panel. Yeah, so Nigeria, big country, big population. Big problem. That's how I describe it. The importance of Nigeria. I think if you look at the positive side of Nigeria, they do have some wealthy individuals, compared to the other region, other people. If you look at like Dangote, Boa, like some of the couple of northerners who also happen to be from the poorest region in the country due to war. And yes, they do have those people who are also very important. Like someone like Dangote, a refinery. Thank God to also a previous Northern president who have the gut to stand up to the world and say, "Look, I'm going to build this refinery, you like it or not, and it's going to be privatized. Partly majority private, slightly maybe to about 20% government, and it's going to be here in Nigeria. And it's enough. Enough is enough. Taking the oil, refining it, selling it back to us. That's what exactly Buhari did, and he worked with Dangote and managed to achieve that. And leadership, bad. So where St. James is coming from, I agree. The leadership is not there. Nigeria used to have strong leaders back in the days, like someone like Abacha, and and also the guy that created the ECOWAS, during the days, early days of ECOWAS, not the ECOWAS that we talk about today. They just gone. They stood up to a lot of the struggle that we went through in Sierra Leone, Liberia. I'll give them that, and they also try, to form, borderless, trading routes, well, that's quite questionable. You only got to try and carry goods from Sierra Leone to Guinea, and you see how many customs you have to go through, even though we have so-called have ECOWAS, and the paper it doesn't exist. But it was a step-by-step thing. Um, Honestly, okay, yes, you did say the southwest of Nigeria, is the only place that's functional, but it's not. That might be some truth in it, but it's not because of the people of the southwest. It's because the southwest, where Lagos is, that used to be the capital city of Nigeria, and that's a lot of people investment there, including the northerners, the southerners, the southeasterners. So it's like a business hub. Like when you talk about business hub in Nigeria, you're looking at Lagos and Kano. And in fact, Kano, one state in the north, produced most of the rich Nigerian people, not those in the southwest. And the biggest employers in Nigeria, individual employers, are part of the government, are the northerners. Like someone like Boa and Dangote. So it's quite a mixed bag. Ghana, Ghana is leading in some type of way. I agree with that, and I would say Ivory Coast also and Senegal, all these little countries in the far west, they're doing well. To me, what I think, us in the region, we need to cut ourselves away from Nigeria for a little bit. Let them sort their problem out. When they come back, full force, then they can join us. But until then, and I think, start from the Nigeria Republic all the way, walk all the way back to the coast of Senegal and Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Ivory Coast. We should form a new unit and let Nigeria solve their problem. Until they can solve their problem, we should part. Because what I know is a lot of cultural difference between Nigeria and Nigerian people and the people of the far west. And if you look at what's happening, around the world and even in Africa, the reputation of Nigerian and their behavior and how they are as people, especially those in the south. I don't want to go into tribal stuff again. You see how they are welcomed and how other people, see them is totally different to how they see other West Africans. So they are damaging the African reputation. Like for example, was speaking earlier. I can see his sentiment a little bit, and that's why I don't take it heartedly, because I can feel where he's coming from in some type of way. But you got to remember, not all Africans are the same, so do not generalize. We have some people in our culture, in our groups, who doesn't really represent us.
After real quick, and Elvis makes a great point. The North is holding Nigeria back, though. I mean, that's just obvious.
Yeah. The North since the downfall of Libya, they have held the Nigeria a little bit backwards, and that's not to do with people.
Ain't no little bit. The North is holding Nigeria back.
Yeah, okay, you say that, but the people in the north have continued carrying Nigeria forward, like the people I just mentioned, who are the richest people in the country and who are the biggest employers in the south. Okay, so it's a mixed bag. So I agree, but obviously you cannot carry a country forward when you're in a war zone. That's the problem. The only part in Nigeria that's peaceful at the moment is the southwest. That's why I said I can put my hands up and say yeah. And the south, that's because the south, that's where the oil is coming from. So it's heavily protected. I pass the mic. Thank you.
All right, go ahead, man. Sake.
All right, peace and love to the panel. Peace and love. Welcome to a nice conversation. I want to address before I address the situation with Nigeria, I want to address the dude that was in the chat that was talking about Africa, right? I don't know if he understands that a lot of FBAs are in Africa doing business. In fact, recently 19 Keys just did a deal in Tanzania where he's about to import coffee into America pretty soon. So he got that deal. Professor Smalls had a deal in Ghana, which he was supposed to sell his hotel, I think for $800,000, but because of something that happened, whatever, it didn't go through. But he's working selling his hotel in Ghana. And there's a sister too, also another FBA sister in America. She moved to South Africa. She sold her house, and she says that the property that she got in Joburg is just phenomenal. It's 2-3 times as big, and on top of that, like she barely pays like any property tax. So he's saying that Africa has nothing to give, but yet all the corporations that's in America are coming to Africa and they're doing business. You got FBAs in Kenya also buying real estate in Kenya. So yes, you can benefit if you go about the right direction. But to sit there and say that Africans are taking advantage, I mean, yeah, you got some good Africans, you got some bad Africans. You know, that take advantage of you if you don't do your proper research and stuff. Because the very cell phone that you're using comes from Congo. That battery comes from Congo. All the minerals that's in Africa, you're benefiting from today. But if America went and they cut off their relationship with Africa, what resources would you have?
Hey, look,
You
the
wouldn't even have a cell
technology,
phone.
hold on. The technology for the cell phone comes from a black man's mind, Jesse Russell. It's not
Listen,
about
the
natural
battery that
resources.
you
It's
have,
about intellectual
the
capacity.
battery that you have on your phone, where does the mineral come from?
The planet Earth, it doesn't come from an
Okay, but
African's mind.
where does it come from?
Man sick. Can you continue with your thought, man? This
Okay,
guy
yeah,
ain't here
okay.
to learn anything from us,
So
man.
so as far as Dangote, the company and the owner, I love what he's doing. And he's right because he's saying that Africa needs to start exporting instead of importing. But the problem is that Nigeria has a leadership issue and they're very like tribalistic. But the good thing about them is that they're very entrepreneurial, but they just got to do a better job. Like, I don't know if you guys remember that the company Dangote, when they was first up and running, I forgot the guy's name, one of the guys from the commissioner. He came and he said that the fuel that they have is bad, is worse than Europe, right? So they went and they did a test, right? They tested it out. So they tested the fuel from Nigeria, from Dangote. The fuel was up. It was up to standards. It was fine. But when they tested the fuel from Europe, it was toxic. It failed, right? So you got these people who get paid by these companies to purposely sabotage these companies. So that's what Dangote is facing. But until,
Hey,
like I said,
30 seconds, and I'll pass the mic.
okay, no problem. So until Nigeria, they fix their leadership and they fix that tribalistic issues that they have, it could be a good economy. Because again, Nigeria has a big economy. This is admit. Nigerians are one of the most influential in West Africa as far as like styles and all that stuff. So that's what I wanted to add.
All right, go ahead, CD.
Hey, guys, everybody on the panel.
Greeting. Hi.
Yeah, hi, everybody. So, this is a very interesting topic. So, if the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, it will definitely disrupt huge amount of global oil trade, since a massive chunk of oil pass through Strait of Hormuz, right? Nigeria could benefit by having more demand for their oil, especially if the global supply is somehow tightened, people not getting enough oil, right? But the question is, it depends on logistics, infrastructure, and global price in fluctuation, right? Uh, Nigeria, they have the potential to win. To me, they have the potential to win. But the capacity to produce, store, and export more oil, like the pipeline and refinery and the port facility, I don't see that in Nigeria at all, right? Dangote or refinery is probably the biggest in Africa, right? But there's some gap in this.
It's one of the biggest. It's one of the biggest in the world, CD, not just
Right.
Africa.
Okay. But there's a bigger gap. There's a gap in sense of infrastructure, logistics, and planning and investment and size of opportunity. So if you look at the traffic situation in Nigeria, the infrastructure is very poor. It's one thing to produce from the oil refinery, and the second thing where to store it and how to transport it, how can it reach to the final user, right? It's the same thing that they have right now at the Strait of Hormuz. There's a production going on, but there's a no flow of logistics to move the oil around. So Nigeria is in the same situation. So even though there's an oil crisis going on right now, but when I saw Nigerians stand in line trying to get a gasoline to feed their cars, that's a concern, right? I'm not sure if Dangote thought of that because first of all the road that they build in Nigeria, there's no service place where these trucks can park and make a free flow of traffic in and out of Lagos, right? The only flexible place that I see so far is probably is between Ivory Coast and Abidjan and Lagos. But on the Ivorian side, the road is well paved. But on the Nigeria side, even though they paved the road, but there's no strategic way of designing street where trucks can have a service place to relax and sleep. You only see people jumping in a jungle to take a shit. So it's a struggle. And for the fact that Nigeria still building their infrastructure like back in the 60s, that's concerning, right? I mean, if they are not looking at the other African country that have big infrastructure in the sense that we have a service place where truck drivers can relax and sleep without disrupting the main flow of traffic, then Nigeria is still backward. It's not going anywhere. I'm sorry to say this, but Nigerians will come and say, oh, you criticize the Agora. But this is the fact. That's how Joshua lost his life. If they had service place where the trucks can, if they break down, if there's a service place, they will not destroy, they will not be parking in the main street for someone to come and kill himself under the truck, but the road is not properly built. And you wonder how, first of all, if you travel in Nigeria, you will see people parking car and take a shit in the bush or even pee. Ladies go right in the middle of the jungle to take a shit. So what Nigeria is depending on, I'm not sure. So the infrastructure is not there, the logistics is not there. But yeah, they have an oil refinery, but how to move those flow of oil to reach to the last user, to reach to the last destination? I don't see that, right? And then the previous speaker that spoke about Africa, they are not benefiting from Africa. I mean, it's a shame for someone like you to even make that comment. I've seen Dinah's group at JFK. Majority of the people that is on his team are all ladies. Black American ladies are making it in Africa, in Kenya, in other part of Africa. So maybe you making that comment, you haven't even been to Africa. Have you ever asked Dennis, can I be on your team to go to Africa? Nah, but you always complain. You can't get anything free in Africa. We don't get people everything in Africa, you pay for it. There's nothing free over there. So if you see Dennis' team, maybe 50 or 60% are all ladies. If ladies can't do it, why you can't do it? Take a
Let me
trip.
ask you a question. Can I ask
Take
you a
a
question?
trip. So nobody, even if they give you land in Africa, can you build it? Because you can't
Can I
take
ask
a
you a
loan
question?
over there to build. So you
Mr. CD,
pay for everything.
can I ask
Yeah,
you a
ask
question?
me. Yep.
Now, I listened to one of the shows. I was just listening. You said you joined an organization called the National Association of Black Accountants, right?
Yes. NABA.
Yeah, that's a Black American organization. And
Right.
you said this was in 2005. And
2008.
you're from Liberia.
Right.
So they saw you as one of us, because that's how we saw Liberians in 2008. Now, did you
No,
not
they
benefit?
did not say Black American. They said Black
We always
National
see
Association of
Liberians
Black
as
Accounting.
we always seen Liberians as Black Americans until
Okay.
recently. But I was saying, did you not benefit? Did you not benefit from coming to America and a Black organization? What I'm saying, I ain't saying basically that we're not
Okay.
going to invest in Africa. What the topic of the discussion is, Nigeria can possibly take advantage of the situation. But how much of that oil revenue, gas revenue, is going to come to us in
All right,
America?
let
How
me
are we
answer your
benefit?
question. Let me answer your question about NABA. NABA, every school that you go to, they have a group for lawyers, they have group for
Engineers, I know.
accounting, they have group for finance guy, right? This is an organization that, you go to Career Center, you be member of it. They are Chinese, Japanese, even though they say National Accounting of Black Accounting, but they have all race of
But
everybody
it
who
was
qualifies
started.
a minority, right?
They were
But they
started by
look
us.
at your resume, they look at who has a decent GPA. So I got into PricewaterhouseCoopers. They call it PwC is the biggest accounting firm in the world.
Look.
It was
You don't have to
Funaba.
explain it. That's a
So,
waste of time.
all
You
right.
don't
So
have to
let me
explain it.
tell you, they hire you based on merit. It's based on merit, and I work my ass up and sponsor myself through school.
But let me
I
ask
did
you
not
this:
get it free.
if you weren't
So
in
let me tell
America,
you
would
that.
you had that opportunity if you wasn't in America?
If I was not in America, I won't have it. There are people
So
who
you
have the
benefited
opportunity,
from.
did not make use of it.
The point I'm making is you personally benefited from something that a Black American started in America.
Yeah,
But
of
what are
course,
we
I won't
really
deny that.
benefiting from in
That's true.
Africa?
That's
What is
true.
being set up for us over there? Nothing.
I'm not saying
Okay,
I
you
don't
got
benefit anything
CD. He
from
has to
Black
go first.
Americans.
You see the
I
first step
do.
you did, CD. You came to America, right? And you went to school. You passed your behind, and they got you there by merit. If this guy
But it
want to go
wasn't
to
for if it
Africa and
wasn't
do about
if
the same
look,
thing,
look, look.
you can go. No, no,
Listen.
no, God, listen.
What about
This is ridiculous.
What about Dr. King?
Guys. I gotta pass some. CD, are you there? I gotta pass the mic to
No,
Rocco.
I
CD, are you there?
I'm finished here. So
Okay,
I, I
CD, we got 20 seconds. So I gotta pass the
okay,
mic.
I benefited from African American. I'm not lying to you. I benefited from it, but at the same time, again, everything that I did was based on merit, right? So I have to work my ass up and get where I am right now, right? But at the same time, too, African Americans that go to Africa, yeah, they do benefit. But you haven't even been there. Have you asked Daniels, can I be on your team to go to Africa? No.
What if I
But you
can't
can stay
afford it?
here and complain. Have you been
What
there?
if I can't afford the ticket? Like it's thousands of dollars to
Okay,
go
but
to a
then
slave
even
tour.
if you can't even afford ticket, how can someone give you a
I'm
land?
saying what if?
Hey, I gotta pass the mic. I gotta pass the mic.
Yeah,
Go
and I
ahead,
think
Tark.
trying to got payment plans you can get for literally airline
Yeah,
tickets.
go ahead, Tark.
It's my turn.
Yes.
Well, what was the topic, Diamond? Because people are off the subject. What was the topic? How could
Why is
Nigeria benefit?
Nigeria
Right?
the giant of Africa?
That's not what he said. That wasn't the topic. What was the topic,
They
Diamond?
said
Say.
Nigeria is the most important country right now.
Why is Nigeria the most important country right now?
Yeah,
That's the topic, right?
yeah.
So we're focusing. We're not focusing on if they have the best leadership or not, or anything like that. We're focusing on how could they benefit from it, right? And what M is on. Man got PTSD or something, so I'm not even going to even discuss that. But as far as the Nigeria benefit, they're benefiting tremendously, and they could benefit tremendously even more. CD, I understand what you said about the logistics, right? As far as roads and stuff like that. But if you go online right now, you'll see that they're trying to take care of that problem right now with the roads and the access roads that they're building, right? And they're aware of the trucks um, parking up on the side of some of the trucks parking up on the side of the road. They're aware of that, and they're trying to change that situation right now. So it is coming. They're building a new road from I think Sokoto all the way to Badagry, right? That's besides the highway that they're building, right? They're going to build a new port in Badagry to relieve the port in I forgot the where it's at in Lagos, right? They're building right now we speak a new port in Ogun State right next door to again to relieve traffic. Ebon States, Aqua Ibom, I don't know if I'm saying it right. Aqua Ibom States, they finally have the approval after many years to build a new port, right? Again to relieve on the traffic, right? So the infrastructure are being built. As far as Dangote getting out the oil, yeah, there's still a lot of bad local roads. We know that, but he have over 1,000 trucks getting the oil out to to the local vendors, right? And you have to understand, there's a lot of people fighting Dangote within Nigeria, as far as getting the oil out. They still want to import, right? And Dangote told them from 2 years ago, right? They can fill the needs, right? But they have other players in the country say, no, we still want to import, right? He's getting ready to he's building now the capacity to refine. I think it's almost like 1 million barrels a day. Do you know where they're going to put them? That's going to put them right up there with India, right? Well, India have the biggest refinery. As far as getting the fuel out to different countries, they have no problem with that. They have they either they don't necessarily have the ships, right? But other people have the ship to come get the oil and bring it out. They just delivered to England airplane fuel, the best airplane fuel, by the way, the best airplane fuel, by the way, right? So South Africa is buying from them, Ghana, and different countries in West Africa, and people are calling on the phone, calling like crazy. Germany, all of them, right? Asking, trying to set up a situation that they could refuse. They could take to get oil from them, right? So there's a lot to do. Right now, the Dangote is like filled with orders, filled with orders. And don't forget, they do have other smaller refineries that's online right now, right? 100 like 100,000 barrels there, 250,000 barrel there. They do have other refineries, and they're building another refinery. I think it's about the size of Dangote in Akwa Ibom State. You guys have to read and watch YouTube and watch the actual builds, the building of these different infrastructure around the place. And instead of just passing judgment, go online and look for yourself, right? And then you could travel there, especially that by there, and Nigerians themselves. Even Nigerians themselves, they don't know what the hell is going on in their own damn country. Drive around the place, investigate, and see what's being built, right? And just don't come shoot out your mouth like that. We know that it has problems. We don't have to keep going over the same thing over and over and over again. You see what I'm saying? But you guys are not looking at actual solutions that people are trying to solve. Go there and look. That's why all these investors, all kind of people are in Nigeria right now, right? Looking how they could get a piece of the pie. There's only black people talking bullshit. You see what I'm saying? And you got to stop that shit. What M is talking about, how the Americans are not benefiting.
Mike, please.
That don't make no damn sense. You see what I'm saying? That don't make any sense. Americans been benefiting from Nigeria.
Talk 30 seconds. I got to pass the mic.
All right, they've been benefiting from Nigeria and all of Africa for more than 100 years. What are you talking about? Where do you think most of the minerals come from? Right? They're benefiting from it. And as far as you want to include African Americans have businesses in Africa all over the place. Some of them is multi-million business. You guys have to do your research.
Let me read these super chats, and now I got past the Elvis.
Okay.
Ghana does more with little, while Nigeria does little with much. The giant of Africa is underachieving, unfortunately. To whom much is given, much is expected. Gustavo, thank you for $2 holla. Let's sponsor M to go to Africa Dynasty. Okay. Go ahead, Elvis.
All right. Thank you, Dinus, and hello to the panel in the chat. Look, I think Nigeria is the most important country in Africa, especially quote unquote sub-Saharan Africa. And I say that because the potential is so, great. And I think there's two main things that's hampering, Nigeria from reaching its full potential. Number one it's the epicenter for corruption in Africa. You know, corruption is the biggest, and probably close second is the North. The North has been hampering Nigeria because you have a group of people who think that they have a birthright to rule Nigeria. And as such, they won't let the smarter people, people from the Southwest in particular, who has the mind, you know, and vision to carry their country forward. They're trying to stifle them. They're trying to dominate them. And as such, you have a country that's divided. So certain people in from a certain part of the country have a propensity to want to sabotage anything that somebody from the South, especially Southwest or Southeast, anything they do to try to show that they are better leaders and they're forward thinkers. And that's one of the issues you have with yes, he wasn't my first choice, to lead Nigeria, but certainly he has a lot of smart people around him. But you see people from a specific part of the country, the northern part, that's trying to sabotage him. And I think if the Igbos and the Yorubas and the people from the South, if they get together and have their own country, they will be very successful. And I think one of the things Nigeria has to do is to do, bureaucratic, meritocracy, where politicians can get elected based on regional affiliation and tribal affiliation, but people who are doing government career jobs need to be there by merit. And that way you have the best people working in government, making sure things are running smoothly, and you got your best minds and your best brains formulating policies and running the country. And I think doing that, Nigeria will probably be further than where it is now. In Ghana, like somebody said, I agree with that sentiment. Ghana is doing more with less, and that's because of their long history of stability, their priority in education. So we're proud of Ghana, but I think Nigeria, if they really get it together, that would be a catalyst for a lot of good things happening in our region. And as such, as Africans, West Africans in particular, we have to be rooting for Nigeria to get it together. And hopefully, if Dangote can get this refinery really up and running and start to service, West Africa and other African countries, the fuel costs will probably be coming down, and a lot of things will be happening on the continent, and more consistency instead of importing from Europe. The cost of import will be cheaper, and it will just be better. But overall, I think Nigeria is fighting against itself. A particular group of people are fighting against other people within his own country, and they're destabilizing the country. When you see a northern president, things are more stable because the Igbos, especially the Yorubas, they're not trying to sabotage. They're not trying to go there and make sure that this northern president doesn't succeed. But if it's the other way around, guarantee you have a lot of kidnapping. You have a lot of insurgency and security going on in the north, making the country look bad on the global stage and making it seem like the president in charge is not doing a great job. So I think that's the biggest issue with Nigeria. If they can get rid of that northern part of the country, or those Fulanis and Kanuris can come into the fold and really try to uplift the black race by helping their country be a better country, I think Nigeria will probably reach its potential. But thank you for having me, Dennis. I'll pass the mic.
But
no problem.
Dangote from the north, right?
Hold on, I'm talking. Guys, hit the like button. Please hit that like button.
But Don, let me ask you a question before you.
You gotta let me finish. You gotta let me finish. Guys, hit the like button again. Please hit that like button. And again, shout out to Gustavo as well. Where's Marie at? Marie ain't in here. All right, go ahead, Tark. You had to ask me a question.
Yeah, can I ask a question?
No, well, let me ask you a question.
After
and Al, you can answer the question too. Where does most of the food grown in Nigeria?
That's a good question. I would say probably
from the north.
Yeah.
So if you can't eat oil, right? So both entities is needed. All four of them.
And Dangote from the north. Dangote from the north.
He's from the north. I know. Right. So all four of them.
Yeah.
Most of the food. I don't know about y'all, but I'd rather have food than oil. Okay.
Right.
So they need each other. There's no if our buck or one is better than the other. Most of the food is grown in the north. Period.
Yes. Yeah. And also just to remind Elvis, you can ask every Nigerian. You can go back from Nigerian independence since Nigeria was founded to today. Elvis, the best two leaders in Nigerian history are from the north. So what are you spewing about? The only man that can save you, Elvis, The only man that came and saved you during the war in Liberia was from the north, late General Sani Abacha. He sent this guy to come and save
Ibrahim
you.
Babangida, yep.
And Ibrahim Babangida.
Yep.
Elvis, your people, can you tell me one thing apart of catching people for the white man and tying them up so hard and help the white man put them on a boat and transport them to slave during the transatlantic slavery? Can you tell me one thing that your people have ever done for the good of Africans and the black race?
I'll make sure you respond. Please make sure you respond to this.
I was expecting that.
Let me pass the mic. Let me pass the mic to God's Gift. Go ahead, God's Gift.
Thank you.
Hello, panel.
Hello.
Yeah. And what I have to say in regards to the topic is that, I mean, at this moment in time, it's a fantastic time for Africa to, take advantage of the current economical situation around the world. With the disruption in the Middle East, there is obviously vast opportunities that can be taken advantage of, and unfortunately, Africa is not in that position to take advantage of, some of these, some of these opportunities which are coming up. Some of them opportunities being tourism, because a lot of if you've noticed, a lot of a lot of people go to the Middle East, like Dubai and everything else. I mean, if we did have like a first world country in Africa, this is something that they could
South Africa, Botswana, Namibia. Come on, man.
No. They're not there yet. They're not there in terms of.
Yes, they are, bro. Yes, they are. South Africa, bro.
Oh, hold on. But they're not taking advantage of that. They're not taking advantage of that opportunity, because and there's also airlines as well.
They get 10 million visitors a year. 10 million.
It's not as much as the Middle East. But that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that could be diverted. Now it could be diverted, which I can't see. Do you understand? But what I'm trying to say, there's a lot of opportunities which which Africa can take advantage of in this current situation. So moving on, in terms of Nigeria, what what I'm seeing with Nigeria is that, yes, I mean, Dangote is come at the right time. It's just at the right time, build up this refinery just at the right time to capitalize on. It's by luck, it's by luck. He's been put into that position, but he needs to get things moving. He needs to get things moving and secure certain deals and secure certain things, And I mean, what I'm seeing as well, I mean, the problem I have with Nigeria is there's a tribalistic nature, where obviously you lot have been saying this, where things are all divided. There is when it comes to unity, that's the thing that Nigeria lacks. And I mean, if Nigeria is to progress forward, I think that they need to put religion aside, and they need to get rid of that tribalistic behavior. Once they get rid of them things, then I think you'll start seeing a emerging Nigeria, a superpower, a regional superpower, Nigeria. As it stands at the moment, I don't think Nigeria is doing enough, because if you want to say you're the most important, you're the giant of Africa, like I'll say, for example, things like this, which is happening on a continent, say, for example, the war in Sudan,
if you're a regional power, you should be able to project yourself, to go in and stop that. You know what I'm saying? Whenever there's conflict on a continent, you should be able to, project yourself, to bring some stability into your region if you're claiming to be a superpower. See, so I mean, there's a long way to go. And there is some positives in there. It's not all just negatives. There's some positives, which is a great thing. But the other problem I have as well is that what I'm seeing is that the wealth is concentrated in one. Do you understand? In one particular part, the wealth is concentrated with the 1%, and the wealth. I mean, Dangote can't do it all himself. He cannot do everything himself. Do you understand? But the problem is the wealth is concentrated with just him. Do you understand? And that's the problem as well. You have to spread the wealth.
I think from the north, the wealth is spread from the north. Like Kano states have the richest people.
Are you sure? Yeah. Well, no. It's all good. It's all good. Individuals. There's certain individuals who have the wealth.
Right.
But I'm saying,
yes, I agree.
In terms of, because if you go to obviously northern Nigeria, there's a lot of poverty there, isn't there, as well?
Yeah, that's true. Also, yeah, I agree.
So what I'm trying to say is that wealth shouldn't be in the hands of just one. Do you understand? Of just one or two individuals.
Yeah, that wealth, it has to be a monopoly.
Yeah, that wealth should be spread out, which brings about innovation.
What do you mean one or two though? How many millionaires in Nigeria? Do you know?
Kano have the most billionaires, not millionaires.
No, in Nigeria. How many millionaires in Nigeria?
The millionaires, but there's just I think in terms of billionaires, there's there's one or two in it.
Millionaires. That's a millionaire. Millionaires. That's a millionaires.
And I will tell you this: the more patriotic Nigerian from the north. That's why you don't see them running around in other countries scamming. You hardly see the Northerners out. When you see the Northerners out, they probably came for education.
So what I'm saying is that wealth needs to be spread out. I don't know how.
Yeah, I agree.
But it needs to be spread out into certain things, which brings about innovation, which uplifts the people. Do you understand? Yeah, uplifts and improves the people's lives. And for that in itself will obviously rise up the country and the economy as well when others as well are participating. But at the moment, all I see is just an individual man who's out to do things for his own selfish gains and his own. Do you understand?
Which man are you talking about? Which man are you talking about?
I'm talking about Dangote.
Which man are you talking about? Which man? So you think Dangote is the only rich person?
Yeah,
he's the richest person. He's the richest. But what I'm saying,
I didn't ask you that. I said, do you think he's the only one? I said, do you think he's the only one?
But hold on.
So what are you talking about, bro?
Hold on. He's the richest in the world. The richest black man in the world.
Who cares?
Listen to this.
Hold on. I mean, do we gotta yell? God, do we gotta yell?
Listen to this. Why you gotta yell with dumb people dying it? You gotta yell with dumb people.
This ain't dumb. This is common sense. If you're
stupid,
there
have plenty wealthy people and middle class people in Nigeria. What are you talking about? We're talking about one person.
No. But listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the wealth is not spreading out. It's not.
You want some of his wealth? You want some of Dangote wealth?
You can't have people having like billions and billions when people can't even own £1 a day.
But he's employing a lot of people.
It doesn't make sense.
He's employing.
Do you live in the United States? Do you live in the United States?
One second. Now, please
No, I
let
don't live in the
Well,
United States.
God,
No. But it's not enough.
I gotta pass
It's
the
not
mic to
enough.
Louis.
The money he's got is
Man,
not,
bro, get off the channel, man. Shut up, bro.
I gotta pass the mic.
Shut up.
You're just
Shut up.
talking crap, man.
You dumbass. Shut up.
Hold on. Stop it. So y'all, we're not doing this
Fucking
today.
ass.
No, we're not doing
listen,
this today.
listen,
Hold
Bro,
on.
get off the channel, bro. You're an idiot.
Man.
Get off the channel. You don't do no research. You don't do no research.
We're not doing this, guys. The yelling, the screaming, the
do some research, though, bro. God damn.
Yeah, the name calling, the screaming, the
it's
yelling.
not about me doing. It's just a reality. It's
no, but Dangote
what reality, bro? I live in America for 50 years. I live in America for 50 years. I live in America for 50 years. You want to see some of these areas in America? You want to see some of these areas in America? What are you talking about? The wealth is not distributed here. The wealth is not distributed here in America, bro.
It's not distributed well. It's not distributed. It's selfishness for someone to have 25 billion.
It's not distributed here in America. In America, where you went to West Virginia, Kentucky, Mississippi. What are you talking about?
Let me tell you something. Dangote, yeah. He only does things, yeah, when he sees, oh, right, there's going to be like, I'm going to get maximum profit or maximum money. Do you understand?
I gotta pass the mic. I gotta pass the mic. Go ahead, Louis.
Yeah, hello, everybody. Listen, Dangote is doing a great job. Okay, it's very important to Africa at the moment. Okay. He's been sabotaged, but he's managed to get over that. Okay, he has good investors. If the rest of the Nigerian business community will behave a little bit like him, Nigeria and West Africa will go far. Okay, he's providing a very important service, the oil refinery. Okay, I know a bit about this because my own cousin was the head of the Goyo Ghana company. Okay, it's very important. We've brought on this year 2 big oil refineries in Ghana, which is important. We're working with the Dangote group. Dangote is doing a fantastic job. To me, he's the president of Nigeria. He's the savior of Nigeria, as far as I'm concerned. All right? You need rich people in a nation to do well, and he's doing well. He's creating jobs. He's refining oil to go everywhere, to Ethiopia, everywhere. If that man gets everything up and running, that's how our problem solved. The Europeans are upset because they can't make money as they used to do. He's exporting, as Delroy say, a jet fuel to England. When's the last time any of you Africans export anything? That's refined. Leave the man, let the man do his job. I don't have hope for Nigeria, but I got hope when I see him. Long may it continue. And though you guys from little small African countries, stop digging at the big countries, okay? Stop doing that. Think of the positive and look at that. He's doing a good job. You can't knock that man. That's all I got to say for now, Dan, if I make it quick.
He got cement factory all over West Africa. He got one of the biggest cement factory in Abidjan. Now with the oil, he created more
in Zimbabwe too, bro. Africa. In Zimbabwe,
you know,
he got stuff in Zimbabwe.
He's doing a lot. This guy created more job than anybody, man, any African you think of, any African you think of.
Could people just accept some good news sometime? Does it always have to be just in the bottom? Can we just accept some Christmas present sometime?
I believe all of us in here, we agreed that there is a lot of personal accomplishment within the people of Nigeria. We accepted that. We just talking about the packaging as a unit. That's what we are talking about. Yeah, we can sit on here for 24 hours and talk about what the Nigerian have.
We know the problems, but we know the problems. We know the problems. So let's move on. Let's get some good news. That's what I'm saying.
Listen to my. Let me give you this example.
Right now, the
one example, right? Why I pick Ghana?
Arabia is dead.
I get it. Taharaka. I give you an example. When Dramani came to power, right? At the height of our problem with ECOWAS, Dramani didn't pick side. He came to the AES country. He toured Africa. He spoke his vision to the Africans. You see what I'm saying? And he was resonating with us, right? When Tinubu took power, right? They gave him 2 years as a chairman of ECOWAS. He lost 3 countries under his watch. never traveled to any country in West Africa, especially the AES country. Didn't bother. But every time you watch, he's overseas. So that's what, when we see those actions, I'm talking about the unit. You see what I'm saying? When you see those patterns, it tells you that these people are
Fuck
not worried
Tinubu
about
though, bro. We don't care about Tinubu. Why are you
that's
talking
right.
about
Okay,
Tinubu?
until if this guy the guru, if he decide to run as a president, he can have my support, right? Based on what you are saying, if he has that kind of vision. So a leader has to have a vision for everybody, right? We have to be able to lend our voice to the leader. If we can't even do that, how would you guys sit on the side and say this is a leader? So he doesn't even speak on your behalf. When was the
Are
last
we
time
talking
you
about
saw them
Are
speak?
we talking about Dangote, bro?
No, I'm
Are we
not talking
talking
about
about
Dangote.
Dangote?
No, no.
Who
You
are you
have
talking?
no
Well,
Taraka.
fuck Tinubu, bro.
You don't get no argument from me about Dangote. He's the man.
Yeah,
You don't get
but
no
we're
argument.
not talking. We're talking about how the topic
No,
is. How
no,
does Nigeria benefit? That's what the topic is. How do they make
I,
money from this? From what's going on in the Middle East? That's what the subject's
oh
about.
no,
We know what the fuck is going on in Nigeria. The subject is
no.
about
The
how.
topic goes a little
The
deeper than
topic
that.
is how. The
All right,
the topic is how
let's
do you
calm
make
down.
money,
Let's
bro?
calm down.
No, it
It's
goes a
as
little
simple as the
deeper than
topic
that.
is how to make money. Right?
Let's calm down.
You can't look at one
We're
aspect.
not talking
You
about
can't.
that.
We cannot look at one aspect and ignore the red flags. You know, there's a lot of red flags in Nigeria.
This
So
is what we're talking
okay,
about. How could you make
okay,
money? How could they
okay.
take advantage? That's what
I
I'm
got your
saying. You
point.
Look,
guys are going off topic.
Taraka,
I don't
Every
think
day
so.
you
everybody
go off the
agree.
topic.
There's
No, I
tourism,
get
there's
it. Everybody
airlines.
agree for the time being. Ghana
Yeah.
is doing a great job
We're
at the
not.
leadership
The
position.
subject is not about Ghana. It's not about Ghana.
Okay, we picked the.
Stick to the topic. It's like
No, but Taraka,
it's like what.
people are. When you say we talk about leadership, right? And if I'm telling you that as of right now they are not a leader, so you should accept that, right? As
Okay,
an
good,
opinion,
good,
as an
I agree
opinion,
with that
good.
also.
Well,
Yeah, that's true.
good.
right?
That's Tinubu. Good. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? Good. We don't care
That's
about.
it.
We're not
That's
talking
all
about
we are
that.
doing.
This. How could Nigeria make money? How could they take advantage of the situation? That's what I'm
Okay.
saying,
Yeah, all right, let's
right?
move it on.
And
Let's move
Ghana
on.
says
Yeah.
don't
No, I
go
got
to
you.
the
I got
oil.
you.
That's what we spoke about.
Al,
That's
why
what
did you
stop
let
going
this
off the
guy run
subject.
away, man? You asked a question, he ran away. Why you allow that?
I got you. No, honestly, what a coward, isn't it? You see, these
No,
people have
you
nothing
see
to
the
offer.
cowards. You see how when you talk about what they don't want to hear, they run away. But when
Run
they
like a
talk
Yeah,
about
he's
chicken.
us,
from
you don't
Ghana.
see
He's
us
from
running away,
Ghana. The
right?
guy from Ghana.
Nah.
You don't see us running away. We stay here. They say whatever they want to say and they leave. But the minute you talk
You know,
about
Saint,
something they
Saint
don't want to
James,
hear,
you
they
know
run
why?
away.
Some people
Because they don't.
behave like a
Saint
lady,
James,
like a lady. They
they
don't
don't.
want to take when you
Bro,
criticize them.
bro.
They behave like a
They,
lady. They go
they don't
too
carry.
crazy.
They don't
You
carry our
know.
bloodline. They don't carry our
You got to
bloodline.
be like a man. You got to accept people criticize you. You got to accept
Yeah.
when people give you positive result. You have to accept everything. This is intellectual
Right.
forum. But when you start
That's right.
acting like a lady, you know, I don't want
He
to use
ran
the
away.
P word.
He
Then you
ran
have to
away.
say,
He ran
oh,
away. He ran
And
you
away
know,
straight away, didn't he?
CD,
yeah.
CD, what was it? I lived in America for 50 years. I came here from was a baby, right? I know this country from top to bottom. The amount bro, I work all over the country. I go in some places you go. You think you're living in a fourth world country. I'm telling with white people.
Yeah,
White
it's true.
people.
What the guy said
Okay?
was not what doesn't make sense
Don't
at all.
talk
You can't say
about spread the wealth.
Dangote is a rich man, so therefore he should give free money to people in the street.
No, I
No, he
didn't say
created
free
more
money.
job than
Exactly.
anybody else.
Hey, bro.
He
I
created
didn't
more
say.
job than
Let me come
anybody
in. Let me
else.
come in. Let me like let me explain it to you properly. Yeah, so it gets into your head properly. You understand? So you get the dynamics. What I'm saying is the wealth should be used like to distribute the wealth. Do you understand?
Yes,
To bring about
I got your point.
innovation. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand?
Yeah, I got your point.
The wealth is stuck in one person's hand. Do you understand? Yeah, when that brings that innovation, it brings up the country as well. So everyone lifts up.
When you mentioned
He's silly.
Dangote, that he was the wrong example because he created job than any African that you think of.
It's
That was
only
the
now
worst
he's
mistake
doing
that
that,
he
isn't it?
did.
It's only
You
now
cannot
he's
use
had
Dangote
billions.
as an
Look,
example for
look.
that.
The
He's
government
had
has to do
billions
that, not
from time.
Dangote.
He's
The
had
government
billions
does
from
that.
time. It's only
That's not
now
the
that
Dangote.
he's
The
venturing
government has
onto
to
them
But
kinds of
Dangote
things.
is the wrong
fair
example to
distribution.
say he's not distributing wealth equally. He's the one that created more job than
His job.
anybody. He created
Yeah,
people
he's employing
from
people.
everywhere in you think of. He got one of the
But guys,
biggest
It's not enough.
cement factory in Abidjan that I saw with
guys,
my eyes.
It's not enough. With the money he's got, he can do more.
yeah.
But
In fact,
All right.
The
guys, do
government
you
got
know?
to do that. That's
Sorry,
the
guys.
government.
I
The
follow. One
government got to
second,
do that.
Louis. 1 second. Do you know right now the United States Embassy have shut down? They have given a massive warning of all American citizens, not to go to majority of the state in Nigeria. They have shut the embassy down. Is it today? Yeah, they have.
Listen. Can I just say something about Nigeria as a
Yeah,
whole, as a country?
yeah. Go on. Yeah, Louis.
I believe Nigeria as a whole, as a country, is not going to work. Okay? I think they should split to 3 countries. And they don't have to fire a single shot to do it. That's what I think.
I agree. Those in the north, we'll connect them from the west.
But the issue with Nigeria is not only splitting. It's very difficult. I'm sorry to see this, to see patriotic Nigerians. The Danny said one thing: Nigerians are not patriotic.
They are not at all.
If you meet
They are not.
Nigerian in New York City, first thing he will do, the first country he will criticize is Nigeria. It's sad.
They are not. Yeah, they are not.
And
You're
they are not
100%
patriotic
right,
in a
CP.
sense. That's why there's too much corruption, because everybody wants something for themselves.
Yeah,
If you,
I remember.
how many
you're
times
100%
someone will
right.
come here and
Hold on.
support Nigeria?
I just wanna
Nigerians
say
are not
something, right?
patriotic.
I just want to say something,
Yeah.
right? Well, what City was saying.
Yeah.
I remember I have a friend, he's Igbo, right? Another one that's Hausa. My Igbo friend, he said that he was a nationalist from Nigeria. The Hausa dude started laughing at him. He said, "What the hell is that?"
They're funny. Do you know what? Yeah, it's so they just fight over tribal supremacy. It's unbelievable. It's like, oh, you're Igbo, you're Yoruba, it's Yoruba land, oh, it's Hausa land, it's Fulani land, it's this land, it's that land, you're Muslim, you're Christian. And no other countries in West Africa, we all got put in the same place before, during the days of partition, right? We do that. A lot of our countries, look at Ivory Coast, for example. Ivory Coast is made of the entire West Africa without the Nigerian tribes. Thank God for that. Okay. The only people in Nigeria that find in Ivory Coast as an ethnic group is probably the Hausa and the Fulani. That's it. All the rest, they're kept away. But I think that is due to the time of late Almami Samori Toure, because he pushed, certain tribes who are from the West, he pushed them away from that region. So that's the reason why they did not find themselves there today. But other than that, the entire Ivory Coast,
brother, it's because of the language.
Yeah.
And do you know that certain part of
yeah.
Nigeria where they use CFA instead of using Naira?
Yeah.
On the border of Ivory Coast, they don't want their own currency.
These are the people like Almami Samori Toure pushed away. He pushed them away.
Listen.
Okay, he pushed them away.
This is a big issue with the Nigerians. They are not patriotic at all, and
Because
that's
it's the British that formed Nigeria, isn't it?
They like that divide. They knew it wasn't going to work.
It's the British that formed them. But what they need to do is go back to the will and reinvent Nigeria again. You understand? Yeah. They need to even change the name. They need to
can I
change
tell you
country, bro.
Can I tell you one thing, right?
The British form every country. What are you talking about?
Masake and Sidi.
New voice on the speaker. I guess I have to jump in. After you.
Okay, sorry.
It's the British that put the name there.
Sorry, bro. During the time of Almami Samori Toure, there was a tribe in the southwest of Nigeria, okay, who basically were trying to infiltrate the Fula and the Mandinka to have a war. And this tribe was doing it deliberately so we can have a fight. But Almami Samori Toure was so smart and clever. He managed to twist it around. He said to the Fula, we who built the Mali Empire, we who built, he read a script to the Fula warriors and said, are we going to fight one another because of these people? He said, no. The Fula people are, hell no, we're not doing that. So that time, the Fula and the Mandinka, they joined force
and they push this tribe back to where you call southwest of Nigeria today, away from the Ivorian border, and they taught them lesson. So luckily, we don't have these people in the far west. They're highly tribalistic. They're highly, highly untrustworthy. Anywhere they will infiltrate other tribes to have problems for them to gain superiority. And some of them will emotionally blackmail you. They haven't changed. Honestly, this group
Yeah,
of
that's
people haven't
crazy because
changed.
that's like from the 1800s. That's crazy.
And the
Yeah,
party, how can you go to Ghana or South Africa to say you want to set up a king if you don't
Yeah, that's
even
so
love your own
disrespectful.
country?
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
so
understand.
disrespectful.
it's
This
crazy.
Nigerian guy
But that's
Yeah,
told
it.
yeah,
me
because
when one of the Nigerian soccer
honestly,
player he
and
died.
Yeah,
He
and you know
died. He
what's
was
so,
playing soccer, right?
but you know
And
what's
then
so
mm,
when I
crazy?
was talking to Augustine, he told me what they killed him. I said, how did they kill him? He said, well, the man he was playing soccer in Greece. He said, well, they used voodoo from Nigeria to. I said, Augustine, how possible is that?
But you
How
know
can
what's
you
so
say something
crazy
like
is
that?
like if you.
yeah,
I was gonna say, hold on. I was gonna say this. What's so
mm,
crazy is I'll give you a prime example. I had a Kenyan friend, right?
right.
And me and him went to school together. We were young, and then his mother did not like me whatsoever, right? And I had to ask her, like, I mean, he had to ask his mom, what was it? Why she didn't like me like that? Because she thought I was Nigerian. I told her, I said, "No, I'm not Nigerian." And then all of a sudden, like, she opened her arms towards me. For some reason, I know it's a minority, but you got some of these Nigerians, like, they go to other countries, they cause problems, and it's
Oh,
not just in Africa.
yeah,
They cause
they cause a lot
problems in
of trouble in
America. They cause
Kenya. They
problems
cause a lot of
and
trouble in
yeah,
Kenya.
yeah. They
Yep.
cause problems in America. They cause problems in South America. They cause problems in Asia. They cause problems in the Middle East. In fact, they
What
got
what
banned from Saudi Arabia.
what
Oh, I
problems are
think
they
they
Right,
causing
started.
in America?
Yeah,
You
right.
said
even in
problems that
Guinea,
they
people
causing?
don't rent their property to Nigerian. Wherever in any part of West Africa, once you see Nigerian, people will not rent their property to you. Es-
Right.
So
Especially in most of the
okay.
francophone countries. No,
So what
There
to
needs to be an
me the
attitude adjustment.
uh,
That's the thing as
Sad.
well.
yeah,
It's sad.
may I go?
Hey,
Yes,
guys,
yeah. Sorry,
let
man.
Shaw speak. Go ahead, Shaw.
I'm being very meek and mild. You know, I would have just busted up in there and do the black thing, if I really wanted to. I just want to
Thank
see how
you.
long y'all was gonna keep talking without letting me go, because I already busted in and said I'm a new speaker, and then somebody speaking, I said I'll go after them, and then y'all just keep.
Uh,
This is what black folks do, though. This is what we do,
we
right?
apologize. Sorry, Star.
But maybe that's a behavior that is, reaches out into other areas like Nigeria, for example. David Hundayan said that most Nigerians are kind of meek and mildish in a way, and there's only 10% of Nigerians that are really kind of aggressive and assertive and that kind of. Now that's his opinion, right?
Far higher than that, bro.
But my overall statement about the title of this room is that what makes Nigeria so important is its genetic diversity and its intellectual potential, because the genetic diversity is the most genetic diversity of all gene pools of humans, which is the Niger Congos and those folks from Central and South Africa. And so you're going to have this is the Grayson type. What's his name? Something DeGrasse. He talks about this, that you have the smartest of smarts that comes out of the most diverse genetic gene pool, and you'll have the opposite of that. You have the most evil. You have the most kind. You have the most spiritual. All of this, he says, comes out of the diverse genetic gene pool, which Niger Congo does, right? So that's one of the things that folks know. They study us. They know about that. It's also the largest population, so you're going to have the largest population of Africans with the most genetic diversity, and the greatest potential and the worst potential. And as well, you have potential for advancement in industry and that kind of thing. It's been there since the 70s. It was trying to jump off in the 70s, but as you could see where we are today. But I do think that at the end of the day, Nigeria needs to be reorganized. It needs to stay a country, but it needs to reorganize its the way that it's being governed, or its lines of regional lines need to be redrawn, and maybe around ethnicity. Like you have
Yeah.
the different. They become states, but for the most part, you keep it pretty much the same, but you reorganize it in ways in which is fair,
to work with the democracy, but redistribute. I don't know if that would even make a difference.
Yeah, no, brother, listen. The way Nigeria is set up, their best does not rise to the top. Let me tell you the best of Nigeria.
No, we know that. We know it doesn't. We know that it doesn't rise to the top.
This is a problem. In any society, even ancient societies, within the Nigerian societies in the ancient times, the best ones was able to climb, get near to the top of the royalties thing. In the system they've got now, there's so much in numbers, right? Like I said, it should be 3 countries at least, okay? They haven't. You've got gangsters running it at the top, and they're shutting everybody else off. That's why the rest of the Nigerians have given up. They get a chance to get on the plane to get the fuck out.
You have the worst of or the gangsters of gangsters,
right.
At the running. And what a gangster do is keep the good people out, because then they can't run the game.
And then my brother from America also too. In America, out of all the groups in Africa, Nigerians make the most. They're like 700, 800,000 in America. So that should tell you something.
It's a larger percentage of them that gets to go over there because of huge in numbers. But hear me out, brother. Right, listen. Can anybody remember the name of the recent Nigerian guy who was the head of the African Exim Bank? I believe his name was.
The guy who passed away. I know what he looks like.
No, he's still there. He left recently.
Oh, okay. That was another guy who passed away. He was a young banker.
Yeah, I forgot his name.
I know what he looks like. Yeah.
This guy helped out Africa a lot in the last 10 years. The Americans were trying to kick him out, but this man was able to hold on and give a lot of development. He helped us in Ghana, a lot of development, aid help in Sierra Leone, other places, infrastructure. The guy was really, really good. Okay? People like that need to rise to be risen to the top in Nigerian society. But unfortunately, there's a particular group of guys who are on the top, they're keeping everybody else out, and they're using religion again to really do damage. That's why I don't have time for certain things. All right, we need a Nigerian on the panel, by the way. But I think as an African, Nigeria needs to be split into 3 countries. We don't have to fire a single shot, and let each one rise. And because we're all West Africans, we're still gonna have one currency anyway. So let's split the country up.
But that's going to be problematic because you have.
It's not going to be problematic. We can.
You know why? Because you have money in parts where in other parts there's no money making in other parts. You have industry in the South and banking. You got all these different things.
No, brother, we can do it through plebiscite and so on for the first 20 years, and then everybody can go on their own later on. Yeah.
Okay.
You can easily do that.
I can see a war with that. There's going to be a war.
No, I don't think the size of Nigeria is the problem. Ethiopia is about 100 million. If they can do it, what Nigeria can do, it's just like there's no patriotic in Nigeria. Very few. They don't love the country.
If the people of Nigeria were prospering, they wouldn't care if it stayed the country as long as everybody was prospering.
Brother, listen. I remember $1 $1. Listen, it was like a piece of Europe, but the Nigerians got carried away. They took off going around the world shagging white women, didn't give a shit about saving up for the country's future. And this is what we end up with. They're excessive.
It's more to no, you don't. No, you don't. I studied Ajakuta. It wasn't just the fact that Africans spent the money and spoiled the money. They were threatened at times by the Western world to not do certain things, certain developments, like the steel company. They were told they're not going to build that steel company. No, the steel company was built. They were told to not go forward with making that steel company work.
Bro, that's what I mean.
They were threatened. And so when somebody comes and threatens you and your family, your mama, your daddy, then now you got to be a Traore. And they were not meant to be Traores. They were meant to just be regular, govern the country in a democratic way. And they weren't trying to give up their life.
The Western world gets down, but there has to be some patriotism from the people somewhere. That's why the country is too big. You should be free.
The problem is the political center is based in the north. You see, that's where all the political elites,
that's going to be a problem.
Are coming from, and it needs to be diversified. Do you understand? Yeah. So all regions are represented. But
Yeah,
the
well, on
problem
paper
is
they are.
it's just basically it's just the north which is mostly
So,
represented
so
in the
sorry, guys.
political arena.
So sorry, guys. As a Nigerian, I would like to chip in a thing.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
There's been a lot of misconception. I've been listening for a while, and I think, yeah, I mean, I think there's a
Are
lot
you
of confusion.
Nigerian?
I'm Nigerian, Nigerian.
Oh,
Okay.
you can check.
Oh God, let it propaganda in the house.
I am like Nigerian. In
But
fact,
you don't sound like Nigeria because you're not too loud.
No, you
well,
sound like
well,
No,
Nigeria,
well,
man.
well,
it's
well,
Nigeria. When you say it's Nigeria, that means Nigerian. I can hear that it's Nigerian.
it's midnight here in London, so I have to be careful. And you know how the British build their homes; it's not soundproof. So, um,
You don't want the landlord to kick you out, yeah?
exactly. So, guys, and it's been an interesting conversation for close to an hour that I've been listening. What I would like to say here is, as a country, I do understand that we're very diverse, and most of the times we've lacked
Is that
unity. I
someone
mean,
mute? Someone causing a lot of noise.
Someone
yeah.
needs to turn off their mic.
Yeah, someone's like washing dishes or something or cooking. Yeah, turn the mic
Oh,
off. Go ahead.
okay. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I wanted to say that we're very diverse. When you look at the history of Nigeria from how Nigeria came to be to through independence, through the First Republic and the multiple coup and counter coup, to what we call the present day Nigeria, you'll notice that there's been a lot of ethnic snitching here and there. What is new to Nigeria now? It's not the ethnicity. I think it's also the place of religion, which is quite unfortunate. But I would just like to just pass through all those issues and just go through the main points. How does Nigeria progress from this point? I think a lot of issues here. Number one, it's obviously is leadership or the lack of it. Obviously, we've got a lot of weak leaders. We've got very corrupt people that do not have foresight on what exactly on kind of dream or vision they have for Nigeria. And then you also the other issue is education. I think education tends to help to quieten the polity, the 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 division across religion and ethnicity. I think education does help with that. And you've got a vast population that are largely uneducated, and this is mostly found in the north. And I'm from the north, but technically I'm from what most people call the middle belt area. So um, it's a little bit complicated, and that's why I laugh when people say you want to divide Nigeria into three. It's like if you want to divide Nigeria, you may end up with up to 8 to 10 nations. That's how complex Nigeria is as a country. So I think there's a lot of issues with regards to education, mostly in the north. And to make it worse, you've got issues with poverty as well. So a mixture of ignorance and poverty becomes a hotbed for indoctrination, terrorism, and all. I mean, it's a difficult situation to solve, but it's going to take a very strong leader that is very visionary, very strong, that will be able to solve that issue in the north. And then, when you think about how does Nigeria develop, becomes a powerhouse, obviously the issues around insecurity needs to be resolved, and the elites across all boards need to have a consensus on what they think Nigeria should be. The
Well done.
problem is this attempt to bring every part of Nigeria under a unitary government, when in fact we could attempt a true federation where individual regions or units can have some level of autonomy to develop at their own pace. And then the central government will be there to give assistance to those various regions in areas they might need. And when you look at Nigerian critically, basically every part of Nigeria has got a comparative advantage. When you look at the north, it's got vast landmass and it's got some mineral resources. Just imagine the gold deposit in Zamfara. And there's been a lot of gold auction in Zamfara's gold in Dubai for illegal mining and all. Imagine how much Nigeria could recruit from that. And then when you come towards the middle belt, a lot of solid minerals from lithium, all those renewable energy, it's in abundance. And of course, agriculture in the middle belt. And when you go down south, you have oil, crude oil, and other advantages, the seaports and everything. So I think it's just you just need smart leadership that will allow every region to develop at its pace. And then who knows, maybe at some point various regions may just decide to say, look, I think we're self-sufficient, we want to be on our own. Or let's do away with this ethnicity and religious issues. But at the moment, what needs to be done to save Nigeria is to deal with the insecurity and give every region some level of autonomy to develop at their own pace. I hope I've made some sense.
But I don't they have that already, brother?
Yeah, you have made some points, compared to a
Well,
lot
I
of
mean,
people. I would like to speak
when
if
you
I
speak
can.
of autonomy,
Can I come in now?
pardon.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
he has
yeah.
to answer a couple of questions. Like you
Yeah,
talk
when you
about
speak of, yeah, go ahead.
uh,
Or should I
security,
respond to the
right?
first question?
Okay, let's do security questions. I
Yeah.
have a you say you live in the UK, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, in order to solve a problem, you have to acknowledge you have a problem. Do you agree?
100%. I'm sure most
Okay,
Nigerians
all
acknowledge
right.
we've got a
Okay,
problem.
my question to you is, as a Nigerian, right? Knowing that security is an issue for you guys in Nigeria, why are you letting your leaders tell you that your problem come from the outside, and you guys agree with that? Why are you letting them do that to you?
Well. I mean, let's dial back a little.
Sure.
Where have you heard that Nigerians
Okay. There
unanimous? No,
was
I
a.
mean,
Sure.
I
I
would
will give you the
appreciate you to allow
evidence.
me just respond.
Sure. If you want
I
the
mean,
evidence, I give you.
well, I mean, you'll have to present a
I'm
reading data.
presenting. If you want, I give you the evidence. If you allow me, I present the
I think in
evidence
my
to
own
you, and you can.
opinion,
Okay.
I think
My
in my
problem
own
that
opinion,
no. You see, no, it's not an opinion. What my thing is, right? I come from the Sahel, not far from you guys, right? When our leader were lying to us that our problem came from outside, we just sat back and let that become the reality. And come to find out, our problem come from ourselves, and that's why we are able to solve our problem in the Sahel, because we know we have to link up to help one another. You guys, right? When I listen to
You
the
have to
military
solve the
leaders,
problem,
hey,
the
Cynthia.
guy
can
from
I just
Musa,
chip in?
Musa,
I,
the guy that used to be called Musa, I think he stepped down.
so who is
Musa,
speaking now?
okay,
Who is speaking?
okay. My name is Saint James.
Oh, okay, all right. Can I just say
Okay,
something?
okay. You
I
just cut me
think
off, but that's fine. You can go ahead.
no, I apologize. I think you were going on a tangent
No, that's not a
because
tangent. It's the evidence that I was giving you, but you don't want to
I
hear it. That's
agree.
fine. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I agree with everything
Hmm.
you're saying,
Hmm.
Angel.
Sure.
And I am one that really disagree with the fact that
Hmm.
people say, oh, Israel, US, the West are responsible for it. I completely disagree.
Even
I,
African countries near
I,
you, living
I
next to you, you are complaining about them.
no. I think number one, we have to
That's
Hmm.
what
recognize
St.
that.
James is coming from. Is coming from, innit?
I think number
You're
one
coming
is
from
that we've got
blaming
a
your neighbors.
Trojan.
Right.
I will appreciate if I just say what I think we've got a
Sure.
Trojan
Sure.
horse.
Please go. Please do.
I think we've got a
Mm.
Trojan horse.
Hmm.
I
Hmm.
mean, you know what I mean, a virus in the country.
Hmm.
And once you've got that virus, you lose that immunity, and then people can come from the outside. There's no denying the fact that we've got very porous borders,
Hmm.
and a lot of people, a lot of some of the terrorist groups that operate in Nigeria stay
Hmm.
somewhere around the northwest region. The Lakwara groups, who are largely of Fulani ethnicity, and
There
some
you go.
other,
There you go again. Okay.
some
There you go.
terrorist groups around the north.
Lakurawa, they're from Libya. It's a known fact. They're not Fulani. And also Boko
Okay,
Haram
okay,
after all
Hey,
this.
I might
let
be
him
wrong,
talk.
but
He's
The
from
you
Nigeria, man. Let the guy.
the hardest and farmers classes. That's Fulani. Yeah, go on.
okay, all right. I mean, ah. There's a lot
No,
of
no, no. Relax,
there's a
relax.
lot of
We
No,
gonna
no,
get there.
but
on the
recently
fact
Take your
that
time.
I apologize if I sound off.
Tinubu accused people from London. He said in London that
It's a
the
Sahel
terrorists are
problem.
from the Sahel country.
Hell,
No,
yeah.
So I'm not sure why he accusing the Sahel country that the terrorists are from the
no,
Sahel.
CD,
no.
CD.
Same, same
Let's
James
take
and CD.
terrorism out because we're gonna talk to this guy,
Yeah.
right? We
Now,
are all
okay.
West
Do you know
African,
what? Same
right?
James.
You guys were
So
Same
given
James.
the
Do you know
statistics
Laco?
of the,
Yeah.
the
so
people that
so
commit the most crime, right? The most
Yeah.
crime in West Africa.
Yeah.
You know that nationality. I'm not gonna give it my Nigerian brother. The
Mm.
people that commit the most crime outside of their own country, we know who they are. We're
The
not gonna
can I
name
Nigerians.
and
just
shame
say
them
Well,
can
today.
I just say
But the
something?
yeah.
idea that you guys go outside and point fingers at other people is ridiculous. We gonna
Can
have
I
to
just
stop that.
say something?
Yeah.
Okay, go
That's
ahead.
true. Exactly. Same James. I agree.
I think there is a lot of bad energy on the group. But let me say this:
Okay,
nobody can
Mm.
know Nigeria more than Nigerians.
sure.
And if you bring out any Nigerian, the terrorism happening in the north
Okay.
is coming from. I mean, you have to look at Nigeria from the northwest perspective. Most of the terrorism there is coming from terrorists that have crossed the border. If you look at the northeast, most of the terrorism happening there are largely indigenous. From if you look at Boko
Canoodis.
Haram, ISWAPs, they are of the Kanuri ethnic group, most of their
Mm-hmm.
composition. When you come
Mm-hmm.
towards the north central and the middle belt, what you describe
Fulani.
as a farmer hardest clash, it's not really a farmer hardest clash. Because I mean I like to use this adage that the farm is stationary, the land is stationary. It does not move to go and clash with the cow. The cow invades the land and it takes over. Again, that's a problem of leadership and strong land use laws. In this day and age, for a
I agree
country
with that.
that's like Nigeria that is growing in population, something like open grazing should not even be allowed.
Should be stopped by
Obviously,
now, bro.
ranching and boarding is
Hold on
sorted.
one second. Did the comparable facts speak yet?
Pardon?
No, actually let him come in. Let him come in. He's been waiting. Yeah, let him
Yeah,
come in.
comparable facts. You there? Comparable
Yeah, let him
facts.
speak. Yeah.
Go ahead. Comparable facts. My
Yeah, I'm here.
bad.
I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, greetings, brother. Greetings, everybody. I'm from Nigeria too. I'm like God gift is from Nigeria, but I'm from the southern part of Nigeria. So having said that, I think God gift has said something about the geographical part of Nigeria and what's happening in Nigeria. Yeah, I completely agree with him, but we have a more complex issue. No, initially you all was talking about the millionaires from Africa. I mean from Nigeria. I think the number one billionaire we have, Dangote is from the north. I think the second richest person is from the north too. But overall, we have more, more millionaires or whatever you want to use in the south. So in the north, they are the same. Their their richness is not, is not as spread as this, the south is. Because in this, I mean, in the north, most of their leaders, keep them in poverty. And then that's pretty much like overall, all part of Nigeria, our politicians try use poverty to weaponize us. So that's the problem we have in Nigeria. Nigeria problem is very deep. So it's not about north and south, but the north is more, is poorer compared to the south. Just because of their level of education, they are not allowed to go to school and something like that. They want to keep them in dungeon so they can exactly, use them the way they want to use them in terms of politics, tell them where to go, who to vote for. So that's why they are more, they're more powerful in terms of political, because in the south we're a little bit more, we're not docile like the south. I mean, like the north is. So that's my main problem. But anyway, the situation we're having in Nigeria is more larger than the way you all have it. You're saying it. Nigeria is a very complex country, to rule, regardless of who is good. I'm not in favor. I'm not here, to bash our president. He's our president, but he's one of the problems that we have, and Nigerian leaders has been in that way, in decades. So it's not just it's not Tinubu, Atinubu may be the worst at this present dispensation, we have right now. He's not my man by no means, so everybody knows about him. So, but anyway, it's going to take a lot. We have to have somebody who is compassionate, who has the political way to do the needful. That's what Nigeria is. But as right now, even the people clamoring for the next one in 2027, I don't see it. I'm an big guy, but just the Nigerian system will not allow somebody,
like him, yeah,
to rule properly. It's not about who it is. Just Nigeria has this system that even at all you're from the diaspora, you're autocrats, you come here, you're gonna join them and behave like them. So the system in Nigeria is a problem.
Yeah, the system is a gangster system.
Okay, I have a quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I have this is not only you. I asked a lot of my Nigerian friends these questions. Why is it that when you meet Nigerians in the diaspora, they never speak any positive thing or have the expectation that Nigeria will be better in the future? They all will tell you, that country is done. That country is not going to go anywhere. I don't know why you guys. It's very hard to see
That's a very good question.
Look, I'm not even Nigerian yet, but
I try not to. If I'm in a Nigerian platform, let's assume a Nigerian platform. This where we are right now, West Africa on the international platform. I'm not going to come in international form, and bash Nigeria, demarket Nigeria. That's not me. But if I'm within the Nigerians, I'm going to say how it is, how I feel. I'm not, I'm going to demarket Nigeria within hours, but not on international forum. So the question is asked, why does everybody, in the diaspora, most of them, I can say about 80%, they speak ill of Nigeria. That's true because we have been going through. I'm 50 something years old right now. I've been going through the same lack of electricity, decaying. Nigeria. If you look at Nigerian economy and the system, it has pretty much, plateau. We are not progressing. Instead of we are regressing. Even with all our wealth we have in Africa, in Nigeria, mineral, oil, and everything.
Can I ask a question? But the only thing is, it will work if you have the positive attitude to say it's going to be better. Then you go and elect someone. How can you elect someone like Tinubu? This guy cannot even move. And if you don't have a democracy,
but you guys say that it's the Nigerians' fault, right?
Nigeria is not going to get better.
You say it's the Nigerians' fault.
Let me tell you.
But the question is,
right
now with the United States and Israel doing what they're doing, United States coming invading Nigeria, and you're still saying that it's Nigerians' fault.
No,
Why are you saying that?
Guys, in all fairness, I know this guy. Minus percentage is cool. It's not one of those.
During the election,
minus percentage.
They're going to give them like $1 or $2. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Because Nigeria is about 130, I think about 1,300 or 1,400 $1. So let's just say they give them $10.
When you see Tinubu, he doesn't even give you the confidence.
The United States and Israel and France.
When you see Tinubu, he doesn't even give you the confidence. Do you understand?
What does it take for United States to invade again Nigeria? For y'all to say that it's not just our fault, it's also the Western world. They have basically pulled the covers back and said, we're gonna show you that we're gonna do what we want to do with Donald Trump in office, right?
Can I make a point quick? Sorry, man. Mano Prestige, it's me Al, by the way. My Mano Prestige, it's me Al. How you doing? Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, it's me.
Audible.
Yeah. So Mano Prestige is someone that I met in different channels before. He's a cool guy. He's not one of those that will bash Nigeria. I can guarantee you guys, because I know he's someone that wants Nigeria to work. And I met him in a few times. He's cool. The only thing is, like, me and him, we're he knows I'm a good supporter of Peter Obi. But what are the chances, and what do you think people need to do this time to make sure he don't miss his chance?
You need to get France and
to,
United States and Israel potentially coming into Nigeria. You need to get them out your mix,
but
out the paint.
but
But
that's not a
you're not
problem,
you're not
man.
concerned with that.
We
You're
should
more
stop accusing
concerned
the West.
Not a
about the
West
people
problem
that are
at the moment, brother.
complicit. I agree with you. There's complicitness
Mm,
amongst
mm.
Nigerians who allow them to come in and do what they do on a corporate
Yeah, but
level, which they've been doing
I
for
want him to
years.
answer the question,
But
please. I want him.
I
Can he
mean,
answer the question?
Hello, brother, you there? I don't think he's there.
See, see, if I try
if
to attempt
Hey guys,
situation,
let me read this super chat.
Okay.
The
all right.
anti-molest, thank you for the $5 holla. David Houdain said Africa's need a containment plan for Nigeria. Also, Dinah dropped the link. I did drop the link, but Jagoon came on. Go ahead, Jagoon. Mike, the floor is yours.
Excellent. Thank you. Good evening to everybody.
Hello,
are you
Jaguar.
Nigerian?
I must say that,
Are you Nigerian, sir?
of course, I am. I
Thank
must
you.
say that the way uh, I can understand the hatred against Nigeria to an extent, but
My
the
brother, there is
one
no hatred.
I
Your
need
word
to
is
finish.
very
I need to
strong. There
finish.
is no hatred.
I can understand the hatred that comes from this platform,
No, it's
and
no hatred, bro.
I'm gonna say it again. The hatred. And it comes from a great degree of ignorance and
No,
self-centeredness. You
you
gotta
gotta
let me
wear your
finish.
big boy's pants.
Make a
Wear your
point.
big
Make a
boy's
point.
pants, man.
Everybody else.
We don't hate.
Man,
No one's
man,
hating
go
here.
wear your big boy's pants and come back, bro. There's no
And come
hatred.
back.
Hey, shut up,
Well,
Make a
Sammy.
point.
This ain't your show, man. Let a guy talk.
Let's hear Jagun out, please.
Damn.
I can understand the hatred and the animosity towards Nigeria. It's a big country. It's a country where many of the West Africans are extremely jealous of, and it's a country that is a pain. I would not disagree. As I said, as a Nigerian, there's no one who's going to understand Nigeria's complexity more than Nigerians itself. Maybe people want Nigeria to be more than it is, and we all do. But the thing is, we must understand that Nigerians have gone through this for 60 years. So when we seem as though we are non-patriotic, which is wrong, we are patriotic, but we are fed up. People are frustrated with that country. There's a movement that we can't do as the people. The government or the gangster government
Yep.
has oppressed and taken over the country in such a way that right now we only have one political party in real sense.
Mm-hmm.
But that notwithstanding, you see, West Africa really needs to be grateful for Nigeria and what it's done. Nigeria's done more for the rest of West Africa than any other country. But it seems that from your mouths, you can just say anything easily, whether it be wrong or right. And you're all coming from an aspect that is largely wrong and unfair. But, you can keep your rhetoric. It's up to you what you really think. I'm not going to change your mind for you. Having said that, Nigeria still has the most potential in the whole of Africa to do anything on the black stage. We see countries like Ghana who are really pushing forward and are typical in the way they are trying to give black people a consciousness, a home, an understanding of what it is to be collectively black. And when we speak about Nigeria, it shows simply that we are not collectively black. We speak from a point of tribalism, whether we're in Nigeria or not. And largely, I heard a lot of tribalistic statements from people that I'm thinking, do you know what Nigeria's done for your country? Do you have any idea? And for me, it's like, are you stupid? I keep having to say, I believe that Africans are stupid. I believe
Just
Nigeria.
list two things that
I
your
believe.
country has done for countries. Just list two. We want to
What do
hear
you
them.
mean? What do you
So
mean
Just
by
don't
list?
waste your
off the
time,
top
brother.
of your head, just give
I
us
tell you
two.
what.
St.
I tell you
James,
what.
I have a question
I
How
for
tell you
great
you.
what.
Nigeria has been in the past. We know about
No,
what
for the
Nigeria
past
done.
30 years. The
That
past 30
what
years.
we're
Let's go
doing,
for
what
the.
we're
I tell you
No,
saying
what. I
here,
tell you what. Let me finish.
Relax,
we're being
relax.
factual.
We here. We're having a
Dennis,
great
can I have my
conversation.
We
chance to
are
speak?
being
Why you
factual
We
leave
are
me
here.
without
having a
the
We're
right
great
not.
time to speak?
conversation. For the past
Okay,
30 years, give me the example out of the past 30 years. Go
we've
ahead.
done too much. We've done too much. You answer that question
Give us
yourself.
two. Give us at least
You,
two.
Okay, I
you
have
give
a
Where are
question.
yourself.
you
James,
from?
wait, I have
Jagun,
a
let's ask him.
question for him.
Which country is he
Wait
from?
there, please.
Which
Sure.
country are you from?
You give yourself the answer
Mm-hmm.
to your question. It'll be
You
Okay.
easy.
No,
You
no,
understand?
no. I'm
Because
asking you a question.
if you don't know, then you have no reason to critique. If you don't know, you understand? Let me continue.
I will be here for the next
Don't
3
let me
hours.
fight.
If Donna skip this live for 3 hours, I will be here.
Okay, but
Don't let me fight to say what I'm saying. Yeah,
Oh,
Nigeria. Yeah, I'm not going to answer your stupid
You know what
question.
the
okay,
problem with Africa is?
Let me tell you this. I
No
want to
one,
make a
no one want
statement.
when your
My
country is on
statement is
display.
Dennis, are you going to
No one
are
wants
you
the
going to allow?
critics.
Listen,
No
Jago,
one
Saint
wants the
James,
critics, right?
let this man
That's the
let
thing.
this man hurry up, Papa.
Everybody want the leadership role in Africa, right?
Look,
Everybody want
Let
the
it.
leadership role,
Unfortunately,
but
no
they
one's
don't
trying
want
to
the
put down
critics.
unfortunately,
Nigeria.
That don't
No
work
one's
like
trying to
unfortunately,
that.
put them down.
Nigerians,
Yeah.
we are
No,
too
no, no,
Look,
no. It's not about putting.
Listen,
You see,
it's
sometimes the
just we have
critics
to be
makes you
real.
better.
no,
We
no,
Sometimes
have
the
to
no.
be.
critics makes you
Nigerians
better,
are
and
too
then
Yeah,
you have to
that's
put
it.
sensitive.
yourself in position. Listen, you have to put
Exactly.
yourself in position to receive the
Nigerians
critics.
You know what?
accept
Do
To
you know what
better
it is?
yourself. It's not because people are
if they are
criticizing you
Because
that
migrating
means
to
that
the
you
because
are at
rest
the
of West
bottom.
Africa
You
that
can
we
still be on
see,
top. You can still be on top, and people will still criticize you. That don't mean
they
you're at the bottom.
accept the
You
No,
have
no,
to
no.
that's
accept it.
true.
What
Be
is it?
able
No,
to
What is it?
accept it.
if
What
it,
is it?
We
Nigeria,
Lack
Nigeria
of
is a
we
confidence.
don't
population
Dennis,
of
do
look
what?
your job,
if we
Dennis.
don't become
They
factual and
they
Nigeria
lack
Dennis,
falls,
man.
yeah, that's
they
the
lack
whole of the
confidence.
continent gone. Do you understand? So
Right.
we have
Well,
to
well,
take
When
a
this guy
critical
came on
You
here,
view.
gotta
he
allow me
started
to say.
calling
You gotta allow
hatred.
cool
my. You
though.
gotta allow me to
Do
say
you know
my.
the definition of hatred? Do you
Do
know
you
the
know?
definition
Yeah,
of hatred?
Okay, don't
Can I?
don't
Can
get
I
yeah.
hold,
speak?
don't get stuck on
Imagine if
that.
right
Don't get
now
stuck on that
Nigeria
because
completely
let me ask
collapses,
you
man.
this.
What's
when
gonna
the
happen to
Europeans finish with the
the next
Middle East,
countries and
when
the
the
next
Europeans finish
regions?
with the Middle East, they're going to turn their attention to Africa again, to
That's
specifically
true.
to the Bight of Benin. They're going to turn themselves to there, and then here they come
True.
to take the Sahel down, and then they're going to
That's true.
reimpose
They
That's
policies on
exactly
do,
what's
y'all
do
gonna
you
while
happen.
we're talking
Guys,
about
do,
tribalism
guys,
and the problems that
guys.
we have internally.
Are you going to
We're not
are you
talking
going to
about
allow me
Let
to say
tribalism.
Jargon
my
We are
turn?
talking
You
about.
gotta
I'm
let
Saint
saying
James,
while we're
Jargon
talking
land.
about the inner problems of
Dennis,
Let
what's wrong with
Nigeria.
this guy?
Speak.
The
Can we
Are you
Europeans
going
ask
to
are
you
allow me to
said
making
say
their
it.
my
own
turn?
plans
Let
to
Jargon
take.
speak. You lot
Fucking
here.
They're
hell.
making their
Ex-
own plans to. That
exactly.
consulate, that big consulate in Echo Atlantic, is there for a
Yeah.
reason. The
Bro,
French are
Ja,
you've
involved.
got to let me
Ja,
talk.
you're spot on.
The
Let
You're spot
Israelis
Jargon
on.
will be
talk. My
involved in
God.
Nigeria. They're building
Yeah,
cities all
Let
over Africa. These white cities that they're
yeah,
trying to build in Africa.
yeah.
brother, let Jargon
Right.
speak.
They're going to
This is
recolonize it.
ridiculous,
They don't
man.
have you in
Hey,
You
hey,
know,
my
mind.
you
friend,
can
let
say what
They
you're
Jargon
don't have
speak.
you
saying
in mind
when I
at
finish
all.
speaking.
Hey, why
Sha,
don't you let Jargon
how
finish his
are you
speech?
gonna be a leader if you can't
Hey,
even
man,
sit for
St. James,
30
shut up.
minutes
Let
and listen
Jargon
to
speak, bro. We
critics?
don't want to hear your voice all
Man,
day.
Louis, man, I told you
Shut
to
up.
take the name Prince out of your name.
Hey, fuck
You're
you.
an
Shut up, man.
embarrassment to
What
Ghana.
are you going
Take the
on?
name Prince out of your name.
Man,
Please
fuck
do.
you.
Tell,
You can't even
Man,
tell
tell
him
the
one
issue
more
on the
take
time.
table
the name
here.
Prince out of
Hey,
your name, bro. That's why your
Hey,
people
Jargon,
don't
Saint
want you
James.
back in Ghana.
is Jargon
You left.
talking?
Saint James.
You don't add
Saint
value to
James.
is
Ghana.
it my
All you
turn
do
to
is
speak?
Man,
talk,
shut up.
disrespect, insult.
Fucking
No one wants
Is
to
dumbass.
it
listen to you.
Bitch, we don't
is
want
No
it
to
one
hear
my
wants
you.
to
turn
You
to
was
listen
on
to
the
speak?
you.
phone for 2
Saint
hours.
James. Do you know all your air defense
Your
at the
turn
moment
to
is to
speak.
move next to the Nigerian border,
Prince,
Nigerian
try to
border.
control yourself, man. Come on, man. Why,
St.
why?
James,
You
tell
Man,
have
him
to
to
he
shut
go.
up.
talking
Senior
about this
Saint James.
city.
Shut up.
Have you seen?
What have you done for
Can
West
you
Ham for
see?
the last 20
Do the
years?
prince,
Fucking
the
hell,
prince in your
man.
country
What
behave
have
like
you
that?
done for West Ham
No,
for
Do
the
no,
the
last
no,
20
prince in,
years?
Never.
The
in
last
your
30
country
years?
behave like that?
nope,
Yes.
nope,
No.
What is
nope,
Never.
this?
no.
What is
Bitch, you
this?
come from the
Do
pool
you
of
know
This
money.
guy
the
is a
Burkina
fool,
Faso have
man.
moved their
Let me.
Burkina
Can
Faso
I
have
talk?
moved their
Can I
air
talk?
For the
defense
last 30
to
Can
years.
I
the
have my
Niger
chance?
border.
Can I have
Do
my
you know
chance?
that
If
they
you
have?
guys stop not
They
being
have moved
rude.
their air defense to the Burkina border. Yeah, go on. Go on. I'll give you the mic.
No, but he didn't make me. But one thing I will tell you,
you lot are disgrace.
Saint
You
Jim.
lot
One
are
thing I will tell
disgrace.
you is,
It's
You
you
only
know,
wanted to
guys
say.
about
you guys.
250 million population.
Why do I have to fight to talk?
If Burkina Faso can control
The
a
person is
terrorist,
talking now.
why you guys
Can you
cannot
be
control a
quiet so I
terrorist?
can have my
Jagun,
chance?
Jagun. I listened to you
Let me.
talk before. You're not a
Yeah, let
you
them
are.
tell her, but listen to
I
me now.
respect Jagun. Jagun.
Is
We
Let him land,
respect you up
y'all. Let
here.
him
It's
land.
not the
Let him
first time I
land.
listen to you speak, right?
Yeah,
You are you
but
are you are a
but
very
speaking.
respectful man. I listened to you before. You are a very
Yeah, Lewis
respectful
was
man.
disrespectful.
You see what I'm
Can
saying?
I therefore
We
have my
have to
Why
chance?
have
can't he
a.
finish?
We
Hold
are
on,
I
having
don't
an
want to
Jimmy.
shout.
Hold on.
Jagun. We are just
Let's
having an
chill.
honest
Let's chill.
conversation
Let's chill. Let's
All
chill.
right,
out of
fair enough.
hatred.
Let
There's
him
no
finish.
hatred at
Let him
all.
land.
Look,
you
we're
gotta
gonna.
Let him
We've
land.
got,
Let him finish. Let him
Let him
finish.
land. Let him land. Let him land.
you guys are
No,
highly
okay.
strung and
No,
largely.
Jago,
No,
Jago, you are
you're
mistaken.
deflecting.
You are mistaken. You are mistaking what
No,
we are
that's in
doing
your
here.
mind.
No,
That's
no,
in
no,
your
no, no,
mind.
no. Let me finish. Let me
Brother
finish.
got it.
Jagun,
Listen,
Jagun,
Jimmy.
Yeah,
Fine.
good.
Let's stay
I have
60 minutes.
listened to you
Let's
before.
finish.
I have listened to you
Lewis,
before.
calm down.
Can you
Address
listen to me
issues
now?
in
Yeah,
Africa.
Lewis,
shut up.
calm
You
Can you
down.
know,
listen to me now?
Let me
I
finish.
respect your
Damn
Allow
it,
viewpoint.
me
man. You
to
gotta
Let
respect
land.
the panel, man.
let
Let's
people
let
have
James
an
finish.
honest conversation with you
I
when it
didn't say
comes
that
to
you can finish.
Nigeria. There is
I didn't.
respect. We
Brother
respect
Donis.
Nigerian for what they have accomplished as a country
Donis, you
at
there?
times and what the people have done. There is no
Let me.
disrespect. There is no hatred
Okay,
towards the
okay.
Donis, you there?
Let
Nigerians.
me just
Let's
speak
get
Right,
it
now.
out of
right.
the way. If there was
Okay.
hatred, right? You know
Oh,
what we will
dear
do?
God.
No
Crazy.
one will come on this live and talk about
He
Nigeria
was
because we will
almost
be making
finished.
money. We will
He
be
was
going
almost
somewhere making money
finished.
without even talking about you.
What's
All
the
right, enough,
decorum,
enough,
gentlemen?
enough, enough, enough.
Let
Let
him
me speak.
finish. Let him land.
Uh,
It's
let him
terrible that
land.
you
Let him
don't.
land.
It's as though that
Let him
you're
land.
afraid of what.
St. James.
It's as
Let
though you
him
are
land.
afraid
Come
of what I'm
on.
about to say, and there's no fear. I'm
No,
speaking
please
from
do.
my.
Oh God.
No, that's your
I'm
turn. You can do.
speaking.
We're
I'm
waiting for you.
speaking.
Please.
I'm speaking from my sensibility and my observations, not yours. You keep yours. You understand? I've heard you lot speak. I didn't interrupt any of you,
You
largely
interrupted
because I
me
was.
anyway. You did that,
No,
but that's fine.
let me finish.
Yeah, but
Just
Yeah,
wait,
but
let
you
me.
did
wait.
interrupt me. I agree with that, though. You did.
You're triggered. You're all
No, I'm
triggered.
not really. No, come on. I'm not
You are
triggered.
because
You
you can't
interrupted
keep
me, and then.
quiet.
No, you can go. You can go.
I'm
I'm
saying
very
now
polite.
is not
I'm
why
very
I came
polite.
on. I didn't come on to argue with anyone. I came
Mm.
on to make a statement. You understand? So, therefore, after 15 minutes of rubbish from you lot, let me speak. What I'm about to, Nigeria is a country that me, as a Nigerian, I'm fed up to the back teeth of. I'm 50 something years old, like has been said, and in that I've born in Nigeria, lived in London, lived all over the world, and I've made comparisons. And I know that Nigeria and West Africa as a whole could be the greatest place on this planet. And I feel strongly that Nigeria is doing a great job as a nation of holding the whole place back, holding itself back and holding a whole region back. But that doesn't, that shouldn't cause hatred. And I put that word in my sensibilities. What I know what Nigeria is doing with people like Tinubu, with people in the government in this country, like this stupid woman, what's her name? Badenoch. With people
Don't
like this,
disrespect her. Don't disrespect, please. You are
I do
56 year
disrespect.
old.
I do that. I'm afraid you keep your disrespect or whatever it is. Keep yours. I'll keep mine. I don't like these people. These people are ruiners. Having said that, the country and the leaders of the country are given a big gap for the Westerners, the dying West, to enter in and to entertain its power and to even grow its power back. The West is very desperate at the moment, extremely desperate. Nigeria is a country like Iran. However, we are not Iranians. Iranians are strong back people. Now, it's not to say Nigerians are not, but Nigerians are oppressed and largely weakened by their own culture, really, by their own cultures, really. Nobody wants to say, if I say the word Fulani, everybody here will be tearing their eyes out. But the Nigerian Fulani, I don't know if he's quite different from the rest of the Fulanis, because the Fulanis that I personally know from other parts of Africa are not like the Fulanis of Nigeria. They're quite different. How or why, I don't know, but they are. They are. And in that, when I mention the Fulanis are a major problem in that country called Nigeria, every Fulani will be tearing their hair out like it's not true. It's true. It's very
But we
true.
don't see it that way. If he accused the
Bro.
Fulani,
Please, talk
let,
after
let him
me.
land. Let him
no,
land.
no,
Let him
I
land.
want
He's
to
still talking.
intervene
Come
because
on, City. Hold on. Let
we
City.
never
City.
see
Let him
Fulani
land.
being arrested for
City.
Let him
scamming
land.
people outside.
City,
Let
let
him
this
So
land.
man
Let him
dig
speak.
himself
City.
more
City.
holes. Let him
Let him
dig
finish.
himself more holes, please.
Let him
Please
finish.
let him
Let him
dig
finish.
himself more holes.
every trouble in the
Look
world,
at that damn
Fulani is
fool,
not
Africa,
involved.
Africa. Where did that dig
Yeah,
any hole? Anyway, forget you, because you're just
land it,
crap.
land it.
Let me land. The holes and the gaps that are being created for West Africa aren't necessarily only Nigerian, but they are largely Nigerian, because if Nigeria closes the door is truly closed. But Nigeria leaves the door open. It leaves the door open in the north. It doesn't leave the
Jagun,
door.
man. Jagun, what? Come on, man.
Why don't you just let me finish?
Embarrassing, isn't it?
Can you, come on, wrap it up, bro.
Make a point. Come on, we're waiting.
Bro, you haven't given me a
God.
chance
Yeah,
to
but you
reach
don't want to
anywhere.
take questions,
How
and
many?
everybody
How long
want
I
to
you?
can
ask
take
you
How
I can
questions.
many
take
You don't
any
want
holes?
to take
question.
questions. So my
How
question
many leaders do
is,
you
Hold
need?
on, wait, wait, wait.
if
Just give him.
Burkina can
Hold on.
contain
City.
terrorists,
Hold on, city.
Nigeria with
Hold on.
200 million
City,
population, why
city.
you guys can't contain a
City.
terrorist?
Hold on. Give this
Bro,
guy 1 minute.
I tell
Go.
you
You
why.
got.
Let me answer.
1
Let me
minute.
answer
You
that
got 1
guy's
minute. Go ahead.
question. I tell you why the terrorism is uncontained in Nigeria. It's
But
because it's part. It's
Burkina
because
contain it, right?
wait. It's because it's part of the system. Terrorism in Nigeria is a great part of the system. You know, when terrorists come in, especially in the Midwest, where there are many minerals, especially, in the Middle Belt region, what they do, they go into the Middle Belt, they terrorize the people, throw them off the land. Do you know what happens next? Lorries come in. Lorries come in and start digging up the land and just taking out
It's
the
the
dirt.
same thing in
And
Burkina. It's the same in
whoa,
Mali. They
then you
have
answer your
both.
own question.
They
You
have
know what
both.
it is. Yeah. You see, you're answering your own question and you're asking me like you
But
don't
you
know.
saying, I'm saying that this small country that you said, Nigeria with 200 million population,
Bro. You
if
see
you
me.
guys can come up with
Listen to
2
me.
million
Hey, CD,
military guys, you can
You may
defeat the
have
terrorists.
the answer.
CD.
You may have the
Hey,
answer. I don't
Jagun,
know. But what I'm
Jagun.
telling you,
You got
wait.
until the end of this year in 2026, right?
Let me
If you don't
answer.
get it taken care of, we're gonna just cross the border and come put law and order in your country. We're just gonna
Yeah,
go
I
ahead and
bet.
do it.
Yeah,
We're
I bet.
just gonna
Okay.
cross the border
The,
and come
the,
and
the
do it.
Burkina the Burkina the
We're
Burkina
just
Bay
gonna
have
do that.
already moved their air
All right.
defense.
Very
They
good.
already
Very
moved
good.
their
Now
air defense
let me say this. Let me say this.
If you can't
The
handle
three
it,
main
if you
que-
can't
the
handle it,
American troops.
the
if you
three
can't handle
main
it,
the
if you
three
can't handle it, we're
the three
gonna just
countries.
have to come and handle that
You
for
don't
you.
repeat yourself. You say that 4 times. Shut up,
Okay. Okay.
bloody arsehole.
This
No.
guy, honestly,
If you
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 are
said it
cannot
4
just
incompetent,
times.
okay.
I just
You
don't
said
Let
it
want
the
you to
same
come on
1
here
minute.
talking
Saint
about your
James.
incompetency because we're embarrassed at listening to you. I'm embarrassed right now
You embarrass
because I don't
yourself,
want to hear
not
about
me.
incompetency. Tell me
Saint James,
how we
Saint
moving
James.
forward,
Give
how
me
Nigeria is
1
moving
minute.
forward. You are telling me I'm sorry, we've been sorry, we have been no. I don't
Who
want to
said
hear you being
sorry? I
sorry.
didn't say sorry. I didn't say
This man
No,
sorry.
is
you are
Who?
totally
sorry. You
Sorry
sorry
to
irresponsible,
who?
yourself.
Saint James.
You are sitting on
Sorry
here.
to
You
who?
say you say you are
He's
50 years old
irresponsible.
and you are
The
sorry
only
yourself.
reason,
No. Listen. No.
that you
Jagun.
can't listen,
Jagun.
the only reason you can't
No.
listen to me
Listen.
is
What I'm
because
not
you
gonna
can't
listen,
take what
right?
I'm saying.
What
You
Jagun?
can't
What
take
we're
what
not
I'm
gonna
saying.
listen is
This
you
is
being
why I'm saying
sorry.
hate.
What
You
we're
don't
not
have to
gonna do is
listen.
that you
Come
being
If
on,
you don't
sorry.
want to
nothing.
listen,
We don't
you
want to
should
hear
go
you
away.
being sorry.
I
We
didn't
don't
say
want to hear
sorry.
sorry. I'm
All
not.
right.
We're not
You're
sorry.
repeating yourself again. You're
Get it
repeating yourself
together.
again. Which speaks about your
No,
incompetence.
you gotta get it. You gotta be able to get it together. When is gonna
You're an
happen? Tell
idiot.
me when Nigeria is gonna get it together. Tell me.
Never. Now,
Okay.
let me
When are
speak.
you going back home? Because in 56 years,
I
we
just
can
came
leave
back.
every part of the
I
world.
just came back from home. I just came back
No,
This
from
this
man
is
home.
was
not what we're talking
this man
about.
was on this man was
This is
caught
the
on Tinubu.
problem.
You know when Tinubu came to to England, yeah. This man that's speaking now. When Tinubu came to England, you know what he did to get crowd? He was actually dashing out money and envelopes so people can come out and support him. St James and TD. Yeah.
Who are you talking about?
What I've seen online, people are accusing him. Yeah. People are accusing this
Accusing
man
who?
of being
Who?
of you. Well, you be one of the people who
Do
were
you
there
believe that?
collecting
Do
money
you
from
believe that? Do you think
Tinubu
that?
crowd,
Jagun, are
and
you Yoruba?
Yeah, I
Jagun, are
Do
you
you
believe
see
that.
Yoruba?
Tinubu.
Jagun, are you
And
Yoruba?
here's
You
the
see
reason
that
why I
brother? He's
believe
just
that.
a fool.
Here's the reason
He's
why
an
I
Jagun, are
believe
idiot.
you
that.
Yoruba?
Don't
Jagun,
ask
are
me
you Yoruba?
anything.
Hold on. He
See
paid
my
He was
name and then
collecting
tell
money
me
from
where I'm
$1
people in
from.
London.
million to a
Can you
Republican
hold on?
company
Stop,
to
stop
give them
Dennis,
free
putting
passports
you're
in
control.
not doing your
America.
job, man.
That's how I
Jagun
know
is
that
not a
he's
Dennis,
tribalist.
I
Jagun
don't think
doesn't
that
care
he
about
Dennis
paid
must
tribe.
be
$1 million.
sleeping.
No, I'm here.
Yeah,
Guys,
paid
let
$1
hold
million.
on. I was on a call.
Dennis,
Give
Let
me
man,
1 minute,
your
please.
guys have
Now,
been
Dennis, I haven't
just
spoken for a
careless.
minute.
He's been speaking forever. Let me speak now. This guy been
okay. Hold
speaking
No,
on,
Let
forever.
him
Dennis,
speak now, please.
hold on. Give Jagoon a minute and 30 seconds uninterrupted. Okay, don't interrupt.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
A minute
a
and
Yeah.
30
minute and
seconds.
30 seconds, he said.
Don't
And
interrupt
that's
him.
enough. That's enough for me to finish.
Go
You
ahead. Don't
see,
interrupt.
the people on this platform are a disgraceful bunch. And they're disgraceful because they can't allow allow someone to speak differently from the way they speak. They want
You're
everybody
speaking
to
now.
tune
Finish.
in and talk shit. But I'm not one of you guys. I'm quite different. You know, I look at things reasonably and I want to speak reasonably. You understand? Anyway, having said that, the issues, as I've said, are tribal. Stupidity is ruling the game. We in Africa, we don't know how this world is spinning. And we don't know the advantage that we have, especially in that West Africa, who are largely educated people, largely cultured people. But we're so inward looking that we can't see the wood for the trees. What's happening right now in the world is that the West is going through a period of panic. And we, instead of bringing ourselves together and thinking the real issue through, what we do is that we're stabbing each other in the back as a people, not even as a government. We know our governments are largely stupid, but do we have to be stupid along with them? Is what I'm asking. Do we have to? We should be wise at this time and know what's going on globally and take our position at the top table. We're nowhere near the top table. We have FBA one place. We have Nigerian people against Nigeria in the other place. We have Nigerians who are doing all kinds in another way. It's just wrangle and rubbish. We're not going forward, and we can because we have the resources to. We have the mentality to. But as someone said earlier, we are not allowed to rise. Those who have the wherewithal are not allowed to rise to the top.
Jagun, and we are sorry too, right?
Gangsterism is what's killing us. Wherever you're from, go to hell. You understand? Go to hell and reside there.
You're wicked. You're too bad,
This guy is 56 years old. You never go back home. You stay in the white man
God bless the Wild West. St. James, God bless the people of the Wild West. Oh, God bless our genes. Our genes are strong. Maybe that's why we have to spread out, After the Mali and the Mosi Empire, we have to spread out and pass our genes on. Some of these people need some of our genes, man. You can tell their genes are not strong enough, bro.
Yeah, man.
You need to man
That
up.
guy, who ain't talking rubbish. I don't know where he comes from. Rubbish.
Because the problem is small country like Eritrea, the terrorists attacked Eritrea. They were able to fight the terrorists. Now Burkina Faso continuing the terrorists. So as long as Nigeria with 200 million population, you guys cannot come up with 1 million soldiers to fight the terrorists. And the sad part is all Nigerian soldiers when they go as a peacekeeping force in any country, they all deserve from the army. They all leave the army and stay in that country. That's what we experience in Sierra Leone and Liberia. All these Nigerian soldiers that went to fight, almost 50 or 60% of them came back. They took off their uniform, deserted from the army.
Listen.
So that's why you have a patriotism problem, and this is the fact. You do not love the Nigerian. You don't love
I'm
the
so
country.
grateful. I'm so grateful for the great past leaders of northern Nigeria who were tough military generals who helped us, in the far west when we have the war in Sierra Leone. I know if it was a southerner that was the president of Nigeria at that time, it would not happen. Okay, let's be real. Let's not make this. The entire Nigeria is not the same. But also these troops who came to Sierra Leone to fight the rebels, they were peacekeeping force. And those that are trying to get involved in the fight, I saw when the rebels entered Freetown, CD, okay? When the rebel entered Freetown, these ECOMOG soldiers killed more civilians than the rebels. I'm telling you now, the Nigerian was panicking. They was panicking. The only people I seen that actually done a lot of the groundwork in the war in Sierra Leone are the Guinean troops. When the Guinean troops come in, bro, the rebels leave their weapons and run away. And listen, I'm not just gonna diss just Nigerian. All the other, listen, we had even if Vietnamese troops that came to Sierra Leone, we had Vietnam people came here to fight. They couldn't do it. It's only the Guineans that moved in during General Lansana Conte. May he so rest in peace.
Oh yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact.
When
Even within Nigerian army again, it's 90% of them are all Northerners. They serve in the military.
Thank you. And those in the middle belt. And
so the other rest of Nigeria never serve in the army. And the one that serve in the army, they will leave the army and stay in our country. So that's why I said the Northerners are more patriotic than the other Nigerians. And
of course, they're more Pan-African. They're more Pan-African in their actions.
Yeah.
And right now, we have the Southern Nigerians who are begging Trump to come and invade their country. Please, Trump, come. And do you know Burkina Faso right now have sent all the air defense towards the Nigeria and Niger border because of the American troops that found themselves.
That's a fact.
Hold on, say that again. What did you say, Africa?
the Burkina Bay have the Traore and the AES. They have sent all their air defenses to the Niger border as we speak because of the American military presence in Nigeria.
In Nigeria, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
They,
yeah.
great.
I believe because they let them have like a base or something, right, over there.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
freaking
Yeah.
terrible. They were trying to
So
prevent us from getting
yeah.
anything
So they
to the
are not
border.
only they trying to sell the entire African continent based on their propaganda, they trying to put our three brothers, in danger. And guess
Hmm.
what? These people haven't learned because the people that you see in the Sahel, the people that you see in northern Nigeria, these are our brothers and sisters from the Sahel.
Yeah.
And you don't
Yeah.
understand if the southern Nigerians think they could use Americans trying to fight the brothers in the north, then they are fighting the entire West Africa. They haven't learned from history. This is the problem with the Southern Nigerians. They haven't learned from their history. Because people in the far west are not going to sit down when all this Manding and the Fuller group and the Hausa group in the northern Nigeria being targeted by outsiders. They're not going to sit by.
Yeah, exactly. Like you saw what happened. You
And the
saw what
thing
happened
again
recently.
is,
Hold
instead
on,
of
City.
Tinubu
Hold on, City.
working with
Hold on,
those
City.
Sahel
Hold
country
on. City,
to
hold
fight the
on.
terrorists, he's not helping with them.
Hold on, City, hold on. So
Yeah.
you remember what happened? You remember what happened a couple months ago with those pilots from America that came to Guinea, and Dumboya's troops took those guys, and the guys was like, "Oh, we're American. You're supposed to let us go." They said, "Nah, hell no." They threw them motherfuckers in jail. He said, "Well, we got American passports." It's like, "Nah, you going to jail."
The problem is these people, these are the new generation of Nigerians. They don't know the history of West Africa at all. They don't understand what Northern Nigeria is. They think Northern Nigeria is only
Let's
just
just talk
Hausa and the
exactly
Hausa Fulani.
anyway,
That's it.
continue talking shit.
Yeah.
You're talking rubbish.
Oh,
Who doesn't know the history?
all right. You don't know your history, bro. The only thing you know is about Yoruba land. Just
Do
be
you know
quiet.
the
Give me,
relationship?
you,
Do you know the relationship between the Hausa people and the Yoruba people and the Nupi people
you've been
before
fighting each other.
Fulani?
Go
Before
and
Fulani
Google it.
came in?
The word Yariba was given to you by the Hausa
No, not
because
the
you're the
Hausa, the
unruly.
Nupi, not the
No,
Hausa.
no.
You
Yariba
can't tell
was
me,
given to
bruv.
you by
You can't tell
Hausa.
me. I know exactly where it came from.
The Nupe people that you claiming to be close with, yeah, you're close to. You're not really that close. Let me just make it.
You don't know.
What is the name? What's the name
You
of
don't
Yariba?
know.
What's the name of the? What's the meaning of Yariba then? What's the meaning of Yariba?
Bruv,
Yoruba.
you
What's the
have
meaning?
no idea.
What's the meaning? What's the meaning of
What's the meaning?
Yoruba?
Answer the question.
What's the meaning? Answer the question.
What's the meaning?
What's the meaning? What do you mean? I know my meaning.
What's the meaning?
I know my meaning, and it doesn't come from the Hausa at all. Just go and research it. You'll find
Google it.
it was the Bariga, and the Nupe
Believe
who
me, this
coined
guy left
the
Nigeria maybe 40 years ago. He doesn't even visit.
The meaning of your word Yoruba
You're an
is
idiot,
given
bro.
to you by
You
the
have no
Hausa.
idea. Just
It
because
means
my accent is like this,
untrustworthy.
it doesn't mean
It means
anything.
untrustworthy, cunning,
Okay, let me ask
untrustworthy,
you: do you have
As far as
Nigerian
you're
passport?
concerned,
unreliable.
it's not
Is it
your
true?
language.
You can't
It's
deny
not your
this.
language. It's not your language.
Whether it's my language is there. Everybody can Google it right now. Please,
Yeah, but
channel and the chat. Google the meaning of Yoruba. Everybody, please.
Actually,
And
I'll
prove
tell
it
you
wrong.
what. The meaning of the word Yoruba in Yariba, it means that we raise our voices. That's what it actually means. It means that we are loud.
That's
And we are loud. All those additions
cunning,
that you read about, they're not, it's not Hausa language.
Deceitful, cunning, or tricky. You're deceitful and cunning people. That's the definition. It's not all right. Is it true?
No, it's not.
You can't
That's
deny
not the
it, bro.
definition. That's not the
Please,
definition, actually.
Can anybody Google it now, please? Can anyone Google it? If I'm wrong, I will actually.
Google doesn't know everything. Yariba, Yariba, it means to raise.
Africa is right. He's right.
No, he's not right. It means actually the first meaning is to raise your
it was
voice.
given to you by
Those who raise their voices. That's what it actually means.
I just have a question for Jagoon. Does Nigeria need help from us? Do you guys think you're too big to ask for help?
Bruv, listen to me, yeah, and listen to me first, and hold your peace. This is what I'm going to say in answering your question. This is what I'm going to say in answering your question. In answering your question,
these people think
in answering where he didn't ask you, you giddy up. In answering your question,
fish and chips, boy.
look at this fool. Damn fool. In answering your
All right,
question,
Yariba boy. Yariba boy.
media, you
Correct
can't
him.
say that in
Go
front
on,
of me. I'll
envelope.
smash you. You get smashed
You
into
can't.
pieces.
You even got
Anyway,
chief in your mouth. I saw you, bro.
Anyway.
You might have got a chief in his mouth. I saw you, bro.
Anyway, what in answering your question,
I saw Dr. Damages
in
too.
answering your
Chief
question,
in his mouth.
foolish person. In
No,
answering your question,
I'm listening.
In answering your question, the people who are running Nigeria, you're playing like I'm running. You're playing like I'm running Nigeria. I'm not running
I'm just
Nigeria.
asking a question from the outside
No,
looking in.
what the answer you're going to get is that the people who are running Nigeria aren't asking anyone any questions. They're following their masters. They
As
are
a
following
Nigerian citizen, as you, not the people that are running Nigeria, as a
but isn't
Nigerian
that what the
citizen
important thing is?
living
Isn't that what
outside, benefiting from this panel here with
Tell me this.
other Africans, right?
All right.
What do
Tell
you
me this.
think? Do you guys need help, or you are too proud of yourself to ask for help? That's what I'm asking. That's it.
I don't know if we're too proud
all they need
because
to do,
most
is to
Nigerians
governor,
would just
military guy
want
to
to
take
click
over
their
power.
fingers.
That's it.
Most Nigerians would just want to click their fingers and have a change in the nation. That's the fact. It's not about what it is. However, do you think if nobody else is involved, just West Africans? Do you think if there was a war between the whole of West Africa and Nigeria, what would be the outcome in your mind?
You can't, like what? If there is what? Can you repeat? If there is what? You can't even fight the.
Just because
you can't even fight the Northerners.
don't mean.
I'm asking a question.
I didn't even hear the question. I didn't even hear the question.
I'll say it again for those who want to listen.
Sure.
If Nigeria were having a war with the rest of West Africa, what in your mind would be the outcome?
Nigeria alone against the entire West Africa?
I think Nigeria will collapse with
we will defeat, but it's not one day.
Yeah, Nigeria will collapse within because
against the entire West Africa. Are you serious, bro?
No, it's just a question, bro.
Are you being serious? Like, what are you drinking while you're talking? Like, what are you drinking?
You guys can't even fight the terrorists that don't even have a gun. You can't even,
Even Bello Turuji, the House of Niger Republic.
Okay, let me ask you a better question. Let me open it up. If Nigeria did collapse, which we don't want. No.
We don't want.
But if it did, I agree. If it did, what would happen to the rest of West Africa? In terms
we will be here.
Fire.
We will be here.
The criminals.
All we gotta do is close our borders. Let them just walk all the way to Europe. That's what we're gonna do.
The entire world will be fire.
We will accept the mandate. St. James will accept the mandate, right? St. James, we will accept the mandate. The Fulars, the Hausa, we will take them in, and anyone else will have to go to Europe to their white zaddies. And the boys, listen, this is the
including
fact. He will say in the UK, I guarantee you, this is what we think of you, Jagun, in the Far West. I don't think you know, bro. This is exactly what we think of you in the Far West, in the Wild West. When I say Wild West, I'm talking about from Senegal down all the way to Gambia, Guinea, Sierra Leone. All this, you're lucky we kept your people in Sierra Leone, bro. In fact, this guy that's coming here talking to me like rubbish, he's actually got the audacity. Even your city, Lagos, that you're boasting of belong to your so-called people who we civilize and actually educated. We send them back with some skills that build your city that you actually blabbing about now. You dickhead. And also,
bro, there's nothing you can do about it. You're going to be
it's a fact. You can insult me because you ain't got nothing else to come back after us.
No,
it's just a fact. Without a small country like Sierra Leone,
you're an idiot.
It's a small country like Sierra Leone civilized your entire fucking race, bro. This is a fact. Your whole the old modern days of Yoruba. Listen, I'm a full Creole. I grew up in the area where they house your people, where they were studied, where they actually teach them about modern day technology and education before we send you back. And
No,
you know, someone like
that's
Anthony Joshua,
that's true. I've been to Sierra Leone.
someone like
That's
Anthony
a fact.
Joshua, someone like Anthony Joshua, we already mix our blood in him before we send them his
Yeah,
ancestor back
that's a
to you.
true.
You see?
That's true.
Yeah, just be careful where
You're
you take into,
begging.
bro.
You're begging.
Yeah,
You're begging again. More begging. That's who your people are going. You're begging. Someone like Anthony Joshua.
someone like Anthony
Begging.
Joshua, we already tapped
Are
his,
you going to repeat
his
your
people
begging?
then before we send them back. Yeah,
Rubbish.
you see that
Rubbish.
is rubbish. That's what you can say.
It's rubbish.
Go and
You're
get some.
talking
Go
shit.
to the
As per
dentist
normal.
first. Go to the dentist, man, and come talk to me later on, boy.
Idiot.
Jago.
I'm here.
There is a saying, right? You will never be able to lead from behind. You know that, right?
What does that mean,
You
bro?
know, it
Break
means what it
that thing
means.
down.
That's just an expression, right? You cannot lead from behind. What are you doing? You know.
Let me give you
You see the new Africans right now, right? You see why you know
hold on a
people like
moment. Let me give you
Jago,
something back.
let me finish. You see why
Let
people
me
like
just give
you,
you
right?
something back.
All we gotta do is do an open mic. Open mic, put you on the channel, right? On the panel, and the entire Africa will laugh at you. Why? Because you don't
I don't
connect.
care. I don't
You know,
care. The thing
because you don't
is,
connect. Because you see, there is something called you have to recalibrate. You know, your opinions when you talk. You see, in West Africa, right? Your pride is your ego. You guys are too egotistical. When we talk about it, you get mad. But
no,
you
I didn't
don't.
get mad. I was just
No,
saying
you
what I was
did. You
saying,
came
and
on
you
here.
lot
You
crushed
say
me. I
hatred.
didn't get
That's
mad.
why
I'm not mad
I
now.
tried to talk to you like 3 times. I said no. There is no
No, but
hatred.
I'm not
I
mad.
tried. I said there
I'm
is
not
no
mad
hatred.
now. I'm not
You
mad
said there
now.
is hatred. I said
It's
no.
hatred. You can
The
hear it.
problem
You can
is
hear it.
once you speak about Ghana and Nigeria, they will say that you hate their country. And these are the two countries that cause too much trouble for West Africa. But once you speak against them, nope, they say you hate their country. They want you to say everything positive.
Jago, what
Okay, that's
Nigeria
what
has done, right? Let's talk about
this
soccer,
is
right?
how a
Let's talk
pack of
about
hey.
Jago. When
Hear this
Nigeria
again.
used to play soccer and they used to
Point.
play
I'm going back
internationally,
to
right?
I'm
They
going
used to
back to
play
your saying.
internationally, all African country, right? We support
I'm going
Nigeria
back to your saying. You
because
said that you cannot lead from behind. Okay, I take that on board.
based on everything that you said, technically
Wait
Nigeria is behind.
wait. Do you know a pack of wolves? Would you say wolves are rather formidable creatures, especially in the way they hunt? The way they hunt, right? They put the oldest and the weakest at the front. The
Mm-hmm.
next group that they put are the
Mm-hmm.
strong, the actual warriors. The
Mm-hmm.
people in the middle are the kids and the mothers, and then the person at the back are the lone wolves, the hardest wolves. They're at the back, protecting from behind and
Nah.
looking
You
at the
see,
front. So
Jagoon, between me and you, right?
I'm just giving you a
I
breakdown.
can perform
You
at
see,
every
you're quick.
position.
You're so
I
quick
don't need
to
a position.
so
Me, I'm
quick
gonna
to
perform.
refute. You're so
So
quick
they're
to
putting the
refute.
weak in front and behind. It don't work for me.
Yeah.
Any
After
position,
this,
we're
let's
gonna
have
get the
brother
job
anti
done. You see what I'm
morality.
saying?
Yeah,
After
let
you
Anti-Moralist come in. Let
Just
Anti-Moralist
talking
come in
shit.
now.
Hey,
Talking shit.
don't let Jagoon walk away. Don't let him run.
I'm not
Anti-moralist.
running
Keep him
away.
here.
I'm here.
Let him go and take
Are
his
10-stone weaklings compared.
let
You
him
lot
go and
can't do
take
nothing
his
to me.
skills. Let him go and take his skills. Let him go and take his skills. Go and build his split. Go and build his split first.
Bro, don't worry. You'll reach my age, and then you'd have an idiot like yourself laughing at me.
Can you all
Come
hear me,
on.
please? Can you all
Anti-Moralist
hear
done.
me? Can you all hear me?
Yeah, that's Lewis in the background. That's him. Like you gotta mute yourself, man, Lewis.
Yeah, someone needs to mute
Can you all hear
Anti-Moralist.
me,
You can come in
please?
next, bro.
Lewis, you gotta mute yourself.
Hello?
Is that Jagoon, man? God damn.
That's Jagoon.
Hey,
He's
hello,
fucking
guys.
What have we
tired.
done?
No, that's Lewis. That's Lewis.
He's getting. He's having a heart attack. Is that Lewis
Hey, guys, can you
snoring,
all hear
boy?
me? Can you all hear me? Hello? Hello. Sorry, can somebody hear me, please?
You guys are exhausted. This guy Jagoon is tired. He's fucking tired right now.
He's getting a heart attack, bro.
Hello,
Come on,
can you
Freddie.
I'm
hear me?
right here, man. Just listening to
Hey,
you.
lover.
Hello,
Somebody
Dynasty.
speak, please.
Gave me
What's going on
I can
here?
understand why your countries are nothing and have never been
Hello, can
Yeah,
you
anything.
hear
right.
me?
You're
Okay,
lucky you met us.
okay. Let
And we
me
tap your tin them, you get me, I send them back to get pretty
You
and all
idiot.
babies, yeah?
Idiot, brother.
let me
Look at
let
that
me make
Yeah,
my
fool.
point.
man.
Skinny
I just
cunt.
wanna make.
All right,
Skinny
you look
rubbish,
at that.
brother.
Okay,
You
let
say
Living
me
I'm
in
bigger
Can
than
you
Britain.
hear
you.
me, please?
I mean, yeah, go on then, mate, go on then.
okay.
Go
Idiot.
and get your
First
happy
of
fat
all,
beans, man, honestly.
Can
Remember
can
that
you
you
hear me?
apologized to me, oh.
Jagun, I listen.
Yeah, remember you
Remember that money that
apologized
I haven't
Tinubu
said
because you
anything
know
yet.
how
go and
But
spend
stupid
that
you
money
are.
on, go and spend money on that. You know that money that
Blah, blah,
Tinubu
blah,
gave you,
blah,
that
blah, blah.
£20. The
Talk
£20
Hi,
that
English, bro.
Tinubu
CD.
gave
Can
you,
you
go
hear
and buy a
me?
Speak
split for it.
English.
Yeah, go on.
Hi, CD. Can you hear me?
okay, okay. Oh, wait. I haven't talked
Yeah,
yet.
we can hear you. Mm.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No, I don't know.
Wait. I haven't
Wait,
I haven't said
hold
anything yet.
on. Let Anthony Morale speak.
Okay.
Oh, okay, all right then.
So,
Yeah, anti-moralist first, yeah, go on.
I'll try to keep it short. And, whoever is speaking right now, hopefully they can hear. First of all, I would like to say, listen, I work with
Oh
my.
my
Who's
God,
that
Prince is
tired? Who's
fucking
that
tired.
tired
Prince,
That's
brother?
you gotta
Louis,
get
that's
out,
It's not
Louis,
man.
that's
tired. You
Louis.
know, should we be tied in the mic? Idiot. Turn the
Who
shit
is
off if
drinking
you
this card?
That's
Dynasty, you gotta
Lewis.
mute him.
Oh,
Louis
Lewis.
or something. I think he's here.
He watches, listen to the board, yo.
That's
that
Jagun having
fool
a
like a
heart attack,
fool.
bro. Someone needs to call the
Okay,
ambulance for him.
so
He's
what I
breathing
was
He's
heavy.
having a heart
is
attack.
that I've talked to a lot
Anti
of
moralist,
Nigerians.
yeah,
Yeah,
go on. Sorry, man. Go on.
yes. I've talked to a lot of Nigerians here while I was when I'm working in my college right now, my university. So working in the engineering field, there's a lot of Nigerians here, and the one thing, I've already mentioned this before, I'll mention it again, is that every time I say, so what are your plans to go back? No, none of them say they want to go back. At least when I say I want to go back, like back home to Tanzania, they don't say with the same enthusiasm they don't want to go back. So that kind of brings up the question that these guys are capable, these guys are talented, they're very smart, and I think maybe because I've met very capable, smart Nigerians, maybe that's why I see it that way. But I also noticed something is that one of them told me that they go to these Nigerians.
Look at this rude man that can't turn his mic off.
That's
Hmm?
Prince. That's
Yeah,
Prince.
that's
Prince.
that's Prince Lewis.
Prince.
No, man, that's
The
fucking
Prince
rude,
from
man.
You gotta
No.
kick me out
Ghana.
of Ghana, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Louis, meet, man. Louis, meet
That's
yourself,
Prince.
man.
Come
Meet
on,
your
behave
blood clot, man.
yourself, bro.
So
Meet your
Fucking
blood clot, man.
peasant.
I'll say is that what one friend from Nigeria said. Nigeria is not the China of Africa, it's the India of Africa. And he says that because you can see a lot of Indians in America that do well, but then when you look at the country, they don't necessarily function. And there's a word for this called chaotic dynamism, where you have strong, brilliant people maybe and strong diasporas who send money, but their infrastructure back home is not necessarily good, or there's a lot of internal fragmentation. So then you look at some when it comes to capital, like of how these people work in these areas when there's good infrastructure, they are very, very successful in outside of the less developed countries. They're very successful, but inside they're not successful, right? So one of the things is that I'll look at somebody like Aliko Dangote. I always say he became successful in spite of what Nigeria has made him, but Nigeria didn't contribute to make somebody like that, because at the end of the day, because of how extreme the
Dynasty, if you're there,
environment.
can you mute Louis, please, Dynasty, if you're there? I
Yeah,
don't know if you're
Dennis,
there.
can you mute Lewis or remove him, man? He's watching
Li-
porn or
Mm.
something, man.
I
Dennis.
don't think Dynasty is here actually.
I
Oh
told you
man.
about those Ghanaians, man. They have an issue, man.
But
That's
okay, so I'll keep it simple like this. If that why does when it comes to Dangote, right?
that's why this white boy, when Jerry Rowling was ruling, then Jerry Rowling was the one that can control them. These people, they are just a fool.
I'll say this is that
That's why when I said
Yeah.
white boy
let
ruling
me
Ghana, when
try
he
to put
left
something.
Hey
Ghana,
guys,
all over Ghana was a
let me read
mess.
these super chats real quick. Let's see here.
Lewis as well.
Mustafa, thank you for the $5 holla. Didis, I'm glad today is Niger Day. Tomorrow, let's do Liberia. Actually, tomorrow is Liberia. So can get City
Oh,
off the
yes.
high horse.
Yeah,
Everybody get ready
Dennis.
for City off
Can you let Lewis
Man,
speak?
Adonis, man.
Hold on,
Man,
Gustavo,
you're
thank
gonna
you
have
for
to
the holla.
drink for
Power
this
the Magic
show.
Boys are in the house. Tell them, bro. Hex, GP, thank you for $2 holla. We need to call Nigeria at NBA Young Live. Thanks for the 99 holla. The Fulani hatred is sickening. The Fulani people I've met have been respectful, honest, and grounded. We need to stop judging entire communities of stereotypes and be accountable for your own group.
That's
The
impossible
real
on this
player,
channel.
the real
Hey,
replay 89.
not from your dirty Yoruba mouth.
Dynasty for the call, Katongo
See,
from
see,
there.
see the fool.
Stop talking,
Man,
man.
can
This
we
guy is
mute?
reading
Can
his
we
super
mute
chat.
Lewis, man?
Let the man talk money, man, and shish him out.
Idiot.
That's
Yo,
what I'm
why
trying
you
to tell
acting up,
people.
Louis?
Ghana was ruled by this white
Africa,
boy.
go and
So
hang
hold on,
yourself.
hold on, Dynasty. Can you
And
either
this guy
mute
can get
Lewis or
mad.
remove him?
Hey, can
You
we
gotta
all stop so you can mute Lewis, man?
You got mute Lewis, man.
Okay. So that was Lewis with the background noise.
He was. I don't know what it was.
That was him.
Okay.
Yo,
Jagu, did you
Dickhead.
get your minute and 30 seconds uninterrupted?
I'm cool, man.
Yeah,
I'm
he
cool
did.
with these
He
crazy
did more than
people.
that.
I
Shut up, you fool.
I haven't finished yet. That was me, my turn.
You wanted
I
him to
don't know
come and
how you
rescue
rate
the
that guy,
Diners.
Africa. It's just rubbish. It's rubbish.
You only
Rubbish human being.
talk to me,
Can I
bro.
speak? I just make my point.
Can we
Sadly, I'm not
allow
homosexual.
pluralism?
Okay, so my
Have you,
question is to everybody, but I guess maybe the Nigerians
but
like.
let me ask you something. I'm sorry. I'm not
CD, I
cutting you.
haven't
I'm not
said
cutting you
anything,
off.
and
Why
now you're
can't you
You are
guys
cutting
just
cutting
me
him
allow
off.
off.
people
I
No,
speak?
didn't
I'm
You're
not
not
finish
cutting you.
cutting
my
him off.
point.
I'm not trying to be
No, you're doing that
disrespectful.
old man
Please.
thing
You
again. Come
are
on, let me finish my
disrespectful.
point. Let me
No,
finish
I'm
my
just
point.
trying to
Can
give
you
you
just shut
question.
up,
No, let me
Jagu?
finish my point.
Let's hear
You
what
shut up, you
pluralist
fool. Who you
has
talking
got to
to?
say.
Oh yeah,
And see the
we're
mainland.
not doing that today. No name calling, please, please.
Okay.
No.
Did you hear
Stop
him?
Stop it. You gotta stop.
Mate,
We-
don't let me
My
come to
question
Bristol
is,
and
you've asked
manage
it
you.
enough times. I'll
Foolish
just ask the
Oh,
question.
well, with no teeth in your
That
mouth.
do
Shut
you
up,
think
man.
if Aliko
Fool.
Dangote, somebody like him, he was in let's say a different country right now, do you think he'll be more successful or less successful there compared
All
to
right.
Nigeria?
Can I
That's what
just
I'll say.
answer you? Aliko Dangote
Who's that?
was
Who's
made
talking?
by the Nigerian government. So this idea that you think that Aliko Dangote is one mysterious, Aliko Dangote had a lot of advantages. He was allowed to be a sole importer of sugar, of flour into Nigeria. Obasanjo was the one that elevated Aliko Dangote. So he really monopolized a lot of Nigeria's
That's a
economy.
lie. Dangote
That's a
came from
lie.
the
Let me
That's
rich
not
land.
family,
true.
Let me
Dantata.
land.
This is
Let me
a
land.
fake lie.
That's the
Don't
all
repeat that
Nigerian talk
again,
about.
please.
That's not true.
Let
That's
me
not
land.
true.
Why do you guys talk like
It's
this?
probably for Obasanjo tribe. He's trying to make it
If you
private.
look at Elon Musk, Obama gave
What's
Elon
wrong
Musk
with
a
you guys?
loan.
For God's sake. When a
Elon Musk
Nigerian tells
is
you
the
something, you
richest man
believe it. Do you
today
know
in the world.
Nigerian more than
Dantata,
Nigerians?
So
his
that's a lie.
grandfather was one of the richest black
I
men in the world
understand what you
back in the
mean.
days.
That's a
He
lie.
came
Even
from the
now,
Dantata
even
family of Kano. Shut up.
for God's
Yeah,
It's not
that's
like
not true.
Obasanjo.
He came
for
from
Shut
God's
up.
money. This
That's
sake,
a
guy came from
liar.
money. He came from money.
you
That's
guys
not
just
true.
Oh my
talk and
God.
do you know that Dangote
You're
had
just
a
like, bro.
full
We're not going to listen to
right
your
to
nonsense,
import
bro.
rice into Nigeria? What are you guys talking
Oh
about?
my God.
He
It's
Oh
had a
my
not
lot
true.
God.
of
Was it
None of you,
Obasanjo
none
that
of you know
you
was
what's
that
don't
going
know
on.
Obasanjo
those
that built it?
imports.
Was that
You haven't
Obasanjo
got
that
no
built the
clue.
The
refinery as
current
well?
cement from Obajana
Obasanjo, the
from
most
Benue
useless
State
Nigerian
that
president.
Dangote is
Come on, shut up, man.
exploiting, the current cement
Tinubu and
and some
Obasanjo are the worst in Nigerian history. Just be quiet. Let's move the mic.
you guys
On
are just
anti-moralist.
deluded. You guys are extremely deluded. You
Who's
have
Deluded.
the
no
best?
idea.
Deluded.
Who's
You're the
the
most
best?
Deluded.
ignorant panel I've
Not
come
deluded.
across,
My point is
and
simply
you are
that
so
when it
full of
comes to
yourself.
incredible,
You
like
come from
capable
small African
individuals,
countries
you can only
that
be
don't
as
really
successful
mean
as the
much. Nobody
infrastructure
talks
around them.
about you
That's
guys.
why when I look
You are
at
not
other
a
Now you're
countries,
getting
realist.
you
You
emotional.
from
have
your
to
heart.
build
And if someone is
Now
telling
you're
you
say
getting
things and you're
emotional,
not
like
agreeing,
Jagu.
business there because
I
of
thought
how
when you
life
guys
Anti-moralist,
talk
yeah,
about
go
I'm
on.
never
Nigerians, it's
emotional, man. I
ridiculous,
can talk
mate.
my talk.
So
All right,
that's my
okay.
point. That when it
We
comes
It's
agree.
to
We came from a
ridiculous.
small country, but
And when a
Nigeria
Nigerian
got
is
too
talking
much
to you,
bigger.
you say that the Northerners are mostly the people in the military. You don't have any idea. The people in the military
That's
are
the
The
mostly
fact.
people from the middle
middle
belt.
belt and the north. You
The
can
middle
Google it.
belt,
Middle
how
belt
are
and the
you?
north.
And
Military.
what do you mean?
Middle belt and the north. North central and north.
Just
North
keep
central and
quiet.
north
Let me
are the
educate
most.
you, for
Google it.
God's sake.
No,
For
you can't
fucking
educate someone
sake.
like me, bro. I'm
on a
Let
higher
me
standard.
educate you. You don't know
You're not
anything
on
about
any standard.
Nigeria,
You're a
man.
damn
Go
witless fool.
on Google. Go on Google it. Go on Google it and stop
Look
You
crying.
where it
don't
gets
know
The
all his
Middle
anything
Belt
about
and the
information.
North are the
Nigeria.
Google.
biggest in
You
the
think you go
Nigerian
to
army. I
school?
don't want to hear
Most
about
of the
it.
people in
And that's
Nigerian
it.
military are from Niger State, from Plateau, from Benue,
That's not
from
true.
Yeah.
Kaduna
That's
State.
not what we
Well,
saw.
it's now
Why would
is
I ask
Niger
a
State not
question?
from the north? Is Niger State from the not from the
All those
north?
places are middle belt. They're all in North Central
Yeah,
Nigeria. So
but
this
are they not
idea
northerners?
that you
It's
think that
north
Fulani
central, north
people
central,
are in the
north central.
military, they are more, it's ridiculous. It's
Who said
ridiculous.
that? That's if
Somebody has
the
to bring,
Hausa, the Fulani, and the Garu are the biggest in the military in the north
what's
central region
Gara?
and the north.
What's Gara?
The
Nobody even talks about that.
Guari, the people in the Nupe people and those
whatever
Okay,
tribe
you don't
Tafawa
know
Balewa
anything
was.
about Nigeria, man.
And
Please.
okay, look,
I think before you talk
look,
about Nigeria,
Isaiah,
have
right
an
in front of
idea
me. I
what
got the
Nigeria
details right
really
now.
is.
The
Have an
biggest group
idea
in
about what
Nigerian
Nigeria
army are from
really
the
is.
North Central and the North. Let's move the mic. The
I am
biggest
very
people of
emotional about the North when it comes to, because I believe that a lot can be
Okay.
done about to help the North.
How do
But
you
this
say your
idea
name?
that
I
you
want
come,
to say
you
the.
think you know about Nigeria, you think
He
you
thinks
still
he know. He don't know
when
I still
somebody
shit.
is
can hear
trying
you.
to
I
tell
still
you
can
every
hear you.
problem, you
You
say
need
you
to speak
move the
a bit
mic.
more like a man.
You're
You
not
need
That
to
moving
is
the
speak.
mic.
why
You have
all
people
the
that
Somebody
don't
past
else
know.
answer
military
them.
leader is from
Somebody
the
else,
north.
because I don't know if he really
And then
answered
this
the question.
idea that you say Burkina Faso is push all their Burkina
Can
Faso is a
can
very
somebody
small
else answer?
country.
Because I don't think he's gonna stop
Nigeria will
talking.
delete Burkina Faso in a day. You know what the hell
You
are you talking
can't
That's
because
about?
the
not
people of
true.
You
I
If
can
you
don't
quench the
doubt that, my
rebellion in
friend, because
listen,
the
because the
Nigeria
rebellion
people
is
in
not
over
can
Nigeria will never
organized.
allow
quench
that.
it overnight.
but if
Because
you
the
if
people
you
of
The
guys
over
army
if
is
you
not
Nigeria
guys
will not
can
organized,
allow
bro.
that.
fight
rebellion
terrorists, why
in
would you
Benin
think you
The
will
Republic
fight
army is not
was
Burkina
stopped by
Faso?
organized.
Nigeria. The rebellion in Benin Republic was stopped by Nigeria within a day. What the hell are you guys talking about?
That's not
You think
true.
it's
Oh,
easy
Come
so
to
on.
find?
you
You
could
guys
bomb
open up your
Benin, but you
borders,
can't bomb the terrorists in your own
allow all
country?
your terrorists into Nigeria,
You
and
moved it. You
you
moved
can
the
use the
argument.
job to talk about
You
to
moved the
insult.
argument.
Okay.
That doesn't make no sense. Why would you go bomb Benin but won't bomb the terrorists in Nigeria?
He's got a
Exactly.
point there. He's got a point actually.
This
And you
guy's an
just
idiot, man. Just like
I
you
thought
Jackson.
guys
you guys
just
were having
you guys just
a
opened your doors
conversation,
and allow
man.
all your terrorists into
Well,
All you're
I was
doing is
Nigeria,
pointing
interrupted.
and you're
I
fingers.
asked
talking
a question
about this
and you guys not
fucking
answering.
crap
So I don't really know what
online.
else you want me to do.
All
But
this
the thing
See,
Sahel
he's still
is,
logistics,
crying like
it's
Jackson.
Burkina were
overrated.
able to continue
Don't
terrorists.
put
Why
my
you
name in your
Nigerian
mouth,
Yeah,
can't
but
foolish
continue
they're
man.
not
terrorists?
containing
Oh, shut up.
anything.
You ain't got no
Burkina Faso
teeth
are
in your
not
mouth. Shut
containing
up.
You got
anything.
HIV. That's what you got.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God.
HIV in your stomach. That's what
Jago,
you got.
Yeah.
you too old to be here to say that, man.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I can
man, come
accept
on,
rubbish
man.
You're too
from
old.
you. All right.
You are too
HIV
old to
No,
is
say that.
bullet.
he's a low-level man. What do you expect
Yes,
from
HIV
him?
in
that's
your
too
Okay,
low,
skull.
my
bro.
brother,
That's
I
too
was speaking
low.
the
What do you mean it's too
northern
low? Are you
Nigeria.
hearing what he's saying?
Northern
Shut up
Nigeria
about too
dominating
low.
Nigerian
Nah,
military.
that's
It's
Yeah,
two
yeah, yeah, yeah.
dominantly
He can't even speak English.
Despite all
mannered
these
from
challenges,
from the
Idiot.
Nigeria
north.
is still
You're an
The dominant.
idiot.
Nigeria
What are
still
you talking
controls
about? You
most of
can't
the
even speak
economy in the
English. What English
in
is
the West
you?
Idiot. Your
Africa.
English is crap.
West Africa
But
will be
your English
lost
is
without
crap.
Nigeria economically.
Your
What
English is
English you
What the
rubbish.
speak,
hell are you
bro?
talking
You're
about?
Your
just an
I
Fulani is
idiot.
don't
probably
believe
The
they
whole,
worse.
actually have
the
the
whole of
same
Ghana said
dialect.
they're
You have
Oh
to
criticizing
God.
speak
send the
Hausa.
Nigerians
You
gas.
have to
What the
speak Hausa
hell?
to make
The
sense at all.
nationality coming from Nigeria is, I think, it's been taken for granted here, mate.
I really pissed you off today, bro.
So,
I love it.
You're pissed
I'm
off.
loving
I'm
it.
never pissed off.
I'm really loving it. You're such an
okay.
idiot. You're a loser.
Just remember that you apologize,
Jago, you
bruh.
have lived
That's
You're a
every
what I
part of the
loser.
remember.
world. Why you can't
Apologize
go
to
back to
who? To
Nigeria
someone
now?
like
Why you
you?
can't go back? You going from the
This,
Western country to another Western country? Why you can't go back to your country,
what do you mean I
Jago?
can't? I'm there. I'm there anytime I want to be there. It's
No,
up
This
to
man
you,
can't go to
Yako,
Nigeria.
not
This man
you.
can't go to City. See, when City came to England, this man was cool. This man was caught in London receiving like
Look at you,
£100
he's going to
in an
tell lies
envelope.
now.
Yeah,
Imagine someone's going
yeah.
to tell lies and purport it like it's
He
the
was
truth.
bro. He
Keep
was a
lying.
video. They put him
Keep
live. Yeah, they put him on the
lying.
video. My man
Even
is there collecting his
Africa,
money from
that
Tinubu.
your name is a lie. You're a liar. He's laughing at himself.
Africa is
Man
the
was
same
there
way that
collecting money.
Prince fled from Ghana, the same way with bare feet. When Jiro ruling, when a
This
white
guy,
boy got
listen,
rid of a lot of
these
Ghanaians.
guys, yeah, these guys came to the UK, yeah, and they let themselves down, and they let themselves really down. When you see this guy, yeah, you
Idiot.
feel sorry for him. This guy that's talking to me now, if you see him in the real natural form, you feel sorry for him, bro. He's
Wow.
broke as hell. He ain't got nothing. He's sitting in a small TV with no teeth. He's cleaning his teeth right on the light.
See, why don't you tell more lies?
And
So you met him before? So you met him before?
He's never met.
I seen him on the bench panel. I seen him, St. James. This guy is there cleaning his two teeth.
He's looking for fools to agree with him. Idiots. You are children.
You got some dirty long beard, bro. When he's eating, all his fucking hair and his food, bro. This man is bad. He's trying to sit there and tell it.
Africa, you got me laughing my ass off.
Seriously, when my man is eating, bro, his beard is on his plate. He's eating his head. I'm not joking, bro. I'm not joking, bro.
You're an idiot. You're a joker.
Age-ridden.
We gotta say Ibrahim Traore to Nigeria to help them to fight the terrorists. Ibrahim Traore is looking at them.
Seriously, I'm
you not even having a conversation anymore. Look what you're talking about. I've become the most important person on here.
You sitting there talking about English. Like we never taught you English.
You don't speak English. Your English is crap.
Even Ajay Crowther that you
you got time. You
even
got time
Ajay Crowther. Yeah, even Ajay Crowther, we taught him English, bro.
Country you're from.
Yeah, like we taught Ajay Crowther English. Remember?
Yeah.
Remember anyone that? I know you don't believe in the Bible or Quran. You believe in Babalawo, but you like.
Why not? What's wrong with that? Tell me what's wrong with that.
No,
at least it's ours. At least it's ours.
Yeah, you probably claimed it from somewhere else as well.
You have nothing.
You probably claimed that from somewhere else. Yadiba boy, shut up.
Idiot, bro. You're
not even a man. You're not even a man. You're not even a man.
Al, let me ask Jagun a question.
Yeah.
Hey, we need help in the Sahel. When Nigeria is going to help us? Do you think Nigeria can help us?
They're causing you guys more trouble. You're getting all the trouble from Nigeria. Nigeria is the one causing you trouble.
From your country to Nigeria.
By the way,
remember when that guy from I think the secretary of from Nigeria went to Mali to, I guess, the team to talk to Sadio Kamara, and then what's the trade? They fired his ass and bought Christopher Musa.
Yeah. Listen, right? Listen. You see, when you see a country like South Africa, and Niger Republic actually just rounded 800 Nigerians from the south, and they're sending them back.
Yeah.
And a lot of countries in Africa are actually rounding them and sending them back, bro. That's what I'm saying to you. Yeah. If these guys start a war in that region, they're toast, bro. Yeah. And the more they're hating on us now, and especially when they sit there and hating on my tribe, we are waiting for you patiently. Let America come to help you, and you see where you're gonna come for refuge, bro. We'll be waiting for you.
Africa, you're very deluded, man.
I am very, very deluded, my Nigerian brother.
Very deluded, mate.
I am very, 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 very deluded. I know.
You know the reason why Africa we don't have no respect at the United Nations is because since Kofi Annan, he was the worst Secretary General for United Nations. He was so corrupt. He took a lot of military contract and gave it to his son. He was the worst. I think Brutus Ghali from Egypt, he became a Secretary General from Africa. Then he said, well, let's try one West African. When he came there, he left with a disgrace. So since then, when African leaders are speaking at United Nations, nobody want to listen to us because of the track record of Kofi Annan. He was a disgrace. Right. And then and all the money that he stole or all the government contract that he gave to his son, you know where did he take the money? To Switzerland, because you are married to a white lady. So every problem that we have is either from Nigeria or Ghana. These two countries, they cause too much trouble for West Africa.
Take responsibility for your own problems.
What do you mean?
When are you going to take responsibility for your own problems?
The only way we'll take responsibility if Nigerians start going to the other country. Because the reason is
over ridiculous things.
The reason
my brother, listen. In all fairness,
saving grace.
My brother from North Central
went to Liberia.
I agree. My brother from North Central. In all fairness, I think you're cool. Yeah, I think you're cool. You came on and you was quite articulated. You made really good points. I don't want you to get involved in this, okay? And I think you just.
I wasn't happy with the denigration of Nigeria. I mean, I'm very.
No, okay, I understand. On that note, my brother. Okay,
my brother. I talked to you, right?
I understand.
I talked to you when I was having the back and forth with you.
Cool.
You know what you did? You refused to listen, right? I'm vouching for my people from Niger. They are very humble people. They are fighting the worst of the worst, right? When Libya collapsed, they got the bad ones in Niger, right? But I've never seen Tiani or the people of Niger pointing the finger at Nigeria or over nothing. They haven't been doing that. But I'm seeing Nigeria, your military leaders, your politicians, every time inside or outside, they always point out at the Sahel that we are the source of their problems. You guys always do that. And then when we talk to you, you pretend that there is nothing wrong with your people. But the minute we expose you guys, you get emotional. But you guys are the number one at doing that to others. That's what I'm asking you. Like, why? Why the
Say
double
James.
standard? You guys,
Say
it's
James.
easy to
If
point
you
the finger at
remember, if you
others.
remember my
Say
initial
James.
submission,
You
I
remember
did
Christopher.
say
Say
you
James. Hold on.
remember
Say James. Hold on.
when
Hold on.
Tony
Hold on.
Blank
Hold on.
went
say
to
Hold
that
on.
we
Ghana?
Let
got
me talk.
problems out
Hold on.
here.
Hold on. City.
I did
Say
acknowledge
James.
we've got
Say
problems.
James. Say James.
Right.
You remember when
Right.
Christopher
Yeah,
Musa
Mansa,
said?
Mansa.
You remember when Christopher Musa said that they said that why they couldn't bomb the terrorists, and he said that they can't afford it because it's too expensive.
Right.
Remember when he
Yeah,
said that?
I remember that, yeah.
And,
Yeah, but
besides
yet,
that,
but yet, but yet,
When Tony Blank went to Ghana, Nana Kofi Addo, he sat there and said America should protect them from the Sahel country. The terrorists are coming. How he said it? Where on it is on the media?
it's on YouTube. It's on
Yeah,
On
YouTube.
your YouTube,
yeah,
Nana
yeah.
Kofi. That's what I'm telling you. You cannot trust Ghana and Nigeria. They will always put finger at the other African country. Tinubu was in England recently. What did he say? That the terrorists from the Sahel. How can you say that? All the terrorists that these people have, terrorist problem they have right now, they all came from Nigeria. They where they started from. That's why
So
all
James,
these
I
countries are
I
struggling
understand
right
your
now.
gripe about
You had
what
Boko Haram problems way before us.
In all
We
fairness,
so
never
just
pointed a
listen.
finger at Nigeria.
If you guys
No,
are
no,
gonna
you're gonna
allow
speak.
someone
You're gonna
to
speak.
chip
But
in,
like for the past 30 minutes, we were just trolling. You understand? But sometimes when we get serious, you guys don't take people serious because you just actually
okay.
you don't care about nobody else but yourself.
Let,
Yeah.
You
let's
understand?
say
about their
You
tribes,
don't.
I
What I
about their
notice
tribes.
about certain people in
can I
Africa,
just say
right?
Yep.
something?
You don't care about others until they speak. They
Can I
put
just
your
say
foot on your
something?
neck. You don't care. But we're
Okay,
gonna
can I
put
just
our
say
foot
something
on
if you
your
guys
neck
will allow
until you.
me?
No, no, you will talk. But I'm just saying, right? The idea, like people are lying to you guys, Nigerians, that you guys are the biggest. To fuck with us and find out. Just fuck with us. You're gonna find out.
They don't
You
understand.
see what I'm
They
saying?
don't
Because
understand.
those people don't
And
talk. You think that you can flex on them. Just you tried Niger. What this district country told you? Try us. You backed off. You understand? You
but
backed off
most of
Can
their
I can
because
I
you
leaders
don't.
come
just
from
say?
Niger anyway.
They lie to you. They
St.
lie to
James,
you that
Ca-
go ahead.
St. James, do you
St.
know most of
James.
the Nigeria? Do you know most of the Nigerian president come from Niger area?
Yep.
Most of their past
So
president are from Niger.
can I just say something
Yeah,
though?
go on.
Go
Yeah.
on. Okay, all right. So I understand where this is coming from. And
Mm.
to be honest, I acknowledge the fact that Boko Haram traced its origin from Maiduguri, not from Nigeria. That's a fact. Nobody can dispute
Yeah, but
that.
Maiduguri is
I,
Nigeria.
can,
It's northeast.
yeah, I said Nigeria. I wanted to say Maiduguri, but I don't know
Okay.
how it's gonna sound, so I changed it
Oh,
to
okay. Yes,
Nigeria
yes, yes. Go on. Yeah,
because
go on. Go on.
I'm not here to point fingers. Everybody within the territory of Nigeria, as long as you're born in Nigeria, you've got Nigerian parents, you're Nigerian. There's no
All right.
difference between all of us. We're all
Mm.
equal.
Can I ask you
So
a genuine question? I just
Yeah,
no,
want
let him
but
finish though.
you guys
I'm
always
honest.
ask questions when somebody wants to say something. I know you're itchy
No,
to ask
you speak.
questions.
You speak. You have the mic. Yeah,
Yeah,
go on.
yeah. So I understand that, and I also understand the fact that the truth is Nigeria has not been there for other West African countries recently. And I think that has
Mm.
got to do with most of the challenges that Nigeria has been facing. In fact, the current
Mm.
resurgence of Boko Haram was largely because the alliance between the Lake Chad basin
Chad.
countries,
Yeah,
Nigeria,
Chad. Yes,
Chad,
yes.
Niger,
And
and
Cameroon.
Cameroon, sort of
Yeah.
failed. And it's always difficult when you bombard it, so they tend to run across the border. And if there is no
Mm.
commensurate fight back, it makes it difficult for you to box them in and sort the problem out. And we made a lot of
Absolutely.
we made a lot of progress with that initially, and unfortunately, in the past
Mm.
few years, that has completely failed because of
Right.
the lack of alliance. So I understand all these things, and
Mm.
I
Where
understand
was
the
that at? Where
problems.
was that at when
Can
you
I
first
just
got
land? And I
here?
also understand
let him finish. I also
because
have a question to
Mm.
this
ask.
is a period of. I mean, you will not find many Nigerians that will introspect, and I also understand that there are few Nigerians that have gone outside the country to various other countries and have been a problem. And you get this when you have 220 million people. You cannot
Mm.
adjudge for everybody's attitude and behavior. But
Okay,
this
can
is
I
what
ask you a
I'm
No.
gonna
question? Let
say.
me know when you're done, because I
But
want
this
to
is what
hear.
I,
Yeah.
but this is what I'm gonna say. The
Okay.
fall of Libya and the rise of terrorism across that Libya Sahara desert through the Sahel
Yeah.
countries has also
Mm.
contributed significantly to terrorism in Nigeria. And I'm not
Right.
saying that it's a failure of the Sahel countries. I think it's just the way it's been designed. And when you look at northern Nigeria, to be precise, because there's a lot of similarity between a lot of the northern Nigeria and Niger. If I find some Hausa people in Niger, so there's that cross-border trade, cross-border migration. It's a normal everyday thing. I've been across the border, so it's very difficult to control that border, and that's the honest truth.
That's true.
So that has also
That's true.
contributed, but that does not absolve Nigeria of that failure to solve this problem. And I think mostly it's because of the internal wrangling and corruption and other issues across tribes. But what I will not accept from people when they speak is this idea that Nigeria has not been there for most of the West Africa. I can go off the top of my head, even as it's ongoing now. Nigeria has not stopped the railway project that's going to cross from Nigeria into Niger. It's still doing it, regardless of everything that has happened. So it's not
No, I
Nigeria has always
understand
been
that.
there. Nigeria is still supplying. No, let me land. Nigeria is
Wait,
still supplying
let him finish.
gas.
Let Antimora,
Nigeria
let
is
you
still
come up
supplying
then.
gas to Ghana, even on credit. So this idea that Nigeria is still a large and important part of the West African sub-region, and it's still in fact a key part. I think what we all have to hope, and I know that you guys have most of you guys are speaking from the point of frustration that Nigeria can be better than it is, and I understand. And I think what we need to be more speak of, and which you guys started, I was quite interested in, was talking about the issues of leadership and how Nigeria can be better and how Nigeria can be great again. I think those things are the things we should talk about. But instead of, I hate it when we go about denigrating each other, talking down,
No,
and
that's
it
true.
kind
I
of
agree.
pisses me off.
It was just trolling, bro. We were just trolling. What tribe? What ethnicity are you? Sorry.
He says from the north.
Okay,
So
No, yeah. Well,
I'm a mix. My dad is from. My dad is Igala. My mom is Igbo. So I'm
okay.
yeah.
You just
Okay.
saw that you summarized the feeling.
let me ask you a
You
question.
summarized the
Let me ask you a
feeling
question.
perfectly.
Come on, I just
You know.
Yeah, you see, you spoke better than Jagun. You came in, and I know people
Let
from the
Anthony Morale
Middle
speak.
West.
I just want to
Yeah,
ask
people from the
Jenny.
Middle West are very nationalistic. I agree. I think Kidola also is
I just
on
want to
the
ask you
mic.
a question.
Hold on. Let Anthony
Now,
Morale speak. Come on, let Anthony Morale
okay,
speak.
so I'm just asking
Kidola,
you a
wait,
question.
you come in after Kidola. You
Okay.
come in after.
So here's the thing. I just want to get an understanding because again, I'm not. I know I have a lot of Nigerian friends at school, and they're very smart people, very capable people. But
Stop saying this, man. I don't agree with that. When people
this is
say,
why I don't like you. Just keep cutting me the fuck off. What's wrong with you? Okay.
Let me say
again,
this.
Ugo, I don't mean like I'm genuinely saying this because I know there's a difference between
Forget if you have
separating
Nigeria
people
friends.
from their
Forget about
nation.
that.
Okay.
Those are
So I'm just gonna
backward
say,
talk.
Let Kidola come in. He's gonna come and cook. I can't wait to hear about it, man.
I want to ask this specifically.
Wait, let him
You
finish.
talk
Let
to
him finish. Let him finish.
these students, for
Let him
example,
finish. Let him finish.
who are in these, they're doing well in other countries, okay, and they keep having the same sentiment. They don't want to go back home, okay. You're going to realize there's a pattern. Why they don't want to go back home? Because they keep saying the same thing. Nothing works there. So if you're only going to succeed, you're going to be outside of Nigeria. That's because the system there
Who
is
tell
not.
you Nigerians are not going back?
Brother,
What do you mean
let
Nigerians are not going
him
back?
finish.
all right, let
No, I'm
Kadula
just saying
speak
these
now.
Let him
Let
students, they
finish.
say
Kadula
this
speak.
because these are
No,
young
wait, hold
people
on. He didn't
specifically.
finish. Let him
And when
finish.
there's
Who
young
tell
people
you?
saying this,
Who
it's
tell
not
you
as
Nigerians are not?
listen,
Who tell you Nigerians are not going back?
do you
Hold
think
on. Let him finish.
see
Let
this
him
is the
finish.
problem
Do you know the business?
Brother,
Do you know
let
the
him
business?
finish.
this
You're
not let
cutting him
actually
off. Let
hear
him
this.
finish.
Kidola, let him land quick. Come in
Hear
after.
okay. I'm asking you specifically, Uber, because again, I think you're very respectful and I think you are generally engaging in good faith. Because I'm not trying to say
Where you
this.
from?
I'm trying to get just an assessment. Do you think specifically Nigeria, it's failing its young people specifically, and it's not allowing those people to rise up? Because again, I know I mentioned Dangote, and maybe because he was helped. I'm not gonna bring him up. I want to know specifically why do you think most, at least young people, want to leave Nigeria and they don't want to go back because they don't see the opportunities there? Why do you think that is? That's just what I'm not asking you, Kidola. I'm asking you.
Hold on.
To go
Let me just
straight
tell you.
forward
Let
to
me
your
give you.
I'm asking you. I don't know.
Let me
Nigerians
give
then
you.
go.
straight forward
Nigerians
to
No,
then
I
do
don't
your
go
want your
back
answer. I
home.
don't want your answer.
Hold on.
I want to ask
to
him.
go straight forward to your
Hold on.
answer is number one.
Hold on. We should not be deceiving ourselves. Nigeria is a
Can
very
I
big
just
country.
answer his
Okay, no,
question?
but
Hold
answer
on.
just
Let me
for him.
speak.
No, no, you
Nigeria's a
can.
very hold on. Nigeria's a very big country,
Listen,
right?
I'm not asking. I'm just asking him. I just
Hold
want
on.
to
Do
his point
you
of
know
view.
anything about
This
Nigeria?
is the thing.
I'm from the
I'm not asking him.
I'm from the
I
old
don't know
school.
about it. That's why I'm
Jago
asking.
Let him
live.
answer your question.
Yeah,
Let
let him.
him.
This
No,
guy, look,
I asked Hugo specifically. I
man,
said,
hold on. You say you have Nigeria friends. Let me just tell you one thing you should understand. What Nigeria is facing now came from after
Can I
1999.
just answer his
answer
question,
your
bro?
question.
The
Answer. Okay,
1999 question. Hold on.
They
Hold
don't
on.
listen.
No, but
Have
why
a
are you
talk,
being
man.
rude? He asked me a question. Can I answer? Then you come in.
Which question you put the see
I
Nigeria
asked
here?
Ugua.
I've
Hey,
seen
but
Nigeria here who
let him
does not
answer.
have the
Let
He's
experience.
a
Kadula speak.
Nigerian
Let
too. Let him
Kadula
answer the
speak. Let
question.
Kadula
Let him
speak.
answer the question.
You people be speaking here since
Let
most of you
Kadula
people,
speak.
neither you people are too young, you
First
people
of all.
don't know the history of Nigeria, or you
But
people
you
just
were
talk
being
nonsense.
rude, bro. But you were
Nigeria,
being rude.
Nigeria problem started when Obasanjo came to power. Obasanjo is not only the Northerners in the
Thank
army.
you.
You have the army is made up of different tribes in Nigeria. Yeah, the Northerners might dominate maybe more than 50% of it, but they were all very
Yeah.
united.
Thank you
They were
very much,
patriotic.
Kadula. Thank you for saying
Thank
that.
you. You know,
Thank you.
Kidola
They
is one of
were
those that
they,
speak the truth.
hold on. They were very united, and they were having one goal called one Nigeria. But what happened is this: Nigeria is a place whereby if you misbehave at that time, they will overthrow you. Obasanjo was very scared of overthrowment. The Americans and the CIA told Obasanjo, if you want to live long in this post, you need to dismiss some certain military people, which Obasanjo did care. The North and some of them in the Southwest and the Middle Belt. What happened? Bamei was dismissed. Some other army people were dismissed. Other people were dismissed. So Obasanjo have to corrupt the army himself eternally. You understand me? So our Nigerian army started having what called pot belly. This army now become like ShopRite and shopping mall kind of army, business army, but not army actually want to organize as army anymore. So they will become very rich and and everything. And most of the even when you give money for them to buy weapons, they will corrupt it and eat it. The best way to disorganize an army is by corrupting them, not making them also look like army anymore. So that's what Obasanjo did. If Yaradua would have stayed in, survive, and live up to about say 4 or 5 years, Nigeria would have been totally different. Yes, the Northerners, or let me say the Fulani Northerners, are far more disciplined in terms of corruption or to curb it. You understand me? So the other ones that came after Yaradua died, Jonathan was nastily corrupt. Ubuari was trying to do something, but what happened? The people that surround Ubuari, some of these Northerners that surround, they're heavily biased, corrupt people. You understand me? So Obasanjo, this guy came now, which Ubuari don't want to give power before to Tinubu. Tinubu is the chief of all corruption. You know what I mean? So it's not about Nigeria is not strong militarily. They are if they organize themselves. I don't think Nigerian army was ever used to fight other West African countries because of what French, these Francophones you're seeing now, right from Ghana, they were always against Nigeria. You understand me? The Cameroonians, the Malians was complaining bitterly about Nigeria also. You understand me? I don't know much about the Burkina Faso. Even their voters don't even like Nigeria. You understand me? So what Nigeria was, that's why sometimes I say that guy for Burkina Faso, the French the Francophone countries were martyred. They watch heavily to say Nigerians are coming, they're so big, they will colonize you. Cameroon, first of all, was the one doing these things. Cameroon was attacking us systematically from the Bakassi.
Wow.
You know, Nigeria was not sending the army there. Nigeria was sending the mobile police to crush the Cameroon, the Jadons in those areas there. So those Nigerian military, they're not strong. They are strong, but you have to know how the Boko Haram came about. Okay, it's an indigenous problem, but the influence of supporting them came all the way from Niger. Also, towards the French. You understand me? Towards the French. Niger trials when Ubuari was in power in Lake Chad. The basins there. We defeated the Niger people.
I remember that.
Ubuari was the captain that commanded that battle. So don't say even that sort Liberia, the Liberia you see today, Abacha didn't want to go there first. Abacha was looking at it like, even Babangida didn't want to go there. Babangida just said, I'm not going there. But Abacha comes, Abacha, no, this war needs to stop. coming down there, what happened? They used child spies to attack Nigerian soldiers. That's how Nigeria become nasty in that place. You understand? So our military formation will never to use against other African countries because we will never be formed to attack other African countries. Molita Mohammed that even formed that ECOWAS with other ones, their mindset will never to attack any other people. Let's say this today, present day. Still, we just want to do business. The Northerners gave a business part for themselves. The beans, the carrot, the onions, and everything. Yes, it's not about the. If you check, look, the North today and the North of 40 years ago, to North today are very integrated into. They marry even the Yorubas a lot now. You understand me? But the politicians are bad human beings. That's just the truth. They don't know anything. Nigeria can never attack Niger because they are brothers. Some of them have grandfathers there, grandmother there. Who are you going to attack? Attack who? You understand me? We can never attack Niger. We can never even attack Chad because they're so connected. Nigeria is made out of these countries. Not like Nigeria didn't jump from air. I jump in Nigeria. Most of these countries that surround Nigeria, some of them have grandfathers there, grandmothers there. They're heavily integrated. So I don't see why people should be. Yes, if Nigeria would have done a lot, but you have to understand, you cannot throw your weight and your size everywhere. The other ones will say, hey, what is this? You understand? Because they are so very related. Thank you very much, brother.
No, Kidola, why are you hosting our enemy? Why are you hosting our enemy? Why are you giving, when we hold, you said, France has been in your issue since the Biafra war, right? You guys know the French before us. You know their ways, right? Okay, so I got you, Kidola. Nigerians know the French way more than the Francophone, or we know them. We all know them, right? Why at this time Nigerians act like they don't know the French is brand new?
Hold on.
Why you Nigerian act like the French is brand new?
Let me tell you this. This French problem started during Jonathan time.
Since the Biafra, right? Since the Biafra.
No. Hold on. The Northern leaders. The Northern leaders, right? The South have more kind of mentality, but the Northern leaders actually do not trust these French people. You have to understand. The Tinubu is very corrupt.
When you say they don't trust, what have they done to you for the past 50 years that you guys haven't forgotten? Tell me exactly what's the issue. When you say trust, you don't talk. They don't trust the Francophone. What's the issue?
No, it's not about the
What have they done?
No. I'm not about
what Kidola is saying. They don't find Nigeria.
The Northern leaders. You have to understand. You have to understand. The Northern leaders never trust French people because of what happened.
The French or the Francophone countries.
No, the French.
The French people. The France.
But what you to understand, right? This Tinubu man. Look, I will support any Northern man that came to power. At least you know where the source of things are going. But this Tinubu, because Tinubu have bank account in France, most of it, Tinubu didn't bank most of his money anymore in England because he's very scared. Most of his money is in France, and not just Tinubu. Jonathan time also they were also romancing each other because for the France to defeat Gbagbo, you have to romance Jonathan so that there's Nigeria support to take away this thing. And the North was also looking at it like that. What are you doing, man? Why are you romancing these people? You understand me? So when Tinubu came to power, what did he want to do? He want to invade Niger. That's how people say, no, you cannot do that. That's like you crossing the line now. Because Niger and Nigeria, you cannot really tell the difference. We have them in my villages, though, doing their business, doing Okada and everything. You understand me? Do whatever they want to do. But Nigeria mentality, or even not for this corrupt certain people, right? Even Obata just have even say they will go invade anything.
Kidola,
but we have to cooperate more because we have to cooperate more. You have that just tell the truth, my brother. Look,
you keep saying
I like the Northern, I like the Northern leaders, my brother. I like the Northern leaders.
Thank you, Ola. You know what? The truth always lasts.
I like the Northern leaders. These bastards you see in power now, they're all very corrupt. This bastards you see in power now that talk nonsense, that went to hide in England.
I think you're wrong, though. The idea that the South is more corrupt than the North, I think is wrong.
The South is far more
corrupt. That's not lie. That's a fact. No. It's far more corrupt. It's a fact.
Why is it that can we just
Okay,
relax a little bit? Can we just slow down?
my man,
When you
when the North was there, we
one
were having
no
military
no this
administrations,
is a
everything.
No,
learning
you cannot
period for
twist it
all
true,
of
bro.
us.
That's what some of you guys do. You like to
Let
twist
me
the
give you
truth.
the statistics.
And he's
When you
older
look
too,
at
so he knows what
all
he's talking about.
developmental index, whether it's education, whether it's poverty, human development index,
you're
they are
going.
all better
No,
in
you
the
are
south
talking
than
about.
in the north. Do you know why
You
that
see now
is?
again, you're trying to twist the truth. He's not talking about a
No,
region. He's
I'm
talking about
telling
a
you
leader.
facts. It's because no, it's
They're two different
wait,
things. So don't twist the truth,
no,
bro. You don't work with me.
because the southern leaders are better at governance than the
No,
northern
How?
how is
leaders.
That's not
How?
no. That's not
how is
true.
How?
that?
100%, mate.
How?
Our
Name
economy.
me
How?
how.
No, let me just relax. Our economy. Let's talk about Buhari that he was trying to be evasive about. Buhari from 2015 to 2023 when he was in power. I'm going to tell you
How
guys a
much is the
few
bag of
things.
rice under Buhari and how much is the bag of
No,
rice
no,
in Nigeria under
just
Tinubu?
relax. Let me
How much is
explain
the
a few
naira
things.
under Buhari and how much is the naira under
I don't
Tinubu?
want us
Come
to
on, let's
talk
make this
about
clear.
things like this. No,
Yeah, but
Buhari
he's
was
what
let's learn
economy
from
is.
each other. You can't if you
Buhari was
just keep
having good.
antagonizing,
Buhari
you
loved
won't.
Buhari loved Nigeria. You can say
No,
most
Yes.
people
you
that
are wrong.
surrounded Buhari loved
Buhari,
Nigeria.
Buhari was one
Did
of
the
the most
Buhari okay?
divisive.
Did the Buhari
Buhari
have
was one
any
of the most
property
divisive
anywhere? Hold on,
presidents
hold
we
on.
ever had.
Never.
Dude, I'm from
When
Never.
the
the
north.
Buhari
I'm
left,
telling you
hold on,
that
when the
Buhari is a
Buhari left
divisive
power,
president.
when the Buhari
Yes,
left
yes,
power,
Ola.
did the Buhari moved
Yeah.
into a very gigantic mansion?
Buhari printed more than
Yeah.
21
And
trillion
do you know
naira
what, Ola, what you
into
just said?
Nigeria's
Yeah.
economy.
Igor, 1 second.
We were running a false economy under
When
Buhari.
Buhari
For
came to
God's
England,
sake,
when Buhari came, hold on.
our
When Buhari came to,
GDP,
my friend, 1
is
second.
strong. See,
No,
Goodluck
listen.
Jonathan gave
When
Buhari a
you're
GDP
not
of
listening,
560 something billion
you're
My
not
brother
dollars.
Buhari
listening.
died.
Buhari
You're
shrunk it
not
to
listening.
Buhari
$400
died as a
billion.
poor.
What
My
the hell
brother
are you guys
Buhari.
talking about?
My brother Buhari
Again, you're
died
not
as a poor
listening.
man. Buhari died as a poor man.
That's a
Buhari
Buhari
was
poor
a
didn't even
guy.
very
care.
poor leader. Was a
Buhari didn't even
bad
care
leader.
about Buhari didn't even care about the wealth.
Ola,
Buhari
Ola,
went to
before
two
this guy.
bedroom
Yeah.
in his
You
village.
are being ridiculous,
In his
Kidola. You don't
village.
have
In his
any
village.
idea what you're talking about.
Buhari lived in
Buhari
his
was a
village.
very
In his
poor leader.
village.
Ola,
You know, Buhari lived in his
when
village.
Buhari
Tinubu
He
may
came
be
to
went back with
England,
tribalistic,
cow and
but
everything.
Tinubu has
My
got some
brother,
yeah,
clear
when
all
plans
this
of
thing,
how to be
I'm not
good
sentimental. I'm from the
infrastructure.
south. I'm from the south. I
he's
still go to our
What the
sentimental,
hell
he's
are
central
not
you
leaders
speaking
talking
the
office.
truth.
about?
They
Oh, oh,
pack this money. They pack and pack.
and
You
and
go,
run away
What
with
the
it.
hell are you talking
my
about?
brother,
Malami
no.
that served under Buhari, Malami that
Okay,
stole
listen. If you stop interrupting and listen, we give you
billions
the
of dollars.
statistics.
What the hell are you talking about?
If you
The
listen and
Kano
stop
state government was
interrupting.
caught on camera stuffing dollars into his
Stop,
pocket.
What
One
I
minute,
said,
No,
okay?
I
I want
You
said,
people to
spoke,
be honest
bro. We
and
let you
not be
spoke.
ridiculous.
Stop interrupting me, okay? When Buhari came before he left power, Buhari came because the current king of England, King Charles, is a very good
Stop
friend of
talking about
Buhari's.
British people. I'm talking about Nigeria, mate.
Shut up. Let me finish.
We have
So
20
when
million
he came,
out of school children in the
can he
north.
quiet? Can he be
We
quiet?
have
Can he be
20
quiet?
million out of school children in the
I gave
north.
you the mic.
It's an evidence
Can
of
he
poor governance.
can he be
What the
quiet?
hell are
Can
you
he be
guys
quiet?
talking about, bro?
Can he be quiet? You see, this is the problem with deception. When he came to the UK, the UK king
Forget about
asked
the
him,
UK. We always
ask,
look abroad. Look
oh
inward.
my
You guys said we
God,
should look
what is it?
inward.
Emotion and
Brother, let
dishonesty.
him
He's not
finish.
even
Let
want you to
Africa
counter him.
finish. Let him finish. Africa, go ahead.
Lord.
Go ahead, brother.
When the man
Africa,
came,
go ahead.
when Buhari came to the UK, everybody can see. I can actually find a link for you next time I'm on, and I'll put it on. The king, the correct king of the UK, who is a good friend of Buhari, is asking. He said, "Do you have any house in England?" And Buhari said, "No." The king looked at him, King Charles. He looked at him with a shock because the amount of money the lower Nigerian, people who work in the administration, the amount of money and the houses that they have in London lavishly. He looked at him with shock. Really? It's like, yeah, these people are not
Bro,
stupid. He's the king of the UK. He have the data.
bro,
He can actually find that out, right? Let me just finish quick.
Africa, you are
Buhari
being
never had.
ridiculous. Buhari stole money. What the
Oh,
hell are you talking
shush your
about?
mouth.
Shut your mouth. I don't
Why
want
you
to
just
hear it
shut
now.
my mic?
You
This
be,
is not your
check, check.
platform, mate. Just chill, bro.
Come
I
on,
don't
let
like
him
people being
finish. No, let
ridiculous.
him
You are being
finish.
ridiculous.
Let him finish, and
Buhari
then you can
pumped our
respond.
economy. What is
Let him
Nigeria
let
you
about?
let
guys
Africa
This
Africa
Nigeria did
now
finish.
refine. Buhari was one
Let
of our
him
worst
finish.
presidents ever.
Hey, let him
I don't
finish,
like us being this revisionist
brother.
mentality is ridiculous.
Listen. Let
We've
Africa
never
finish,
been
and then
divided until Buhari came on
listen,
the scene.
listen. Let him finish, and then
Nigeria's
you can respond.
religious problem started from
I
Buhari.
will still speak the truth.
I'm telling
They
you the
hate
truth
Buhari.
here, mate.
I know why
Oh,
you
we
hate
hear
Buhari.
you,
I
but
understand why you hate him.
listen. We understand what you're saying, but let him finish, and then you can respond. Let him finish, and you can respond. Let him finish. Go ahead, Africa. Go
Do
ahead.
you know why?
Because
Do
you
you know
guys
why?
never
Do
allow
you
me
know?
respond.
Do you
That's
know why
my
they do this?
problem.
Mansek. Do you know why they do this? You see, when
Why?
everyone was interrupting him earlier, I gave him the mic and I was nice to him, and he made his point before Ola came in. He was speaking all kind of nonsense. I'm like, okay, fine. But the typical mentality of these people, they like to spread lies and propaganda, and they think they're very clever. And anytime you speak something that touched the nerve, they will speak over you. It's the same thing that Jagun does every time he comes. He would never make any points. Okay, he will be like, "Oh, you, Mansa, you idiot! Oh, Saint James, I can't believe I had what you said earlier. Oh, Tidola, you don't speak the truth." This is how they operate. They don't never ever come up and say, "Oh, this is what I think. This is what you know." Definitely not. They will go. Some of them will go back on the chat and they change their names and they will I studied these people very long time. Listen, they can't fool me. I'm way above their level. The guy, the UK king, the current king, said he is a shock. He's actually really shocked that that's the case. And the guy, when he died, you can, I mean, you can go after the guy as much as you like. The guy was one of the least corrupt leader. And when you talk about Jonathan was he inherited leadership from late Musa Yaradua, who was a northerner, who actually left Nigeria in a better place before he passed away, and then Jonathan took over. So Jonathan inherited a good economy from late Musa Yaradua. So what are you talking about? And if you look at Boko Haram, when Boko Haram started in Nigeria, it wasn't under who was the leader in Nigeria when Boko Haram started and all this insecurity. Okay, it's Buhari's second term. He came in as a civilian, but the guy, he's not supposed to
No,
be a
no,
leader.
no, 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 no. Boko Haram started under Obasanjo.
Thank you.
It started
Under a
it
Southern,
started
under a South,
yep,
under a
yep,
Southerner.
yep,
See,
yep,
Since you
yep.
know
and
why you since he knows about Nigeria a lot, how about he tells
no,
us
but
how the
no, but no, but I'm just saying it's under the Southerner. So when Ola come here and say to you, I prefer when the Northerns run the country because it's tend to be more stable and it become more secure. He's telling the fact. See, as bad
Ah,
as Buhari was, Buhari
ah.
actually I'm going to
All
I'll
this
pass it to
business,
you.
all this business you
Yeah.
see now in Nigeria that is thriving.
Mm,
Let me just tell you the
mm,
truth. All these
mm.
bank businesses, all the for Zenith Bank, UBA, we see that's busy now, right?
Yes, yes.
The Northern people who were leaders at that time, right?
Yeah.
Allow some of all these things to flourish.
See?
Those private businesses, right? Due to
Thank you.
sometimes they not sell their businesses because they do some businesses somewhere on the other side. Sometimes due to their religion also, they're also a little bit careful. If you go to Nigeria today, you want to change money. If you change money with a Hausa man, right? Maybe 10,000 remain. You forget to eat. That means it will, if you go back, Malam, the 10,000, it will give you plus interest on top. You understand me? Which is will give 50,000 to say sorry. You know what I mean? All
you
what
are
you
being
see today,
ridiculous. You are being
all
ridiculous.
this business you see today, what called private business you see today, right? That is booming Nigeria, right? Even the South is even enjoying. Was being created by Babangida and Shagari and Abacha. You understand me? The not type why Yarado does not know if you're north or if you're south. Even this Erufai you see today run away when Yaradua came to power. Because Yaradua was ready to creep these corrupt leaders wins. You understand me? He said, yes, I might not win this election directly, they might ring it, but I will deal with these corrupt people. He was the first leader that said this election was rigged. You understand me?
At
But
the danger of not being rude.
Yaradua was going. Yaradua
But
was
you've taken
trying
too
to
long.
hold
When
on.
am I going to respond?
No,
Yaradua
you
was trying
can't.
to
You're
catch up.
spoken of.
Yaradua was trying to catch up both the South heavy corrupt leaders, even the ones that even support all of the takeoff. They run. Obasa just said would they even be in jail. You understand me? But what happened to Yaradua? He was sick. He have problem. He died. Yaradua have no. Yaradua is not a billionaire. He
No,
was
can
a
you
chemistry teacher.
no, please.
Yaradua
Saying
was a
who was?
chemistry. Yaradua was
I
a
never knew
chemistry
that.
teacher. Yaradua is not a billionaire. He does not have no money. He was just a chemistry teacher that they brought. Obama just tried to bring to power to cover his ass. But when he got there, Obama just found that this man was just a man of his own. He wanted to deal with them. You understand me? But what I think Satra to say, the northern people are far more giving the
There's a
space.
lot of
Look, Aliko Dangote have no master in England.
let me
Aliko
repeat.
Dangote, that's what you should know.
A lot
Aliko
of
Dangote
things
have
you
no
said that are
property.
not true.
Aliko Dangote have no property in England, in nowhere. All his money is in Nigeria. And guess what? The owner of Access Bank, the owner of Access Bank alone have 106 property in London. The former owner, the late owner of the former late owner of Access Bank. How did he get this money?
Just
You
slow
know,
down.
the guy that died on plane crash, helicopter crash in America.
Yeah, I remember.
The
I
former
remember that.
he have 106 property in London alone. In London.
No, but you guys are monopolizing this
And
thing.
it's
no, we don't want to hear you. We don't.
What do you mean you don't want to hear me?
The
I've
old
said an
school.
opinion. You are
Yeah, someone
monopolizing
else.
the
Someone.
space.
No, you spoke. No, you can't. Someone else have
No.
to speak.
You said I'll have an opportunity to review.
I haven't spoke, man. Let me give
No,
my time.
let me give.
Yeah,
No, I
bang. Yeah,
have to give
bang.
a
Bang. You come in.
rebuttal.
Bang. Bang. No.
I have to
Bang.
give.
Bang next.
No,
you
I have
can't.
to give a rebuttal.
No,
Absolutely, I have
you
to.
can't. No, you
No,
can't.
I
Bang is
have
speaking
to.
it.
Hey guys, let me read these super chats and then I'm gonna pass it to Hello.
See,
Gustav,
more
thanks
about
for
you
$2
guys
Bang
having
haven't
an
holler.
spoken.
opportunity to
Hey,
respond.
Bang hasn't spoken. Who hasn't
he hasn't
spoken?
spoken.
Hold
No, I
on.
haven't.
Gustav, thank you for $2 holler.
What
Give
did
him
you
that
say?
for the
Quiet,
CD.
guys. I say, shut up, all of you. Noisemakers. You come here, you talk down on countries.
Well, hold on. I gotta. Let me finish reading the super chat.
Motherfuckers, shut up, man. Let me tell you something.
Hold on, I gotta finish reading the super
No,
chat. It's not the name Collins.
I
Gustav,
think
thank
there's
you
a
for
lot of
$2 holler.
discussion of
From
facts.
Liberia, white talking, bro. Healthy Green Lifestyle 690. Thank you for $4 holler. What do you think about David Hudayin,
Let me
African
speak
stream? He
then.
is a Nigerian living in
These
Ghana.
guys were messing with me.
I've seen some of them. All right, go ahead. Hello. Go ahead.
I'm
Hello.
ready. Tell them to respect themselves. Otherwise, I'm more
They're
crazier than
messing with
all of
me,
them put
oh.
together.
They're messing with me, oh.
I'm more crazy than all of you. Just keep quiet and let me talk now. Okay. So now, in Africa, shithole countries like yourselves here, you come here, you gang up, and you attack Nigeria and Ghana because I've seen your patterns. Initially, I supported that we should be one. I supported what's his name, Ibrahim Traore. I'm one of the people that supported him. But when I see the way St. James talks, Africa talks, if it's not your country, no other country means anything, especially Nigeria. Nigeria is not perfect. I'm a Nigerian, but I will always be a proud Nigerian regardless. Even if my country is not perfect, I know your countries are not perfect either. We are not here to compete on which African country is better than the other because, after all our countries are shithole countries. If you look inside every one of these countries in Africa, they have all their problems. So who are you to laugh at any other country? Who is making noise there, please? Who is that making noise? Please, can you mute? Thank you. So now, if Africans don't come together, you are doomed for life. All this shit you're doing here ain't going to save you. Whether Nigeria goes down or not, it ain't going to save you when your masters come to eat y'all up. So if you don't come together and all you do is to come publicly to punch at each other because you think your country is better, which I believe no African country is better than the other. No African country is better than the other. They are all struggling. You are more educated, you're more enlightened, you're more superior. You're speaking English is not even your main native language. Let's speak our languages. We are all equal here. No country is better than the other. So don't come here and poke at Ghana. Go fix your country as well. But we shouldn't be doing this, putting our dirty linens outside, ganging up on Jago, even if he's not a perfect man. If he's wronged you, you let him finish and politely, as a sensible, smart person that you say you are and educated, tell him how he's gone wrong. Then bring him to senses. Two wrongs can't make a right. You come here like the ultimate, I am a alpha, beta country. Liberia, I had Liberians come to the University of Ibadan. I saw them. I never see them as different from Nigerians, as a Nigerian. So if you're attacking Nigeria, you're attacking Nigeria as a country, or you're attacking all Nigerians. There are good Nigerians, such as there are good Senegalese, Liberians, and from Burkina Faso. Sometimes, or most times, we don't like what our government is doing. We don't want Traore to fail. When things were happening about Traore, remember when they came together, Nigerians were even against the government supporting Traore. But you, St. James, you come here and you are attacking Nigeria as a country, forgetting that Nigerians are humans, they are people, they are not perfect. If you wish evil to Nigeria, imagine if Nigeria falls, how is it going to be like? There won't be no peace for the wicked. So better for us to come together, because these people do not know who is who. They see us as one, whether you're Nigerian or you're from Burkina Faso. We should come together and stop fighting. I
Hello.
came here to actually, be really angry, but seeing you
Hello.
guys now, I'm saying we're supposed to be one. Let's stop
Hello.
fighting.
Hello. You know what's killing Africans? The
What's that?
hypocrisy amongst ourselves is at the all-time high. You say you support
Right.
Traore, right?
Yes, I do.
Why are you hosting his enemy in your home?
Am I Tinubu? I
You
never
see, that's
voted
why I'm here
Tinubu.
talking to you so we can sort it out. So
I
if we
never,
don't
support
talk,
I,
Traore
you
at
I
said,
all.
you
never
said, you
voted.
said, no,
Yes,
hello. You said you support him, right? You say when you hear me speak, right? You are
yes,
disappointed. Why are
yes.
you
The way you were
taking it to Traore?
attacking
Traore
Jago.
is not the one talking to you. I'm the one talking to you,
You're
right?
from Burkina
So
Faso.
I am from, but I don't represent them. I'm here representing me.
No,
So I'm
you see,
okay. Listen, hello. My question to you: if you love Traore, why are you hosting his enemy in your home?
am I the president of Nigeria,
And then,
St.
so
James?
then that's why I'm telling you the
So can I ask
hypocrisy.
a
If we
question? Who is
don't talk
Traore's
about it,
enemy
so the
that
word
Nigeria is
can get to the
hosting?
people, right? If we don't talk about it, so you can
St.
take
James?
what? No,
St.
hold
James,
on, man. Let me finish.
hold your breath.
You don't. No, no, no.
No,
You're not a president, right?
Please
Let
let
me
him
tell you. Let
speak.
me
Let him
let me
speak.
tell you.
you
Let me
guys
tell you
speak a
something.
lot.
Let
Let
him
me
Whatever
speak,
finish.
other people
please.
Let me
say.
finish. Let me finish. You can talk. So if I
Yeah,
don't
you said
bring
I
it to
can talk,
you,
but I have not spoken.
if I don't bring it to you, right, respectfully, how we feel about the leadership in your country, would you understand where we're coming from? I have to talk to you, right?
Absolutely,
So you
we
can understand.
understand.
So
I do.
if there is a problem that you are having with Traore, right, that I think you should have, where you should take it, you should take it to people like me, right? So we can have a
Politely,
conversation.
politely.
But
It has to be
what I
polite.
did today, you saw me said, I respect the personal achievement of the Nigerian. You heard me say that today.
No, you guys
That's
were making fun
respect.
of
No,
Nigeria.
no,
You were
no.
mocking
And then we
Nigeria.
said troll. You remember Al and I,
No,
we said
sir.
the past half an
You
hour what
were
we were doing to
mocking
Jagoon. No, no,
Nigeria.
no, no,
You
no, no,
were
no.
laughing at
We were
Exactly,
laughing
Nigeria.
St.
at
James.
Jagoon
We
because
were
when
seeing your
Jagoon came on
country
here,
save us
no,
whilst
no,
you were
no,
busy
no, no, no.
fighting. You
Hello,
were
hello.
mocking
But let him make his
Nigeria.
point,
Hello, you are
sis.
all over the place.
I'm
When
not all over the
Jagoon
place.
first,
You're trying to talk over
when
me.
Jagoon first called, right?
Stay
You know what he
still
first
and
said to us?
stand
You know
still
what? No, no, no.
and
You know what
listen.
Jagoon first said to us? He said hatred. I told Jagoon there is no hatred. We are having a positive criticism towards Nigeria. There is love
Can I
there. There's a
can I
lot of
ask
love.
you a
So he
question,
said
sir?
hatred. I said no, we
Can I
don't hate
ask you a
Nigeria.
question? Can
Okay,
I
go
ask
ahead.
you a question?
Sure, sure.
Can two wrongs make a right?
What does that mean?
What does that mean? So
Yes.
if Jagu
Mhm.
says something you don't like, do you have
Uh-huh.
to fight him for him to
We didn't
understand
fight
that he
him.
has wronged him? That
We
he has
didn't
wronged
fight him.
you?
Even the other
You did.
Nigerian guy that
You
was
did. You were
talking, right?
mocking
He came back.
Nigeria.
He did
You were mocking
180. He came back
Nigeria.
to what we just said about Nigeria, and I
You were
praised him for that.
mocking
I said that was
Nigeria.
the
You were
feeling.
not just talking to Jagu.
Mocking.
You were
What did I
mocking
say
the
about
whole of
Nigeria?
Nigeria as a
So
country.
what did I say personally? What
And
did I
now you're
say?
saying I'm all over
No,
the
no, no.
place. That's
Hello, tell me,
disrespectful. How
quote
can
me,
you tell me I'm all
please
over the
quote me.
place?
Hello, please quote me. What did I say? That is, you believe I was down in Nigeria? What did I say?
Okay.
Uh-huh.
It turned out funny, like a caricature. You,
Uh-huh.
Africa, and
Uh-huh.
somebody you started laughing
I,
and making
I'm the
little
one
jokes.
talking to you. Address me.
How my
Address
dear
me.
country is failing. I
No,
know
no,
it's
no.
failing, and you don't
Hello.
have to rub it in
Hello.
our
You
faces.
put my
Okay?
name. You said
Yes,
me.
I
I
do.
want to know what
You're
did I
one of
say
them.
personally. If I'm wrong, if I say something bad about Nigeria, I'm a man enough to take it, to take it back. Tell me what did I say.
You were
I
being
take it back if
sarcastic.
I.
How? You were let me speak, please. Don't speak all over
Sure,
me because I won't let
sure.
you. I'm
Sure.
respectful, but at the same
No,
time, I
sure.
can't be bullied. Oh,
Sure.
thank
No,
you.
I'm not
So,
trying.
please listen. Let me just answer you, please. Don't speak over me. Thank you. So, from what I could gather, I'm going to summarize and I can't quote you verbatim. Yeah, it's like Nigeria is failing. Should we come and save you? Should we come down and just save you? Come to Nigeria and save you? And then Africa, what he does is like he laughs and does a gang up with his group here. Yeah.
Is
I
the
don't think
security
nobody like
situation
that.
is
It's
better
not
in
funny.
Nigeria?
Oh God,
Is the security
God.
situation is better in
Okay,
Nigeria?
Africa. I know
hello.
you want to
No,
laugh.
is the
Please laugh.
security situation is better in Nigeria right
Laugh,
now?
my brother.
Can I give my
Laugh.
time?
Can I
Can I
respond?
speak
We
Can I
were
now?
okay? Can I
talking
Can
about
I
respond?
the
give my time,
Yeah,
security.
please?
brother, laugh.
We were talking
No,
about
okay,
the security.
okay, okay.
Can I
Can I
Nigerian
respond to
going
one of it?
Why
abroad.
can't we come
Nigerian
together?
going
Why should we
abroad.
come here and be
Hello,
attacking one another?
Nigerians going abroad, right? Pointing the
I'm in
fingers at
abroad.
other
Yes, I'm in
countries
abroad.
while
I'm in
within,
abroad.
Yeah.
you guys are going through hell. That's what I said. The
Of course,
hypocrisy
we're
with
going
Yeah.
through hell,
Africans
just like yourself, like your country
that's what
as
I
well.
just said. That's why we pointed it out. You were
Yes,
pointing your fingers at a small country called Niger,
I'm not
which is
against
your neighbor.
no,
Niger
I'm
is your
not
neighbor.
against
You will never
you
hear
talking
Tiani.
about
Hello,
Nigeria. Why
Tiani
come
never
against
said
Mr.
nothing about
Banks? You
Nigeria.
laughing at my
Nothing.
Never.
country.
Mm.
Do not laugh at my country. You can address us and talk the
No,
things that are not
what
working
are
in
you doing
Nigeria.
is a
That's
You
little
know what I
all.
don't
different.
understand? I
Nobody,
Hello,
don't
nobody,
you are
nobody is
talking
Yes,
about
laughing at
please
your
talk
country.
something
about my
very
country
different.
politely, but don't mock
Why is it
me.
Nobody is
that
No,
you
laughing
no,
have
at
to
your
make fun
country.
of
hello,
other
you are
people
talking
when
about
people
something
make
a
up
little
fun of y'all?
different
Y'all
here.
get so
Man, hold
emotional.
on.
I'm not.
Now you
I
are
am
doing something a
saying.
little
Can I
different.
give my
No,
time,
we
man?
are not.
Can I give
Talk
my
about
time,
my
No, no,
please?
country
no.
But
respectfully.
Nobody's mocking
yeah, but
Nigeria,
Respectfully.
man.
You were
That
talking
Nobody's
about
hold
mocking
on,
Nigeria
man.
can
Nigeria.
I give my
and
time,
laughing at
please?
my
My
Look,
time has
country.
been
Yeah,
What
expired.
is
nobody's
failure?
mocking Nigeria. Nobody's mocking Nigeria.
I think we should not take it too
Can I
far.
give my time?
I
I'm
think
taking
this
it
Yeah,
further
model.
yeah.
because I've been
Wait,
listening.
Dank hasn't
I say,
spoken.
I think this model. I
All right,
think
That was not
guys.
perfect.
We gotta close
That
out.
was not
Everyone, thank
Wait,
you
perfect.
for
Dank hasn't
joining.
Man,
spoken.
that is
Man,
Like,
don't
share,
unfair.
close
subscribe to
You
the
guys
next
out.
stuff.
don't
Family
know.
That
United
is
for
Zach, can I
Future World
cash
Peace.
out
unfair.
before you close out?
What's that? Say that again.
Auntie Morales need to say something.
Hold on,
Then he
somebody
Dank,
conclude.
Dank
cash.
hasn't spoken.
Hold on, man. Say talk. Go ahead. What you say, man? Say.
I was going to cash out if we could extend it for like another hour.
How much you cash apping?
Are you going to cash out?
How much you
I
cash
was going to
apping?
cash out. I was going to cash out for 25.
No, Africa, speak
Nah,
for you.
yeah.
Just keep it
Hold on,
simple.
hello. We talking business. Hold on, we talking business over here.
No, these people that can laugh, let them pay
Hold
2,000
Oh
on.
cedis.
man, stop it.
God, that's respect, bro. Respect.
I got you, yo, Donis. I got you.
Half an hour then.
Man,
Half an hour.
make it 25 for half an
No,
hour,
let's
50
close
for an hour.
down. Let's
Okay,
close.
let Dank speak
Yeah.
at least.
Okay.
Dank hasn't spoken, man. It's not fair.
Okay.
No, well, hold
on.
on. You gotta hold on. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put the Cash App
All right.
on the screen.
Capitalism.
And until then, hold on. So they're going to Cash App.
Where is that CD?
Hold on.
Where is CD?
I'm about to
Oh
cash
man,
out you.
hello. Be
Hold on.
quiet. Hello.
Hold
Chill
on.
out.
Give me 1 second. Hold on. All right.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Let me do it right now. Hold on.
So Donis, you do have a price. Good to know, man.
I mean, that's that give me
business.
some Cheb Gin tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Some Cheb Yap tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Yo, do you have Zell?
God bless the great God bless the children of the great Mali Empire.
No, I didn't know Nigeria was gonna be a great topic, man. That was one of the best, man.
Hold on.
It's because we're an interesting country, aren't we?
Hold on. So until I get the Cash App, we lock the doors.
Okay, hold on.
We lock the doors.
Listen, when you study scripture, you will notice that whenever God did something in the lives of the patriarchs of old,
hold on, give me 1 second. Hold on.
The patriarchs would pause. They would set up an altar. And they would offer up sacrifice. I asked each and every one of you how many of y'all received something from the Lord. Everyone in this place.
Yes.
Why you play this good, man?
Because of your acknowledgement of what God did in word.
I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to do like a multi-screen. I'm about to cash up him right now.
Attached to that acknowledgement. In biblical days, they offered livestock, grain. That was a type of currency. Note, if you will, I did not say money.
What the hell?
I said currency. And this is what God is saying for at least 1,000
Yo, do you have
in
Zell?
the building.
Oh boy. Yeah, I got
This is
Zell
simple.
too. Hold on, here
All
we
right,
go.
give me
I'm not
Zell.
going to
I'm a
challenge
Zell
you
to you.
the way
Hold on, here
Bishop
go to
did.
Zell. Hold on. Let me put it on
But
the
I know
screen.
that there's 1,000
That's
individuals
the Zell.
under the sound of my voice that can do what I'm about to challenge you all to do. This is simple. 1,000 people giving what I'm about to challenge will be $20,000.
Give me 1 second. Do it right now. Hold on.
1,000 people giving what I'm about to challenge you all to do will be $20,000. Now, for those of us who are on the dais, I'm taking you higher, so put it back. I'm a strong believer that leaders lead not only in time, not only in talent, but also in treasure.
Even notice.
Leaders lead in time, talent, and treasure. I was taught a long time ago that it costs to sit up here. There's 1,000 of you. I said, close them doors. Ushers, close the doors. Close the doors.
So, okay.
Close the doors.
You said 50.
We all gonna lead together.
Work on it right
Y'all ain't
now.
going no place but to the restaurant.
All right. Keep it right there, Diners, for me.
There's 1,000 of you
I
tonight.
got you right now.
And those that are watching, it's
2 minutes.
1,000 that's watching online.
Phone loan. I'm on 5G.
This is a small seed. If I get 1,000 on give this.
Should I put it as a business or as a person?
Man, just send the money, man.
All right, I got you.
Now, everyone up here, we also, but I need everyone standing up here
You
with
whatever you want.
me to plant a seed of $100. Because again, cost to sit up here.
Oh, okay. Somebody took money on your behalf.
Even if you're giving tangibly,
you
just
just
put your
taking too
hand
long,
on it.
man. Somebody took the money on your behalf. All right, we're gonna open the doors. Open the
Send
doors.
it, but
back
I had to do it like a split screen. I got you.
Yeah.
So if I send another 50, that means that'll be 2 hours though, right?
No, this is 30 minutes. 25 or 30 minutes, 50 for an hour.
I'm gonna send you 50. I'm gonna send you 50 right now as we speak.
That's like 2 hours, right, Donis?
That's an hour and a half.
Just do half an hour, man. Sir.
Half hour?
Yeah, just do half hour now.
Okay.
I'll even
we need to let Elo speak. Elo gotta speak.
Wait, Bang didn't even say anything, man.
You want me to speak so you can start fighting me?
Oh my God, my sister!
Shout out to Gustavo for
and also if Jackson starts shouting, it should be kicked out.
Hold on.
That should be the rule.
Hold on. It's ImirDynast@gmail.com, right?
Because you can't come and ruin people's money.
Amir Dynasty. Hold on, I'll put it back on the screen.
Yeah, put on it and try to make sure I got it.
And Bang just left. Never mind then.
Damn fool.
How can I send some weed?
Keep it just like that.
Look at hello, our Igbo princess. How you doing, our Igbo queen? How you doing? Our Igbo queen. Hello. How you doing? I mean, the clock is ticking. Y'all go ahead.
No, yeah, I go. Yeah, I can go. I'm sending it to him.
So I just want to go away because
no, that's Bang's turn, bro.
No, Bang's turn, bro. You can't do that. No, you can't talk about people's money.
I just want to thank you all
Bang,
for
go on.
having me.
He's not here. He's not here. Bang is not here.
Okay.
I just want to thank you all for having me, and just know that it's one love. I'm rooting for all African countries, especially the West African ones, man. Good night, guys. Bye bye.
All right,
Thank you.
I just sent it. Just sent it. Let me know if you got it. Dennis, you got it?
No, not yet. You send it to AmirDynasty@gmail.com?
Yes, sir.
No, I haven't got it. I should get any minute now. Go ahead.
I sent 50.
I got it.
Yep, I sent 50.
All right. Go ahead. The doors are back open. Go ahead.
Okay, so we good.
And man say, can we make sure if they're going to interrupt, he should be kicked out because he can't
He
talk
loves
over
my
people
name,
money,
or
please.
this guy loves my name.
Okay.
Damn.
We got
Okay,
an hour and a half.
that's it.
So we got an hour and a half. So let's do it. Come on, go ahead. Go ahead, Africa, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, on a clear note, we should be realistic about everything that's going on, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
the reality is we know for a fact that some people, like to rely on outsiders for their problem.
Right.
We can't outsource our problem. We need to make sure it's in-source. Like what the AES brothers are doing, we should make sure other people are not coming in to destroy the hard work.
Mhm.
Sure.
Because that's the reality. And going back to what I was saying earlier, I mean, it's funny how people were babbling about everything, but we see that a Nigerian brother, Ola, who I've been listening to for a long time, he came in and he made his point clear. And he's coming from the opposite direction. Some people are older people. You can listen to them, you can hear, the humbleness in them and the truth. Sometimes none of us are perfect, bro. We all come from faults. We have our own faults. We have our own goods and bads. We can't pretend like everything about us or our group or our religion is good because there's goods and bad in every form of group you can find in this world. We need to
Right.
just pick them out and agree to our faults and move on. I
Yeah.
pass the mic to you, Masik. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else I want to go? Anthony Morales?
Maybe we should invite
I'll
anti-moralist.
I'll say this, man. Listen,
Hmm.
I did ask a few questions, but they were never really answered. And the reason is that because when it comes to people like Dangote or Nigerians in general, right? Um, I said this again. They I've met many who are very, very capable. So it's not like they don't exist. They do exist, of course. But it's always the same story over and over again. And maybe because they're young and maybe they will change their minds. Let's be honest. And I always say, again, if you really want to look at how the country's going to go, you got to look at the youth first, the population that is really the one going to bring the most change. And if they are the people who are working in the hard sciences, like these are people who work in STEM, computer engineers, mechanical engineers, people like that, right? Those are the people that I kind of hanging around with. So we talk mostly about systems in general. And I say this is kind of I called it chaotic dynamism, where you have capable people, but the systems don't work for them. And when you look at that and you say, okay, you look at somebody like Dangote who can come out of that and say he's successful. People are gonna maybe shut down and say, oh, he was helped or he came from a rich family. It doesn't matter. He's an industrialist, meaning he industrialized the country. I don't know any other African person who has invested in Africa in general, not only Nigeria and Africa in general, because he has a fertilizer plant in Tanzania he invested in, and it's helped a lot for our economy. Cement also, right? So
Right.
they've created environment. So I always wondered. I mean, I say, man, if we had somebody like Dangote, that would be great for my country, Tanzania. But then I also say, well, if Dangote was born Tanzanian, would it create a Dangote? Like because I think the environment in Nigeria was able to create him, but he succeeded in spite of it. But at some point, it's like, and I don't mean this disrespectful, but the Nigeria that I see is like the India of Africa, meaning you have capable people, but the country itself is only working for a few people. And the ones who are smart, they don't want to go back home.
Right.
And why? That you have to answer that question. You have to be honest because that's not hatred. Okay, that is a system failure. Meaning, because me, I speak about man, I want to go back home because but here's the thing: I came from a time where when I left, I didn't want to go back home, but I saw how my country has changed, and a lot of people from my family are saying things are getting better. It made me say, you know what, I'm willing to give my country a chance, and I'm willing to go back and invest and actually do something. I have land there, I have family there, most of my family are there, but I ask my Nigerian friends, they don't see that. And I can see from my perspective, like that shows that the system isn't working for them. Okay. Not just saying we're superior, but it's working for me enough to say, you know what, I want to go there and make it better. That's kind of what I'm saying. That's why I say, that's my question is that if Dangote was from another country, or let's say he decided to get a citizenship in another country right now, would he be more successful there or would he fail?
No,
I don't know.
he will definitely be successful because like you said, I grew up with Nigerians my whole life, and like I'm a Pan-Africanist. I love traveling, anything with to do with Africa. But for some reason, with some Nigerians, when I mention like Nigeria, because I got family in Nigeria also, they're like,
Right.
no, don't go. And I asked them why. They just like, nah, the system, nah. They're just like, no. They even refuse to say no. They even try to put fear and tell other people, do not go. I mean, DeVito had a freaking interview with Earn Your Leisure, and the guy from Earn Your Leisure was like, hey, I want to go invest in Nigeria. And DeVito was like, nah, don't, no. You
Yeah,
can go anywhere else. I'm the ambassador of Nigeria, but no, I will not invest in Nigeria.
That's
He
crazy.
said out his own. Yeah, I know that's insane. That's just crazy. He said
Mm,
out his own
yeah.
mouth.
And I would also like I've seen
mm,
like YouTubers as well. One thing that he mentioned that here's an I'll because I have to go, but I'll mention with this. I'll leave with this. He mentioned that there's a lot of Nigerian, for example, in real estate that are building houses there, so they can build houses. They know how to do it. But they said, and then he transferred in Texas, right? There's a lot. It's kind of like the oil capital of the world right now. If you think about the businesses, the big corporations, there's a lot of Nigerians here who
right.
work in oil, and they also work in real estate come here successful. This one was a single mom. She came here. She became successful. Another one was just a man who was in college and then he became successful. He started an not a military company. It's like a company that makes armored cars. And then another one was in real estate. So one thing they've always said in common, like if I want to build a house, and this is not only true in Nigeria. To be honest, this is probably true in a lot of African countries. But he mentioned
Mm,
specifically in Nigeria. He said, if I want to build a house, I have to build a road. I have to build a water. I have to build electricity. All of that. Those are then makes it more
mm,
expensive for me to say, is it really worth building a house? But if you're building America, he said, well, they already did the road, the water, the electricity, all of that. I just have to build a house and connect it to there. It makes it far more easier. So things like that is what I mean. Those are the problems. Now, I can compare back home, and I asked my dad who was building a house, and he said, well, I can connect to the roads are not the best, but they still have easy access to electricity and to basically connect to the grid and to connect to the water. So they have that. So that me to me shows okay, that's an example of how a system doesn't work for its people. Do you see what I mean? I'm being very specific in just this one example. You have to provide certain services that allows people to grow and actually become successful. And Dangote, what he did is say, this is what makes him kind of an anomaly, or I guess great, whatever, is that he looked at it and say, you know what, I can't rely on this system, so I'm gonna build my own cement. Okay, cement. I'm gonna do cement by myself, vertically integrate. He's gonna do his own oil thing. He's gonna do. That's how he's creating a lot of jobs because he's providing an alternative that the Nigerian state failed to provide. And that's the problem
right.
I'm pointing out specifically. That's not that these are the same people. They're all Nigerians, but notice how one solved the problem by doing everything by himself, and then
Right.
that's what I mean.
Can I
Yeah,
say something
yeah,
about that, please, if possible?
Go on. I have to go soon, but go on.
yeah.
Yes, of
Uh,
course. This.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So, um, obviously, you know that in Nigeria we have lots of tribes there, and Nigeria, maybe more than other African countries, are highly ethnicized and they have religious divides as well. So
Yeah.
Dangote maybe benefited from a monopoly because there was another man that had Ibeto Cement. Politically, he was shut down. Um, maybe Dangote was maybe he was more lucky. You know, sometimes you may be at the right place, but some odds will still be against you.
Right, I
So
agree.
I do believe that I don't think we can put the same Nigeria scenario into any other country Dangote goes to and say if he goes, he will succeed. It will be a probability. So, but the foundation and the structures Dangote sprang up from was he was lucky and he made good use of it. I am proud of him. I'm not from his tribe, but I'm really proud of him. Any Nigeria that will make Nigeria a better place for everyone, I'm happy with that. I want a progressive Africa. Yeah, that's all I would say. But I do believe that if he had come to another country, as a foreigner, he would have to compete with the locals. And, you know, in African countries, some countries would want to put their people first. So I don't think he would have the same um, opportunity to
But
do what he's
I mean,
doing in Nigeria. That's what I think. Unless he
but
will work harder.
I'm just saying that from my experience for the Nigerians that I grew up with, who I know, they like, and this be clear, and this is just a fact. Nigerians are very influential, very stylish, Even with some of the weddings that people do, sometimes they even take an African clothes, I mean Nigerian clothes and stuff too, you know. They got Afrobeats and they're very entrepreneurial, and also they're engineers, they're doctors, they're nurses. And this is from what I've seen from the Nigerians I met here, like in America and in the UK. You know what I'm saying? So I mean they have talent, but it's just unfortunate because they're just dealing with the leadership issue. You know, if they didn't have that leadership issue that they're dealing with, whatever, then I strongly believe that those Nigerians from the diaspora Nigerians will come back home and they'll properly invest in Nigeria. And I think Nigeria would be like a superpower in Africa. I mean, that's just my opinion on it.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for. That's the hope.
Opinion.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for. That happened because it's a benefit for all of us. Number one is because of the population that they have in that region, and number two is basically it's always good to have a good neighbor that actually doing well.
Right.
The population thing is a strange thing because in the 1960s, Nigeria was 50 million against Britain, which was 54 million.
Right.
The fact that Nigeria was so low in population at that time, it can be directly that slavery, where the most slaves came from in West Africa. Also, now that we're 200 odd million, you can tell that that is self-made. That Nigeria did that to replenish themselves. Apart from the fact that we're good at sex is secondary, but we replenished ourselves. So we have to understand that the population isn't just the population, just like that. It grew exponentially. And we have to understand that these things didn't just happen. They were nurtured to happen. Apart from the fact that we don't have good television at the time, sex was the main entertainment, probably. But we have to understand that it didn't just mushroom from nowhere. It came from somewhere, and it was a replenishment. We have to appreciate what it is. We can't just take things without the history or how things developed in the way that they did. It's so sad that we're not wholesome in the way we critique. We critique out of, I don't even understand it most of the time. It is tribal. It's tribal. We have our friends who will just be saying you're about this one, that one. And it's like, do you know who we are? You can't just say things and not give them any beginning or end before you come to your point of view. I think the point of view that we have on this platform, especially, is skewed. It's skewed with hatred. It's skewed with ambiguities. It's not with any accuracy. We don't want to be. We don't care to be accurate. What we care is that we are hurting someone else or that we're doing someone down. We're not telling the truth. We don't know how to tell the truth on this platform. It seems to me, which is why the conversation melts into nowhere. There's a lot to be grateful for us as Africans, all of us. But there's so much to be critical. But when we critique, we've got to do it accurately, and we've got to accept critique to a certain degree, not hatred or bias or tribalism or all this rubbish that we do on this channel. It's such a shame, such a great shame, because I don't think that there is leadership necessarily of people on this platform. There's just bigotry. And bigotry, where's that going to take you? It's not progressive. Simply not progressive. Simple. That's what I'd have to say. Let me add this in terms of who's not wanting to go home. My father, if you know the UK, you know that the Thames was going to flood at certain times in the 80s. My father is a biochemist, was a biochemist. He built, and when I say built, helped build as a scientist, the Thames water barrier. He went home to Nigeria with the plans to do the same in Lagos and across Nigeria. The Nigerian government frustrated him to hell. He came back home, he had 2 strokes, and he died. Now, this is why people don't rush to go home. It's not that we don't have it in our genes or we don't have it in our love to go home. It's that Nigeria is the most frustrating place on the planet. It's the most, for any normal person, it's a frustration. And that frustration leads to the death, ultimately, of many of our greats. But we apply this. We don't believe that we're human beings. We believe that a country like Nigeria only needs to operate for everybody else. It's not operating for Nigeria, let alone for anybody else. But we don't factor this in to our critique. We just want to critique because we have power and to speak is free. I find it disgusting. Thank you.
Yeah, man. My condolences about your father, man. I'm sorry to hear that, man.
That's what
Yeah,
I can't imagine.
listen. We factor that in when we discuss Nigeria. You know, we for the Africans who are not Nigerian that are looking at it on the outside looking in, we know there's a lot of problems in Nigeria. We sympathize with you. We know it's not easy because we come from the same situation, right? But we were talking about leadership, like Jagun said, fix your problem from within, and then you can lead. And what I did here, I was just trying to tell you that Ghana is doing a better job inside of their own country. That's why we are trying to, push Ghana to do.
I won't disagree with that.
You just go ahead and cut me off. You see,
I won't disagree with that.
Okay, you want okay? Then what we did, we said Nigeria has the potential. We all agree to that. No one on this panel say Nigeria doesn't have the potential. We say that Nigeria has the potential. When they get themselves together, they can come back and say we can assess the situation, right?
You and me both understand that
Right.
the word potential has been used in Africa for the last 100 years. And unfortunately, we are nowhere near our potential. That's the fact.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you. But before we get to that, when it comes to the criticism, right? I have sat here and listened to a lot of people. We had things to say about the AES. Sometimes I felt like certain people were confused. They didn't have the right information. And my job here was to come here and give the best information as much as I can. I try not to make personal. I try not to be disrespectful. Although I know it's not easy. As Africans, when we discuss politics, is very tense. I know that from fact. When we do it, it's not we don't even make that's our nature. When we discuss politics, is a lot of polarizing amongst us. So I get it. When we put your country name on the as a topic of discussion, I know it's going to get frustrating, but I'm just letting you know. Everybody in West Africa knows we rooted for Nigerians before. We have done it before, and we want to do it again. We're not afraid of that. You guys have represented Africa on the world stage, and we have seen your potentials. So let's not sit on here and act like we haven't done those things. When you say hatred, Jagun, you older than me. Let's not do hatred. It's not about hatred. If it's about hatred, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here talking about Nigeria.
Okay.
What do I gain to be bringing my hatred online, and just for nothing? I'm not benefiting from that.
Indeed.
You see what I'm saying?
Indeed.
You see what I'm saying? Let's not do that. When I say the hatred, when you use hatred towards your brothers or your African brother, I feel like you're not adding to the conversation like that. You trying to
Hear me. You see, there's nothing that you're saying that is necessarily wrong that you are saying personally.
Right.
What I'm trying to get at is that when we're critiquing,
right,
we need a balance. Otherwise, because anything, I can take criticism. The criticism that you don't have as much criticism as I have when it comes to
that. I know.
However, you see, there is a way that we as Africans can get, but the way we discuss it, we're nowhere getting anything done. Nowhere. We behave like our leaders do much of where we point fingers, we become tribalistic, we become like a gang. If you look at Nigeria, it's a gang that is leading that country, not people. The gang is behaving and acting for themselves. They're not acting for the nation. For all of us on the platform, I think we realize that the AES countries are showing a serious example. And at the same time, the world, the Western world especially, is against them. Then you have countries, individual countries such as Nigeria, where the leadership is against the AES. It's Nigeria that should be behaving like AES, but they are not. And this is where we need to realize that there's a big issue. And that issue can only be resolved at this stage by the people. If the people do not take the power back from the gangs, we're all doomed.
Right.
We're doomed.
Right.
Not the
Jago, you got older brothers?
I have. I've got a big family.
When you were growing up, right?
Mm.
Remember, I don't know if you grew up in Nigeria, right?
Both. I was born in
I guess
Nigeria.
I'm gonna put a small scenario so you can picture exactly how us in the Sahel will feel, right? It's like you sitting home and you feeling like you got big bro. If you go pick a fight outside, big bro's gonna come. No matter what, you ain't gonna even ask him no question. Big bro is gonna pull up, and you little bro go outside, pick a fight, the right fight, and he's doing his thing, and he turn around looking for big bro. Big bro ain't nowhere to be found. That's the feeling that we have in the Sahel.
Fair
You see what
enough.
I'm saying? We were taught that you guys are big bro, and we felt that when we decided to bring the heat. Big bro is like, nah, man, we got our own thing to. You see what I'm saying? Like that's why we were confused.
Okay.
Now we are looking at Nigerians like, okay, we're gonna go ahead and just figure this thing out. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the feeling.
Let me come back.
Okay.
Let me tell you my actual scenario. My actual scenario in coming to the UK and being a Nigerian, I had an older brother, and I used to see him. My brother is a lot smaller than I was. And he's slim, but he's violent. And in his violence, I saw how to be violent. And in seeing it, I became violent. And who I was violent with was largely my Caribbean brothers, because they were running the team. But with me, they couldn't do what they did with other people, because I will fight. And in fact, up to date, I haven't lost a physical fight in my life. Never. But I did it by myself, watching my brother. My younger brother now, he had full protection, where he didn't go through what me and my brother went through in You African Bubble and You African Bastard and all them shit that I used to go through. He didn't go through that because they knew that he had older brothers that would decimate them. You understand? But my older brother directly, he wouldn't come and protect me. I had to do it by myself. So all of us have to really reason with our own individual country as to what justice looks like. What does justice really look like? We can't be waiting for older brother. We have to join in the actual fight that we have, because justice has to reign. And unfortunately, in Nigeria, and I dare say most West African countries, if not most African countries, justice does not reign because we have no justice. And that's the liberal, that's the bottom ground. I don't know why we behave the way we behave, but it comes down to our individual self. What we feel for, we will give ourselves the leeway to go forward, but we will stop everybody else. What kind of justice? What kind of justice is that? Ridiculous.
And I'm glad that we have. I'm glad that we have this
Yeah, I
conversation,
mean,
because this is what Saint
yeah.
Case was saying, that like in order for us to move forward, we need conversations like this. Because if this is not talked about or there's no accountability, then we can't move. Like you seen what happened with IB when he came. A lot of corruption. People still taking money from France. Some people still doing France's bidding. He had to come and clear all that out and say, all right, what can I do for to have the people not think that I'm also part of the problem? All right, you know what? All you politicians, all you ministers, all your salaries need to be put in the public. Let everybody know exactly what you're getting your money from. I have never seen that in a long time. You know what I'm saying? when you do stuff like that, that's when people can come and and trust you. And the reason why, like like I said, a lot of people room for the AES is because they're seeing not just talk but also progress, right? And they know, and the beautiful part about them is they don't have to invade no other country. As long as they sustain themselves and they build their economies and have a strong military, what's going to happen is the brother next door going to say, hey, listen, our brothers over here in the Sahel in the AES, they coming up and they don't have no foreign aid. They got a strong military. They got a strong economy. Why we can't do the same thing what they're doing? And then they're going to start questioning their leadership, and then they're going to have their own revolution or whatever happens, vote by ballot or whatever. So that's why it's important that we have these conversations. So there's like accountability and we can just move forward. Well, go ahead, Sir James.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with you on that point, and we know for a fact, we Africans, we're not easy people to govern, and sometimes we need that strong arm. We need that fear. We need that strong person to like shook the entire nation and say, "I dare you." And this is the problem I have with some of the democratic states. I mean, growing up in Sierra Leone, Masik, we after Isaac Stevens, we had all the civilian government. We had a one-party state in Sierra Leone for years, for decades. The only time we start experiencing 24-hour electricity. I mean, in the provinces in Sierra Leone, outside Freetown, the capital, because they have what they call hydroelectricity. These places have electricity. They have good roads and clean tap water. But when it comes to the city, electricity was like stage by stage. They will have it at night, and next day they probably wouldn't have it. You know what I mean? Until we have a military guy who was called Valentine Strasser, and the current president now, who took over power from the civilian who was named as Momo. That's they took over. They had a coup in a week time. The city have 24-hour electricity, so you can tell these people are not. There was a way of providing electricity, but basically because the civilian government, they were so corrupt, they was chopping all the diesel money. They was actually rationalizing the diesel. People were sleeping in the dark. But when these military guys came in, they make sure this is tidy and cleaned up. And I mean the problem we have also with this democratic route, these politicians, they know how to play this tribalism to gain a vote and to gain their people. And this is one thing I noticed in certain countries. I don't want to name again. I want to be civil this time, and have a bit of intellectual interaction. But they use tribe against one another, and we, in that region, we've been through this before, and it's something that we stay away from. In fact, just by naming somebody's tribe, where we come from, man's sake, it's a big deal. Not alone saying something bad about that tribe. We don't take that because we don't generalize, and this is why when I hear people saying stuff about one of my tribe or other people, I really, really flip. And you can understand that. Just like when someone is being racist towards you, you will flip. It's just a natural phenomenon. But the reality is,
What about if
yeah,
they're telling the truth? What about if they're telling the truth?
if they're saying the truth in the right way without
Because
using,
just to be triggered isn't sufficient. It's like it doesn't allow us to have a full conversation. The way that you
no,
personally point the finger all the time, it's like,
mm,
are you telling yourself the truth? I mean, I can't understand what you're
mm,
saying, given what you speak. Between
mm,
myself and yourself, you have called my
mm.
name more than I call yours. I don't need to call your name. You have
So you have,
spoken against
okay,
Yoruba
okay. I didn't
more
want
than I
to.
speak
I didn't
about
want to.
Fulani.
You
I
have,
don't know. All you're doing right now is trying
yeah.
to be
Okay,
acceptable,
can I?
but that's
Okay,
not
I'm
your
glad you
norm.
mentioned that, Jagun.
That's not your
Okay, I'm
norm.
glad you mentioned. Okay, I'm glad you mentioned that. Okay, me, I am before I
You're
start having
personally distracted.
okay, right. Before I started interacting with you guys on this, like especially you, Jagon, on Dinah's show. You can go way back to the show. I never had somebody that would just come and say, "Oh, you it's just because your tribe." And it's funny how Ola is a guy from southern Nigeria who lived there as we speak, who actually, narrated it, break it down, who have came up and actually counteract everything that other people said, right? Actually, what you're saying, that to say the only reason, the only problem of an entire nation is one ethnic group. I know I'm not from there, but when someone say that, you're generalizing, and in all form of way, it's a generalization. And when someone generalizes,
if you listen
let
to
me
me,
finish. Let me make my point. Let me make my point. Okay.
if you
When you
listen to me
generalize and you
properly,
insult somebody's tribe, you know the
no, no, no,
reaction that you get from.
no. I've said it. I've
So
said
you
it too
want,
many
so you want
times.
to insult other people ethnic group, and they just
No,
sit
no,
there and
no.
listen to you and
You
say,
see,
hey,
that's how
hey,
you're
hey.
taking it. But that's incorrect. Because I said the Fulani of Nigeria, as I said, the Fulani, I'm a West
So
African.
there you go.
And I know West Africa. And in West Africa, the Fulani of other African states are not like the Fulani in Nigeria. They're not. And I've said that several times, but
But
you don't hear that.
but then
All you hear is Fulani.
but then Ola just came on, and he just said totally opposite to what you said, and the interaction I get from other Nigerians is totally
But
from
because you
what
like
you're
what he
saying.
said. Because you like
No,
what he
it's not
said. That's
because I
all.
like, and also, okay.
It's true.
Basically,
Because you don't have to
I
go
live,
that way.
I live in the.
You can
I was
listen.
speaking, I was
You can
speaking, I was
listen.
speaking,
I
I was
know.
speaking.
But you
I live in the UK with Nigerians from all tribes. One of my neighbors Igbo, the other guy is Yoruba. I grew up. Listen, I grew up. You're speaking to the wrong person because I am from Sierra Leone. Let me finish, Jakun. Okay, I am from Sierra Leone.
nah, man.
We have Igbo people there. We have Yorubas there. We have some other ethnic group from Ghana. These were people who were rescued during the days of slavery. And these Yorubas we have in Sierra Leone, they have connection to Nigeria. They follow the Nigerian politics just as the Nigerian. Okay? Don't forget, just because we have borders between the region, it doesn't make a lot of difference between us as people. Okay? And you know for a fact, the average Yoruba man, you know that, like Ajayi Crowther, who translated the Bible, is a Yoruba guy from Sierra Leone who remigrated back to Nigeria.
Well, he's not from Sierra
Okay?
Leone anymore. He's a Yoruba
Yeah,
from
but I'm just
Africa as a slave.
see
And
yeah, again. But he was born in Sierra Leone. His
no, he
parents were
wasn't.
born there.
He
He
wasn't.
grew.
He was 9 years
Okay,
old
but
before he left
okay,
Nigeria as a slave.
okay. Most of the Yoruba called Saros. These are people. So Saros people are known people who already mixed with Sierra Leoneans before they migrate to the Yoruba to Nigeria. Okay, and we still have them in Sierra Leone. Okay, they are returnee slaves. Okay, and that was around 1840. These are the people who are, basically they brought what you call Western education and Christianity and technical skills and helped modernize the city of Lagos that you have today in Nigeria. So
Now,
we do have
again, that's
connection.
inaccurate. You know, you're saying,
Oh God, okay, you see.
no, but you are speaking as though there was no Christianity
Okay, let's just.
or education in Nigeria
No, I'm not saying.
before
Oh
that.
God.
But it's
You
true.
see, this is the
You
problem.
can't speak like
You see,
that.
this is the problem. You cannot twist the truth, Jagun, to suit you,
Tell
and
me,
you just
are you
accuse me of
saying,
the same thing that you're doing.
okay, let me ask you this question. Are
You,
you saying that Lagos, which was a province by itself and joined with other West African provinces, such as Sierra Leone, such as Ghana, these provinces that were taken by the British, not by any African, by the British, they were, the Sierra Leone was the headquarters. Is that what you're telling me or us? Because that's inaccurate.
oh, God.
Inaccurate, man. Don't matter
No,
what you.
can I finish? Mansa, if you got your phone, anyone that
Oh
got
dear.
Google there,
Oh
it's not
dear.
that far. Yeah, you can Google it. And Diners, if you're there, you just come and prove me wrong, please. I don't want to go on. I get headache. I can't. I don't like people that twist the truth. It's just a fact.
You're
Just
doing it
take it.
now.
Okay. What you see as a modern day Lagos today. Okay, the modern day. I'm not saying ever since the world began. There's obviously people in Lagos already before that
Exactly.
happened. But I just dated it. I said from around 1840. It started around 1840 to the 90s. These are the people who established that what you call Lagos today. Not only they brought, Ajayi Crowther, as I said to you, he's the one that translated the Bible. You just even you yourself just said it's from Sierra Leone. Okay,
Africa,
and they
can I
brought
ask you a question?
yeah, they brought technical skills. Yeah,
Um,
they brought technical skill and helped modernize the city of Lagos. It's just a fact.
so Tamila
Yeah,
said in the comments, she said that no, people from Brazil and Cuba came back to Lagos after they gained
Many of them.
freedom from slavery. What you think
some of
about
them,
that?
some of them also. There are different types, but the original ones that what they call the Saros is there. You can Google it if you got your phone on you. It's there. I mean,
The thing is,
Diners have
the
already
thing is,
explained this and to
the
us in the
thing
past.
is
Anyway,
that
but
those
anyway,
people who were
okay.
Saro, they were
Mm.
Yoruba, they was of Yoruba heritage, and they went back to where they knew that they were from. Because
Do you know?
such are the people
Okay,
of Yoruba. You see,
I was
let me
speaking.
put it to you.
I was speaking. You
Let
see,
me just, yeah, I know you
Mansa.
were, but I'm
You
putting
see,
it to you directly. I'm putting
Mm, mm.
just let me put this to you. The Yorubas, if you really take a good look at the planet, in Cuba, Brazil, Trinidad and Tobago, Colombia, all those places, the Yorubas, they kept themselves Yoruba. That's who we are. That's what we are like. We don't play
Okay,
with that
All
you
right,
see,
stuff.
the problem is, now,
brother Jay, when you're done, let
yeah,
Africa finish what you were saying.
thank you. You see what I'm trying to say, right? Anytime we talk about Africa and trying to progress
I
or
have to
do
actually.
things, the first thing they do, the first thing they do is descend back into their tribes.
That's who
It's
we
just,
are.
okay. Hold on. So you basically what you're trying. This is the problem that you have in
Go on,
that country called Nigeria.
go
Okay,
on.
nobody listen. Everybody's proud of their tribe. Everybody tribe got good and bad, right? There's people out there at the moment. You can see all over the world what people are saying about Nigerians, what Nigerians are doing in other countries.
Africa.
Okay,
I
and
found something.
sorry, hello. Yeah, you can see what people are saying, but I would not use that generalization of what the whole world is saying about your people and put that on you. Because I wouldn't say that because the reason why I would do that because I know there are differences between every sort of group, right? And we know for a fact the Portuguese are the first people, like the Pratt. The Pratt, we know the family, the Macaulay, like for example, the Pratt of Sierra Leone, they're Creole Yoruba. We call them Forobe. They were Portuguese and Yorubas who mixed with them.
I found
These are
something
the
to
people
support
who went.
your what you're
Thank
saying.
you. Thank you, ma.
I'm online now. It says
Hmm.
Yorubas who migrated back to Nigeria primarily
Hmm.
consists of two historical groups of formerly enslaved Africans and their descendants known as the
Thank,
Saro and the Aguada. These returnees
thank
played
you.
a pivotal role in shaping modern Nigerian society, particularly in Lagos and Abeokuta. It says the key
Thank you.
returnee groups, the Saro, in bracket, liberated
Hmm.
Africans from Sierra Leone origin. These
Hmm.
were mostly liberated slaves of Yoruba origin who were intercepted by the British Royal Navy and resettled in
Yeah.
Freetown, Sierra Leone, before returning to Nigeria between the 1830s and 1880s. And the
Thank you.
impact, they were highly influential in education, law, and medicine. Notable Saro include Samuel Ajayi Crowther, and First
Hmm.
African Anglican Bishop, the Herbert Macaulay. So let's be together, guys. There is more to us than being divided.
I
Let's say, one love. Come on,
thank
guys.
But
you.
Yeah,
We can
yeah,
sister,
we
and
can
sister,
do that.
sister,
Let's
you know,
close
we
this
have
with
to,
hug
Got
and
headache.
and
kiss up.
I've
No
got
more
headache.
fighting.
I've
Kiss up,
got
two of
headache.
you.
and
good,
then we got
I've
to
good.
got
under
headache.
we
Got
Sister,
have
headache.
to we
sister,
have
did you
to
hear what you said?
we have to
I
Returning,
got.
hold on, but
Oh
returning.
my.
regardless, hold on. Regardless of where they came from, we got to understand before we had borders, we were all connected, all
No.
of us,
Absolutely,
Yeah, and also
literally all of us.
the
absolutely.
Like
point
literally, like if
is
we all
Mansa. Mansa.
if we were all yeah.
Yeah, what
I
I'm
was just
trying to
saying
say to
that.
this guy is, yeah, what I'm
Does
trying
it
to
really
say,
matter
the
though?
area, yeah, the area they call Foro Bay in Freetown. They have different type of Creole people. They have Yoruba Creole, they have Fula Creole, they have the Maroon Creole. We have different branch of Creole, and I know exactly the area where they settled in Freetown. Okay,
Hmm.
and we know the intermarriages that went on between those groups. And according to Joshua Foundation, These people been intermarrying when it happened. And if you look at the time when they returned from when they settled in Sierra Leone and the time they were returned to Nigeria, you can see the intermarriages that already went on. So these people are went all purely Yorubas, and we still have them in Freetown as we speak. Our mayor, for heaven's sake, she's a Akisoya, even Akisoya, she's the Yoruba Creole.
Are you
Okay,
not one
and she thought she
people?
was. We are one people. We are one
We're
brothers and
all one
sisters.
people, so we should not
Yeah. So it is.
all these
Yeah.
lines dividing
Yeah,
us. We should
and
just
the
close those
funny
lines and come
thing is,
together.
yeah,
Doesn't
exactly. That's
matter.
what I'm trying to say to her. The funny thing is, she thought she was 100% Yoruba until she done a DNA test recently. She realized she actually got Fulani on her blood from Guinea-Bissau.
Mm.
These are people that have been heavily into.
Right.
This is just your
And it,
foundation. Yeah,
and it's
it's
so
just
funny that you
sad when
say
I hear people trying to be so
it's
superior
so
over nothing.
it's so funny that you
Superior,
said
it's not
that
about
too.
superior, it's about
I was
identity.
We're all one
Identity.
people,
hold on.
guys.
Your
We're all
identity was
different.
already
Thank you
mixed.
so
Hold on.
much.
I was gonna respond to Africa. It's so funny that you said that too, because I did a DNA test, right? And
Mm,
when my DNA came back from Ancestry.com, it said that I was half Malian,
mm.
49% Senegalese, and 1% Moroccan.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So I
That's
was just
that.
like, it was just
Yeah,
very, very interesting. And
yeah,
you look at me, I don't even look Senegalese, but I'm like 49% Senegalese.
yeah. It's just
So
a
like I said,
fact.
we all
And
like we all
and
the
this is
same and stuff too.
We've all
yeah
mixed.
the
We've all mixed together. So all
Right.
these divisions. So you
yeah.
will see that when some Nigerians even do their DNAs, they may be Malians or have Israeli blood. So all these divisions,
We
it's
are
not
very,
worth it. We are really, really
you
mixed, guys.
Right.
So
exactly.
we
And
should blur these
yeah.
lines. It's not important now. We have a bigger fish to fry from outside that
And the
wants
funny
to,
thing is,
you know.
when people trying to, I know to listen to me. I know for a fact. We know, most of the time when people trying to claim superiority over other people's, it's always to do with inferiority. There's no confidence about it. If you have so much confidence about yourself, you're not going to try to be better than another person. You feel better about yourself. Well, let's just move on. So the reality is, um, we are we are we are all West Africans. Okay, we might be coming from different ethnic groups and so on, which I think is what is the biggest setback. But in Sierra Leone, luckily, we had what they call the Maroons. Okay, and the Jamaicans. These people who are what you call the FBA today, and the African American. These people set the culture not to be
Mm-hmm.
tribalistic or to be more
That's
religious
correct.
tolerant.
Mm-hmm.
You
Pan
see, so that's
Africanism.
the reason. Yeah, yeah. So that's the reason why my mindset is different to the average Fulani from other countries like Guinea and so on. But however, if I identify myself as a Fulani, which I'm very proud of, just like anybody else in here, and you insult my ethnic group, I'm about to retaliate. And the thing is, we have loads of history that we wrote about other groups, and we can actually dig back and actually really counteract, which is not really nice. So let's leave this tribalism and so-called delusional tribal superiority, because we know we have done so much, just like Nigeria have done for us during the war in Sierra Leone. We know that. We know when the war happened in Sierra Leone, the Nigerians came, the Guineans came, and also the British came, because we know Tony Blair, the former Prime Minister of the UK, his father used to be a lecturer at the university in Freetown. He's one of the few people who left the country during the war. He's the one that said to Tony Blair, you need to send the SAS down here to finish this off.
Mm.
So we owe a lot of people, you know, um, I give Nigerian credit for coming over to help us out. I'm
Right.
not being ungrateful about that. And I said that earlier. I said, in all fairness, I agree with that. But for the fact that, Nigeria had the opportunity to help places like Burkina Faso and Mali, you know, and I think this is a tribal problem that West Africa have, you know, it's wrong. Ghana should have helped country like Burkina Faso when they was going through the problem with the jihadists. And
Right.
also, we know for a fact, America have had so many leaders in the past for years. They never had a single one of American president who invaded Africa. But then we have our own cool black brother called Obama who did it. In fact, Dick Cheney
Yeah.
said The Chinese said we attacked the wrong Iraq because the Iraq he meant was Nigeria. They should have gone for Nigeria instead of going for Iraq. But the reason why they did not go for Iraq and Nigeria, they went to Iraq because of the population. And Nigeria got the finest.
I just wanted to ask what you were saying too. I was going to say too, and what Obama did was, I don't remember the election, but that was the first time that he went and he had a video or something, and I forgot the guy's name that was running in Nigeria. He said that don't vote for him. You need to vote for this other guy, and he kind of like interfered in their elections, which is crazy. Because imagine if someone from Nigeria went to America and said, "Hey, don't vote for Obama, vote for the other guy."
Hey, everybody got everybody got 4 minutes.
Oh, that was an hour
40 minutes.
It's an hour and a half. Yeah, hour and a half.
You sure?
Yeah, it's gone.
I'm positive.
I'm positive. Yeah, nearly.
So, guys, let's come together, please.
Africa.
No more fighting.
Yeah, I mean, I have. This is the reason why, basically, to be honest with you, we in the Mali Empire, as I said, Mali Empire children, we had enough fights, we had enough issues in the past. We know the best idea is what best thing to do is to come together.
So
and
Mansa,
I say, okay, I believe, we have more opportunities coming, and we have more reason to stay, as a unit and work together than actually stay on this tribalism. Because the reality tribalism doesn't help anybody. Religious bigotry doesn't help anybody. In fact, these foreign religions that came in our continent haven't helped us out, whether it's to do with Christianity or Islam. We all know these religions did not came in and help us achieve anything other than separation. And then that added to tribalism.
And then
I'll give you.
I want all of us to round up, isn't it?
Yeah, and then the beautiful thing is, like, if you look how what's going on in the Sahel with the AES, right? They're interlocking with roads and economies and everything too. And if you look back in the 1960s, this is exactly what Kwame Nkrumah was talking about when he said that he wanted to have a one Africa. Unfortunately, they wasn't able to come together at that time. But what you're seeing now is exactly what Kwame Nkrumah said, that if we don't come together as people, we're going to forever lose our independence. So this is what the Sahelians are doing. And hopefully, like I said, I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but hopefully, even if everyone can't come together, at least it'll be regional blocks. Because I know for right now, Botswana and Namibia, I'm talking about Namibia. You know what I'm talking about, basically.
Namibia. Namibia.
They're coming together. They're gonna have free travel amongst their citizens and stuff too. And I think
I have something to say to you guys before we close, please.
Okay, so that's what I was just gonna say. But they're coming together. So hopefully, even if they don't come together as a whole, there's regional blocks. But go ahead.
So we're coming together is very important. I know I had a word with someone that is foreign and French precisely, and I can't forget what I was told, that if Africa don't come together, it will be history. And I know some people are coming to Africa now to buy lots of lands. Africa has been colonized with religion and divide and conquer. And those lines we must attack and come together. Those religions are foreign. If we all go back by history and begin to realize that we, after all, we are one people, and that if Nigeria falls, the next neighbor will fall. If Burkina Faso makes it, we all will have to support them to make it, because we are one people. And we should speak in one voice. And publicly, I know that we are not perfect. When it comes to politics, we go a bit personal. We should be able to tolerate one another. When your brethren is falling woefully on the ground, do not step on him. Try and still be that brother, because you will still need him tomorrow when it comes to his senses. Nigeria is down now. I pray it comes up and get back his senses so that we can all come together. We can do it, guys. And I love you guys. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Yeah, you too.
And you, my lovely sis. God bless you.
Like I said, hopefully.
All right, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Until next time, family. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Peace.
Man's sake, everyone.